What's up, everybody? Welcome to Normal America Show. Your host, it's me, robnoerr. Great to be here. It's cold here. We get weather advisories. Apparently, weather not too great around the country right now and about to get worse, it sounds like. I think they're predicting 13 to 15 inches of snow here this weekend. But hey, we're all here, warm and cozy, ready to do a little Tik Tok Siege tonight. Time to be determined. So once Andrew's ready to go, we're going to start it. I have to work out some possible bugs, and I'll talk about that in a second. Now, you'll notice I set my goal to $1,000. I feel that's fair during the Tik Tok Sieges. Normally, these are going to be 3 to 4 hours, maybe even longer than 4 hours, though. Just depends on how long Andrew would like to go. We will be co-hosting the stream together. The idea is we're going into TikTok and we are taking over, trying to get ops to call in to talk to the lefties that dislike Trump, dislike our worldview, and we will demolish them one by one, as is the case normally. So, we're going to try to be doing, I am in the second floor of the attic, trying to stay warm. My wife nails that. So, that's the plan. What to expect with the TikTok sieges. It'll be different than the TikTok invasion. We will not be jumping into other people's channels. We will be opening up our channels to allow people to come in. So, hope you all appreciate this. Of course, tomorrow night, we'll be doing the No Prep debate. That'll be on Speakeasy's channel. So, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to talk to these people. Should be great. It's just a matter of chumming them in now. And soon we will take over TikTok like we've taken over YouTube and a bunch of other spaces. So happy to be part of it. This is going to be a segment that we're doing 2 to 3 times a week going forward. We did one already, and I thought it went very well. But there's going to be some different things technically this time on my end. So if you followed, I did some small half an hour or around about there streams this weekend, and TikTok was also one of the places I was streaming. The reason for that was there's like this crazy tier system on TikTok. Oh, Jake's going to be here as well? Wow, nice. So it's just weird tier system, and it like, you can't do certain things until you reach certain tiers. So I have TikTok Studio. It would not allow me to stream live to TikTok on my computer, on a desktop. So I had to do it through phone. Then once you meet certain metrics, you could then stream from your desktop. But I can't use a virtual camera. So the camera you see right here, not to get too technical, I'm sure most of you know more about tech than me anyways, but I run through OBS software into StreamYard. So I'm using a virtual camera through OBS. That's how I'm able to have this camera split and go to multiple feeds. So it could be on my StreamYard. If I join someone else's Zoom or StreamYard, it could be there as well. But I'm not allowed to do that on TikTok yet because I haven't made the next level tier. So I had to set up a second cam, which I usually have the shaky cam over here. I've set it up here now. Now, it's shaky, all right, because it's just on top of my monitor, so anytime I bump my desk, it'll shake. But that's the best I could do. The other thing is, last time I just called into Andrew's TikTok on the phone. This time I will be hosting my own TikTok live stream, and we will be doing the co-host feature, which I've never used. So, yeah, there you go. So, that's sort of the plan. I don't know what time Andrew wanted to jump on, but I figured I would come on here first and just chat a little. So that's sort of the plan. It's been a big day. It's weird. Maybe I'll do an extra stream tomorrow. I don't know. There's a lot in the news, and seeing as how I have this, excuse me, tomorrow I have the No Prep debate. I I don't get to talk about like Trump's speech at Davos, which I think was a good one. Excuse me, I have some wicked heartburn. Had hot wings for dinner, so the old fat gut can't process hot sauce like it used to. Yeah, Andrew said 7 or 8 Central Time, so that would be 8 or 9. So we'll cover some of the news today. I'd like to save that Davos talk for another day because, I mean, there's basically a 90-minute video I wanted to go through of Trump's speech. It's 90 minutes. So I wanted to go through it. But there's a lot of other clips that are coming out from there that are amazing, including possibly the most elucidating clip, which is Carney, the PM there in Canada. Oh, boy. Dropping some bombshells. Looks like he's signaling that they need to go the direction of China. Nah, I'm good, Court. Thanks, though. Pretty crazy. So, a lot to talk about on that. Maybe we'll get to some of that today and then tomorrow. Now, we're going to try real hard to get to the super chat goal of $1,000 because I am greedy. And I like money. And I like paying bills. And I like buying things like heated blankets and stuff that my dog could lay in so that she's nice and comfortable when it gets like negative something degrees. No, I didn't see Trump linked text messages. That's funny. So be sure to get those super chats in. Once the siege begins, I won't be able to read super chats, unfortunately. But I will try to stick around and read them all after the siege. So I will try to get to read every single super chat by the end of the evening. So, yeah. There, my dog's currently snuggled under a heated blanket. There you go. Brian Shapiro wants to call in. He could call into the TikTok channel like everyone else. No problem. We will not be discriminating on who could call in. All we're asking is that people that disagree with us. So one of the things that happens is a lot of people get excited and they're like, oh, I want to call in. And they call in and they're like, hey, we like this show. And it's like, oh, thank you so much. It really means a lot. Okay, and what was the part we wanted to debate about? And then they'll try to think of something real fast to debate. And it's like, it was more for people that actually do disagree with us. But, no bald discrimination here. We don't do that around these parts. So. Now. Should I start the TikTok thing now to see if I could get it working? Are you guys good with that? We'll try to work out some bugs here. Let's see what happens. Now, the angle of the camera is going to be a little different, so forgive me there. I have no idea where to title my video. Just click go live. Let's put... All right. I think I'm on TikTok as we speak. So, hello, TikTokers. No one who's watching. We're going to start the siege later here. Here's what it'll look like for you all, though. I hope. Like this. A little darker. Figure on TikTok be a little darker. Now, first thing I need to know is there dual audio? Does it sound like an echo? Just let me know. If so, that should be an easy fix. I'll just mute the mic on my end here. Not you folks on TikTok. There shouldn't be an echo there with you all. No echo. Okay. The other thing is you probably won't see this screen the more I think of it. You're probably going to see me just going straight through Andrew Wilson's stream and going from there. I don't know. We'll have to see what that looks like. And so, yeah, this is what it'll look like. Probably this is what we'll do. So you'll be able to just hear me through this. All right. Yeah, should be good. Now, obviously, because I'm doing this, I won't be able to bring up super chats. You can't see the dono bar, things like that. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, but this is sort of the way I'll be going about it from now on. I see no reason that my normally scheduled shows won't be on TikTok as well. I know that's a different audience, and most of you are on TikTok, and that's absolutely fine. I'd appreciate if you give me a follow over there if you have TikTok, but if not, it's fine. We're trying to branch out to other audiences, and listen, the left has a strong foothold on TikTok. Younger people tend to use TikTok more. That's why we're going into this space. We're going to do our best to make sure that we have a nice little conservative foothold here that will then branch out. That's the idea. So I'm going to change this for now, if you don't mind. We'll just come back here. But those of you on TikTok, you should be able to see. Welcome, everyone on TikTok. We're going to be doing a TikTok Siege tonight. Me and Andrew Wilson of The Crucible. The idea of the TikTok Siege is a space where we are coming in as right-wingers in order to argue and debate with left-wingers. And so you will have your opportunity to call into the show. You'll be able to join the panel, ask us questions, debate us, etc. So should be something that both the left and the right will like. Right will like that we get to debate a bunch of lefties. Lefties will like that they actually get an opportunity to call in and debate us and say where they think we're wrong. So it should be good. I'm looking forward to it. So that's why I learned TikTok dances? Probably not. What's my TikTok username? That's a great question. It is, I believe it's just robnoerr. Let's check. Check. Yes. All one word, all lowercase. robnoerr. And yeah, if you share the live, that would be nice. So obviously the majority of the people watching and calling will be coming in from Andrew's channel, which is absolutely fine by me. You can also go over there and watch on The Crucible. You can also donate over there on The Crucible. He'll have his own dono bar set up. But I do appreciate the people that follow me here and will donate here. I think that's amazing. And what I'd really like from my audience the first 2 or 3 times I do this is to give me serious feedback. If they think it sucks, if they don't like it, if they think there's something I can do better production-wise, if they think the format's no good, whatever would make the show better. That's the idea. So I'm not sure what Andrew's TikTok name is. I think it's just Andrew Wilson. But there is a Crucible TikTok channel as well. I don't think he's using that one, though. So, all right. So at some point here, probably in between 20 minutes to an hour and 20 minutes, Andrew will join and we'll start the TikTok Siege. But until then, why not talk about news that we see today? So for those of you on TikTok, apologies. You probably won't be able to see some of these videos. For that, I apologize. But I'll read some of this stuff to you. So there's a lot to cover from Davos. First, I want to play this 3-minute clip from JD Vance. Actually, seeing as I'm on TikTok, I believe I'll read it. I'm starting to see a problem. Maybe. What if I do this? Nah. I'm just monkeying stuff up. Forget it. I'm not going to be able to screen share here. I'll have to figure that out some other time. But yeah, I saw that cool Vic stream. It was pretty funny. So I'll just read this. You can take my word for it. This is JD Vance. He says, this stuff we can and we should prosecute. And I'm just telling you, this is going to be a real problem. And the people are going to get really pissed at the Senate Republicans if we don't have U.S. attorneys on the ground to actually achieve justice. People are going to get angry, and rightfully so. If you want justice, you've got to empower the President of the United States to actually appoint officers of justice all over the country. The Democrats are stalling that. We're going to wake up in a couple of years if we don't have more U.S. attorneys approved. If we don't have more judges approved, we're going to wake up in a couple of years and realize that we've done a lot of great work at the Trump administration, but justice is not being meted out as it should be because we don't have the people on the ground. That is a big problem. And I know that's somewhat unrelated to Arctic frost, but it actually is related to Arctic frost because you cannot get justice for the people who are targeted by the Biden administration unless we've got good people, especially in the U.S. attorney's offices. And that's something we've got to pay attention to over the next year. Spying on President Trump, prosecuting him, investigating senators, congressmen, and congressmen who are just aligned with the President of the United States. Some of this stuff ought to be covered by the statute of limitations, but some of this stuff we can and should prosecute. And I'm just telling you, this is going to be a real problem, and the people who watch your show are going to get really pissed at Senate Republicans, excuse my language, if we don't have the U.S. attorneys on the ground to actually achieve justice. People are going to get angry, and rightfully so. Now, what Vance is talking about there is all of these sort of crimes that we saw against Trump, the lawfare against Trump, Arctic frost, the spying on of Trump again, the spying on of Republican senators, etc. Nothing's being done. Nothing at all. At least not outwardly thus far. Remember, within hours of January 6th ending, they were throwing people in jail. 2 days was the first criminal charges read aloud. Arraignments, I believe. And yet, here we are, a year into the Trump administration, and what Vance is talking about specifically here is the blue slip rule. And what this rule does is it allows one person in the Senate to hold up unless there's more, almost like a filibuster of potential judges, prosecutors, etc. Now, normally in a less divided country, all in all, most sides could get along and they allow the other side to appoint basically whoever they want with a few exceptions. Democrats are taking a tack where they're just like, nope, we're basically not going to leave Trump have any of these people that he's trying to appoint as judges. And what's happened is this has left vacancies where, like, we only have 2/3 of the people needed in some of these positions. And Republicans are like, no. We have to hold on to the blue slip rule. Have to. It's not a law. It's just a courtesy that's extended. And because of that, for a year now, we've seen that very few of the people that Trump once confirmed are making it through. As such, now we see very few prosecutions, legal work being done. And Vance is saying and trying to put pressure on Senate Republicans, hey, people are going to be pissed at you. Now, there's two ways of looking at this, and we talked about it a little yesterday. There's option one, which shows the stupidity of Republicans. This is illustrated in places like Indiana, where Republicans in the state legislature decided they weren't going to redraw maps because they had a promise, a verbal promise from Democrats in Maryland that the Democrats in Maryland wouldn't redraw their maps. Of course, once Indiana enshrined that and said, yep, we voted on it, we're not going to redraw maps, Maryland's Democrats then decide they're going to redraw the maps. I saw someone share this quote today that sums it up quite nicely. Curtis Yarvin said, let me find the exact quote for you. It's a doozy. It's one of my favorite quotes I've read in a while. Curtis Yarvin says, the right cares about power the way a wine snob cares about alcohol. The left cares about power the way an alcoholic cares about alcohol. And that sums it up. When the left, when they're talking power, they're like, give me, more, exercise it. And the Republicans are like, just a little taste. Okay, too much. We shan't imbibe anymore. Who do you think wins in that exchange when you play it out over decades? And there's the situation we find ourselves in. Of course, option 2 is even bleaker. Option 2, the reason that the Republicans won't get rid of the blue slip courtesy is the same reason that they wouldn't vote to end the filibuster, which is they don't want Trump's agenda enforced. So things like blue slip and the filibuster rule allows them to pretend, shucks, we would have had all these confirmations if only. That's where we find ourselves. My goodness. Some super chats real quick. GG, thank you for the gifted membership. Thoroughly appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. Perry Incorporated, $5. Says, yo, Rob, what up? What up, Perry? Reexamination show, $5. Says, Steiner's of Hanover cheese pretzels can put out any fiery foods. Also super addictive and crunchy. Perry Incorporated, $5. Says, if Brian goes into the TikTok, I want to skip the I'm here to be civil shtick. He lies about every time. Truth Revolt, thanks so much. $5. Says, for the hat fund. Thank you. Clan Tank Gaming, always great to hear from you. $5 says, you guys should set up a stream delay with the scene in your OBS to pause and skip a part of the stream for people that troll, say the N-word. Yeah, we'll see. I'll leave it up to Andrew to figure that out. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Orca Speaks, $5 says money for Rob. Thank you. And then the great Jantix over on Cash App, unbelievable legend, gifts $200. Thank you so much to Jantix. $200. What an absolute Chad. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. Thank you again to everyone watching on Rumble and TikTok. Promise we will get to that TikTok siege. It'll come. Just waiting on Andrew, working out the bugs here. But the general theme is definitely true. I think Republican voters are getting frustrated. They're getting very frustrated at what they see as a lack of action. We saw them storm into the church, blatantly break the law on camera, still no charges. Maybe there will eventually be charges. But what's the holdup? Every time it's Republicans, it's hold. Democrats are just, bam, 100% in. %100% in all the time, constantly. And it's starting to get to the point where people are getting rightfully so disheartened. If they do bring charges, they probably won't prosecute the violation of civil rights, which would be the larger charge, looking at up to 10 years in prison. Why wouldn't Democrats be ecstatic? Why wouldn't they continue? Apologies to the TikTok people. We're going to share some screen on X that you won't be able to see. So the end result is we had people storm this church. It should be the biggest news story in the country right now. People said things like, this time it's different. This time it's different. And I said, nah, it won't be different. You want to know how I know it won't be different? Because that's what people said about the Charlie Kirk assassination. And then it wasn't different. And that's what people said about the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And then it wasn't different. And that's what people said about the second assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And then it wasn't different. And that's what people said when a radical lefty killed 2 people detained in an ICE facility aiming at ICE officers. And then it wasn't different. It's not going to be different. The Republicans won't push the narrative. They might give a few people a slap on the wrist if we're lucky. And then the beat will go on. Now, I've been a little busy, so I haven't been completely enmeshed in this story. But I've been trying to follow, and I'll grant that there's a lot of other stories going on. But I'll defer to the audience, especially if you're a left-winger. Can anyone show me prominent national level Democrats that said that these people that went into the church should be charged? Can anyone show me any? Any national level Democrat of prominence, a politician, a consultant, a media member that's usually sympathetic to Democrats or more on the Democrat side. Can anyone show me one of them recommending charges to any of these people, even for just the FACE Act? Even just pundits that you see, even just people at my level, just streamers. Oh, an hour and 40 minutes? Some bitch. All right. Is that what Andrew put up his channel? He told me 8 or 9 o'clock my time. Maybe he meant his time. Muted as always?
Yeah, always. You should already know that the siege get pushed back and then pushed back. And then maybe on the 3rd or the 4th, that's the right time.
Yeah, so that's all right. We'll do a show until he comes on. It's no big deal. We'll get our dono goal of $1,000 before we even start the siege. 7:30 his time. There we go. Thank you, Andrew. So that'll be 8:30.
I have hope.
Andrew, by the way, if you're listening real quick, I might struggle with the co-host thing for a minute. I'll get it figured out, I promise. But just to let you know, if there's a slight delay, that's what's going on, because Boomer Rob's still trying to figure out the TikTok tech. How about that for alliteration? TikTok tech.
I'm super excited, Rob. I'm in the back waiting to watch.
Man, it'd be good. So has anyone seen the prominent Democrats? I haven't. Okay. So I haven't seen prominent Democrats suggest prosecution under a Civil Rights Act violation, which carries up to a 10-year charge. Fair enough. Haven't seen them recommend prosecution under the FACE Act. Okay. Have you even heard them condemn it? Even if they said it shouldn't be charges, have you heard them say this is unacceptable? Have there been any prominent Democrats that have said that? Surely. Has John Fetterman spoke up, maybe? I bet he will if he hasn't. Yeah, don't worry, Andrew. If I have to use a cell phone, I will. Any? Has anyone seen any Democrats? Last night. Okay. Who was it last night, Keith Frazier? Good for Fetterman if he did. I wouldn't be surprised if Fetterman eventually becomes independent. Now, how can it be? How can it be that we have footage of them raiding a church How come we have this footage, this picture of a father consoling his child? Video of it, too. Video of them leaving as they're being harassed and screamed at in a place of worship. And we have basically no national level Democrats being like, this is insane. This is too much. How can that be? Now, surely Republicans, though, at least, are out there making a big deal out of this. No, not really. The news cycle's moved on, as I knew it would, and this will be lost to the dustbin of history. Like Irina that was stabbed, Charlie Kirk eventually will be, the Trump assassination attempts, all the acts of violence we saw against Trump supporters, all the acts of violence we saw under Black Lives Matter, they'll be lumped in this miasma of just Democrats commit violence. Do it sometime. Just start searching. Take an hour out of your life and be like, what were the examples of left-wing violence in the past 4 or 5 months? You'll be shocked at what you've forgotten. I am. It is absolutely amazing at how great the Democrats are at controlling a narrative. It is profoundly impressive. The Charlie Kirk assassination became a story of Jimmy Kimmel being the victim. The assault in this church, the real victim will be Don Lemon and the noble heroes that went in there to fight ICE and white supremacy. That's what the narrative will be. Instead, what you saw was Keith Ellison, who is, if anyone, should be a voice that would be speaking up against this. He comes out and it's like, oh, this is just civil rights. The FACE Act was only for abortion clinics. What? It specifically says religious places as well. Free speech, they'll say. That's the top prosecutor in Minnesota where this happened. Oh, it's free speech. You had Mayor Fry, Tim Walz, talking about the need to fight back against ICE, using language like it's a war. And we see the results. Why would this ever stop? What's the incentive for this to stop? The people that went into that church will become heroes of the left. They will face a slap on the wrist, if anything. They'll get GoFundMes for big amounts of money. Even the handful of Democrats that engage in corruption, violence, intimidation, etc., that are ever held to account, it's always a slap on the wrist. Take Kevin Clinesmith, career FBI lawyer. He didn't know that you're not supposed to take evidence and change it to the opposite of what it says. So when he got a message from the CIA saying, yes, Carter Page, who was on the Trump team, worked for us to help take down Russians, he changed it to no, he didn't. And then he sent that in that allowed them to continue to spy on Carter Page and then Trump's team as an extension of that. What was his punishment? Probation, lost his license to practice law for 1 year. He's right back to work. Meanwhile, attorneys that worked under Trump, many of them still disbarred just for questioning the results of the 2020 election. Democrats say things like this with a straight face. Bill and Hillary were subpoenaed. They violated that subpoena. Now, you may remember when Steve Bannon, and I forget the name of the other gentleman right now, it'll come to me, went to jail for not listening to a Democrat subpoena. Clinton's under no such fear. Neither was Hunter Biden. They don't give a fuck. They violated all they want. They know what's coming, which is no consequences. Here, we have a Dem rep from California, I believe, Mr. Min. Look what he says about the violation of the subpoena and whether or not they should be criminally held in contempt.
And again, while I think that the Clintons should be here, what we're proposing here is a very serious matter, bringing criminal charges against a former president of the United States. And I listened to you very carefully, Chair Comer, for the last hour, and I heard you describe them as delaying, as dragging their feet, negotiating for 5 months. But I never once heard you say they just outright refused to comply with the subpoena. And dragging your feet is not the same as noncompliance. It's not the same as contempt.
Peter Navarro, yes, that's his name. You see, this is serious, talking about criminally charging a former president. No shit. That's serious? They're shameless. It's absolutely shameless. Oh my goodness, you can't go after former. I mean, it is laughable how good they are at this. It's laughable how bad the Republicans are. I mean, you can't help but be odd and also have a little gallows humor about it. Just like, what is happening? It's not that he's violating the subpoena, it's that he's dragging his feet. That's interesting. You try that. If you get subpoenaed, you try dragging your feet and see what the result is. Oh, no, I'm not complying. I'm just refusing to come in until I negotiate for a year or two. Go ahead. You try that. You see what happens. Was Trump just dragging his feet when his team was negotiating with National Records Archives, etc., on handing back information and records, and they raided Mar-a-Lago? No, that was good. But when Democrats don't want to comply with subpoenas, they'll just delete evidence. They'll just not show up. Oh, that's just negotiating tactics. So given this, is there any surprise that the shenanigans continue? No one's held a consequence thus far. For example, in the anti-ICE riots. Here's ICE Commander Bovino today. I believe he was trying to enter a gas station to receive some stuff. You think that's going to stop anytime soon? We already had ICE officers shot at, ICE officers rammed with vehicles. It's not going to stop. Here's Mayor of Minnesota today. Tim Walz, this is him today.
Served on the China Commission in Congress, ironically enough, as co-chair with Marco Rubio. We used to bring in Chinese political prisoners, and we would ask them, when we speak up and call out your government, is it bad? And they said, well, in the short run it's bad because they torture us. But if you don't speak up, they will torture us and forget about us. And the idea is right now is we have to be speaking up. We have to call it out. You are doing everything, and our neighbors are doing everything. And I can't stress enough on this. We're winning it because we're doing it with Minnesota grit, Minnesota humor, Minnesota decency. Oftentimes talk about this, and I know people are discussing this a lot. I spent a lot of time with John Lewis on nonviolent resistance. The resistance matters. We're not telling people to be silent, but we're not.
So he implies that ICE is torturing people like the Chinese, and so we have to speak up. Then he neglects the fact that we've seen mass amounts of violence, including in his own backyard. It's all peaceful, he says. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that the violence continues? Here they were again, just today, using their vehicles to block ICE.
Oh, it is gas.
Fuck you! Get the fuck out of my goddamn city!
Are you surprised? There's never any consequences. Why wouldn't they keep doing it? There's one more thing I want to. I believe this is Jack Posobiec or someone from his team. Democrat frontrunner and quite possibly next president of the United States, Gavin Newsom. Posobiec, or one of his team, asked him about Don Lemon and the incident of raiding the church in Minnesota there.
It's amazing.
Yes.
It's a remarkable success.
Governor
But
Newsom,
we need a leader like you.
Isaac, it's fine, dude. I'm not. Governor Newsom, you remember, I'm friends with Charlie. I was friends, obviously, as you know.
Yeah,
I always
God bless.
appreciate your interview.
Yeah.
Quick question: you mentioned Minneapolis. Any comment on this Don Lemon charging those guys into the church like that?
I literally. It's funny. Someone mentioned Don Lemon and Trump the other day, and so I have no idea what that's
It's
about.
big viral story. He had a bunch of agitators. They ran into some kind of church. Don Lemon.
Into a church?
Yes.
Even focus on this.
No, it's not even at this focus. Literally don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Great.
Republicans are so ineffective setting a narrative that as our churches are invaded by violent left-wingers, national Democrats either cheer it on or they ignore it and claim they haven't heard of it. That's how ineffective. This would be the top story in the world if it was a mosque or a synagogue being raided by right-wingers. But Gavin Newsom, likely Democrat nominee at this point, is like, I don't know anything about it. Let me wait until my focus group tells me what I'm supposed to say. Does anyone believe for a moment he doesn't know about this story? And yet, he'll be able to get away with it because there's a plausible argument that, well, Republicans are so shitty, they can't even keep this story in the news. Now, I'll remind you, as we show that footage from people once more engaged in violence, of what, for years, the Democrats said an insurrection was. An assemblage of people united for a common purpose, resisting the implementation or execution of a particular law, or interfering with the course of government proceeding by way of force or intimidation for a public purpose. Are the people that are there protesting ICE doing it for a public purpose? Yes. Are they using intimidation and force? Yes. Are they resisting the implementation of laws? Yes. They're against the existence of ICE and them enforcing the border. And are they there for a common purpose? Yes. That's an insurrection. And yet, we see them occurring on a daily basis. Now remember, Trump allegedly engaged in an insurrection because he said things like, fight like hell. And then there was one riot one day. We see the ongoing insurrection day after day after day after day after day, multiple cities in this country, with Democrats over and over attacking ICE, saying that it's lawful, even when they do things like go into churches. And nothing. Where are the Republican attorneys suggesting that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment means that every one of these people that currently hold office should be removed from office for engaging in an insurrection. That's what the Colorado courts did to Donald Trump and ruled that he must be taken off the ballot only to get overturned by the Supreme Court. Where are the Republican attorney generals doing this? Where are they? Where are the Republican politicians even making this argument? Where are they? Nowhere to be found. We don't know. They're too busy doing other things. What are the Republicans? Can someone remind me again? What are the Republicans in Congress doing right now? They are, yeah. Passing minibus bills that still include $6 billion for refugees, funding the National Endowment of Democracy and other NGOs that are antithetical to the conservative values, condemning anti-Semitism, maybe. Yeah. A good friend of the show, Zach Gelpy, and me hashed this out time before. Now, first off, by no means am I super anti-Israeli. I just want to stop funding all of these foreign nations. All of them. But I think some people go way fucking overboard on their Jewish hate. For real. But one of the things I talked to him about once was, you could insult, for example, white people or Christians all you want in college campuses. There ain't going to be no laws passed. There are going to be people having their student visas revoked. That shit don't happen. But if you do it against Jewish people, oh boy. Or if you do it against Muslims, oh boy. Is there any doubt that Ted Cruz would be out there right now championing, needing to throw every one of these sons of bitches in jail if those people had stormed a synagogue instead of a Christian church? Is there any doubt? Holy shit. We'd be talking about 1940s Germany every day. As a Christian church? Yeah, maybe something will be done eventually. Maybe we'll give them a slap on the wrist. Maybe. It's pathetic. Speaking of Ted Cruz, no bullshit. This is just an aside. You can't make this up. Ted Cruz apparently is on a plane going overseas again while his district is being slammed with winter storms. Now, I understand it's probably just bad timing, but this time Cancun Cruz maybe cancel the trip, right? Like, I don't know that you're prepared for another negative news cycle like that, you know? It's okay to stay there in the cold. Senator Ted Cruz was spotted earlier today, January 20th, on a plane heading to Laguna Beach as the state of Texas braces for a rare ice threat. He has obviously a pre-scheduled business trip, but still, it's like, I maybe would have turned around, you know, just saying. There's our friend Zach Gelpy. Let's read a couple more super chats. Remember, we got the Tik Tok Siege coming. It's coming. We're going to wreck some lefties, me and Andrew Wilson. Get those donos in. Baxter Boy, $5. Thank you. Frank J, $10 says for the siege. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you so much. Jess Gerald, what's up, my friend? $10 says all my coworkers want my Normal America hoodie and hat. Where can I get more? Ooh. I'm supposed to have a call tomorrow with the merch guy, so it's supposed to be done soon. The website. Real Daniel McCoy, $5 says, can I try an argument with you before I challenge Big Papa Fascist? It'll take 5 minutes. Not today, but sure, someday. Zach Gelpy, $20. Thank you so much. Says that's true. They would at least be paying lip service instead of being silent. Yeah. It's a shame. We'll get more merch. The great Jake Rattlesnake's going to join as well. So now with Andrew, you have all religious and philosophy covered. With me, you have politics covered. And with Jake, you have all things male grooming and Australian wildlife covered. So I think we're set for the Tik Tok Siege. Should be great. Quality Leering Center gives $10 of their billions that they've received. Thanks so much. Appreciated. To the people that, like last night, were saying that I'm black-pilled because I'm bulling up things that are critical of Republicans, I talked about how this is the only possibility of those things being solved. One of the things I talked about was the Small Business Association and how they're still giving loans out that basically just discriminate against white males. Chris Rufo was talking about that story. Here's an update today. Chris Rufo says, this story is gaining traction. Last night, I fielded calls from multiple high-ranking Trump officials who promised there would be imminent action taken on the AA scam. It's time. No DEI means no DEI. Now, we'll see. Words are cheap. But if we just take the approach of, well, we never criticize Trump, we never criticize Republicans, okay, there's 0% chance that things change. So, I think you can see it's clearly worth discussing these things. Having said that, don't get me wrong. It's nice to crush lefties. Here's Ted Lieu, speaking of the ICE insurrections, people insurrection. Let's see what Representative Ted Lieu says.
American people have the First Amendment right to observe ICE operations. The American people have the First Amendment right to peacefully photograph ICE operations. The American people have the First Amendment right to peacefully film and live stream ICE operations. Donald Trump has sent ICE across the country to try to intimidate people and communities in various states, and the people of Minnesota said, no, we're not going to take it. We will not yield. We will not bend the knee. And every time ICE engages in what appears to be abuse, more Minnesotans show up. Every time ICE and Border Patrol engage in what appear to be unlawful actions, more Minnesotans show up and observe, film, and live stream ICE. And this is so important because the evidence that's being gathered can be used in future years. And while this administration might not prosecute ICE officers or Border Patrol officers for violating federal law, a future administration can do so. The statute of limitations for most federal crimes is 5 years.
So, one, you can see he's threatening, intimidating ICE by saying we're going to prosecute you in the future. Second, I want you to remember insurrection. According to their definition, insurrection, that's what's occurring over and over. Destiny would have to admit it. Pisco would have to admit it. All the people I talked about on the left that had these sorts of definitions for insurrection would have to admit that these ICE attacks are insurrections. Ted Lieu and all of these Democrats, Tim Walz, Ellison, Mayor Fry, pretty much every prominent Democrat, they're ignoring the violence that we see occurring. They're acting like it's all peaceful. They're not saying, look, obviously you can both be peaceful, but we're seeing incident after incident of interfering with ICE, not just filming them, but interfering, of using vehicles to interfere with investigations, of physical attacks or intimidation on ICE. This is unacceptable and against the law. We must stop this. I don't hear any of that. They know this is ongoing, and yet they say this is good. This is good. Just like they did with Black Lives Matter. They ignore the violence that we see, and they sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, tell people to continue it up by acting like it's not occurring and saying, and the cause is righteous. The cause is righteous. Imagine after January 6th, if Trump and Trump-connected people came out and were like, listen, we saw What happened there January 6th was righteous. We still believe they stole the election. We believe that these Democrats are involved in it. Remember, you're allowed to show up. You're allowed to protest. Do you think Democrats would have said that was them engaging in an insurrection? Yes, because they did so much less than that, and Democrats still said this was people like Trump engaging in an insurrection. Where are they? Where are all the people that called for Trump to not be allowed to run? Where are they saying this is outrageous? They don't give a shit. They never did. They never did. Nicholas Lewis, $20 says, Rob, I was genuinely angry listening to dipshit line Brian run his mouth about you to the other day. Better man than me. He's clearly never been dealt with for his disrespectful BS. I thought it was funny. Watching someone melt down and destroy any credibility that they may have had, it's funny to me. His insults did not bother me in the least bit. But notice how you keep hearing this mantra, ICE are murderers. They're fascists. They're this, that. They get a conclusion in their head, and they just run with it. And that justifies everything. So they're fully convinced that the Renee Good shooting was a murder. So that means all of ICE are murderers. They continue to talk about story after story, showing that it proves the brutality of ICE. And then it ends up being hoaxes. Just like we've seen over and over, the same shit we saw in the Black Lives Matter stuff. How about this story? Remember that innocent couple that was merely driving home from a basketball game with their child and ICE brutally tear gassed them? Remember that? And the left was going nuts. Then it turned out, well, actually, there was an ongoing sort of riot or attacks against ICE there, and so they shot tear gas at the crowd, and this family got caught up in it. Well, that family since raised $200,000. We're being lied to. Remember the sob story about the family with their baby getting tear gassed in the North Minneapolis riot last Wednesday, January 14th? They said they were just passing through the area on the way home from their son's basketball game. No, here they are on video at the riot nearly 45 minutes before the flashbang struck their car. These still images are from loser Jonathan Mason's video that night at 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The tear gas call with the baby was dispatched at 9:22 p.m. They left their effing kids in the car at a riot, and the baby nearly died. Nonetheless, will say the Democrats. Hoax after hoax after hoax after hoax after hoax. And the hoax justifies the enraging, the insurrection, the attacking of ICE officials, the impeding of ICE officials. And then when it turns out it's bullshit, nonetheless, it had to happen somewhere at some time. Well, I'll be the first to admit ICE, like every other law enforcement agency in the history of the world, hell, we'll just limit it to the United States for the sake of argument, will have bad actors that intentionally do bad things, that make mistakes that are harmful, etc. Yeah, it'll happen. Just like my local town's police force and the state police here in Pennsylvania and the FBI and the CIA and the federal marshals and, ICE and Border Patrol and the FDA and the ATF. Yep. And what we hear is, well, if that happens once, then they're all a bunch of fascists. That story got national play, but not the church being broken into. Now, I wouldn't be surprised on the Tik Tok Siege tonight if someone doesn't bring up that story. We'll see. John Solomon at Just the News. You want to see the difference? Want to see the difference between a Democrat FBI versus a Trump FBI? Here we go. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants on January 6. Arctic Frost probes memos show. FBI Director Kash Patel tells Just the News paying openly anti-Trump activists to identify Americans using questionable technology is a stunning abuse of bureau authorities. Biden-era FBI made more than $100,000 in payments to informants who were members of the anonymous group of tech sleuths known as sedition hunters to gather and analyze video evidence on the January 6th Capitol riot and Arctic Frost probes, despite the group's significant anti-Trump fervor and known ties to foreigners, according to memos reviewed by Just the News. Group members received at least $150,000 in payments for that work and other work related to Arctic Frost probe and whether Trump supporters violated the law. Where's our money? Why don't they pay us money and we'll go through the insurrection? Let's see, if they paid $150,000 for one day, January 6th, then let's pay $150,000 to online right-wing sleuths to go through the hundreds upon hundreds of locations of anti-ICE insurrections. And let's identify people and have the FBI go pull them out of their homes and put them in solitary confinement like they did January 6ers. Right? Doesn't that seem fair? Why not? The FBI not only was aggressively going after, within hours, January 6 people, they were going after Catholics. They were going after parents at school board meetings. Meanwhile, as we see left-wingers again, just like in the first Trump administration with BLM and the Floyd riots, now we see again them attacking over and over and over law enforcement, right-wingers, etc. And what's the Republican response? Pam Bondi will do another interview on Sean Hannity's show. She'll get him. She'll do it. Now listen, maybe tomorrow, and there is scuttlebutt, J.D. Vance is going to be in Minnesota tomorrow, and Pam Bondi's already there. Maybe they'll start charging people. If so, I'm happy to say, great, this is a great start. Let's see where it goes. But let's not kid ourselves. We're already so far behind the eight ball. If the shoe was on the other foot, these fucking people instructing these anti-federal law enforcement activities would have been rotting in prison for 9 months already. That have already been investigating Republicans in Congress's emails to see if they were connected to any of these people. They literally paid the insurrection. The insurrection hunters, the caliber of that's like the people, the left-wingers you see me debate. They're paying them to sift through footage. I think I know that guy. Send the FBI. Get him. Meanwhile, they couldn't manage to pay, remember this story? You remember that? You'd be forgiven if you forgot this. Remember the pipe bomber story? January 6 pipe bomber story? The Biden FBI couldn't do anything for years to get that guy. Seems like he was a left-winger. If it's the actual person that did it. Weird, the sedition hunters couldn't help them there. Again, none of this, I mentioned this yesterday, but another person sums it up. 9mm on X. Says being a radical leftist is just all upsides. When the left's in power, you could do absolutely whatever you want and be celebrated for it. When the right's in power, you could do absolutely whatever you want, and Pam Bondi will just threaten you on Fox News. Maybe I'll open a daycare center. You can't lose. Apparently my TikTok it got censored for misinformation. I just received a notice. That's all well and good, huh? What do you think that was? What do you think the misinformation was that I just got flagged for? Now it's being limited. Those of you on TikTok, I'll end this stream and then I'll start another one. So give me a moment. Let's end this live stream on TikTok and then we'll start another. Good stuff. Let's start that back up. Left-handed assassin, thank you so much for the $5 and another 5. And Joseph says, what misinformation? Who knows? Now, I'm going to go to the restroom, fill up my water jug, and get ready for this incoming TikTok siege. Should be good. Should be starting here soon. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Be very quick.
That's where Cher and I take over. Yeah. I'm excited. Ready for the siege. Are you guys ready for the siege? Is it like robnoerr song time?
This is the robnoerr Show. It's not the Rob Show.
It's siege time. No, I called it Cher. It's share time. Yes, it's share time, everybody. The aberration share time. No, there's not enough donos. Insufficient donos for me to be playing music today. Yeah, Chair's talking. Okay. What are you saying, Chair? Oh, he's coming back. Everybody run. Run from the hills. Oh, he's back.
Justin Martins, thanks so much. Agrees with Chair. Thanks for being a member. All right. Now, what I have to see is someone let me know when Andrew is live, and so I could jump on over there as a co-host.
He has it up for 11 minutes and 25 seconds right now, left on the timer.
Okay. All right. Vita, what's happening? Member 15 months. My goodness. Old enough to remember Rob streaming to 30 on a good day. Yeah. It's been going very well. So we got time for a couple more post-side flags. Here is in New Hampshire, the candidate for Democrats Senate. Here she's going to handle some questions related to ICE. Prepare to have your mind blown.
So abolish ICE, yes or no? You said it on X. You said abolish ICE.
We should absolutely defund ICE. Yes.
So what happens next? How do you enforce the border? How do you enforce
We have a
immigration
CBP, yes. Customs and Border Patrol. We have a Customs and Border Patrol. We should absolutely give them the right amount of funding. We have to do this, and we have to, if the law enforcement is an issue, if their crimes are an issue in certain cities, then let's use the funding to send those federal dollars back to the states, to our local police. Why create another extra law and order system which is not really enforcing law?
What's the difference between saying abolish ICE and saying defund the police?
I never said defund the police.
No, but what's the difference between those two sentiments?
The police force I believe in. The law and order system I believe in. We have a public defense system. We have a law enforcement system. ICE is not law enforcement. ICE is not law enforcement. Please, let us not...
So what happens when you abolish ICE? What happens to those 20,000 officers?
What happens to them? Actually, let's talk about who those agents are. Do we even know who they are? Why are they always covering up their faces? Are they coming from...
So what's going on here?
Are they January 6th
on TikTok, we're playing a little video. Forgive us.
Are they Proud Boys? Are they coming out of 4chan? Are they coming out of some extremist group? This is very concerning. Law enforcement officers have so much power over us and deserve so much respect from us. They are highly trained, they're respectful, they're heavily armed, and yet they're not covering up their faces. They have badges on with their names and the insignia telling us which force they're coming from. What is ICE? Is covering their faces, acting thuggish, dragging people out of the cars. So anyways, ICE is not law enforcement.
Are you saying that to maintain employment, that they face an ideological test? That you'd have to find out what they believe?
Again, let's talk about, okay, what is going on in Minnesota is terrorizing folks. So I don't want to spend a lot of time just talking about ICE at the moment. I actually want to talk about what's going on across the country.
Well, this is the idea. If you're the nominee,
yes.
Then, I mean, there are going to be attack ads that
yes.
say she wants to abolish ICE and fire 20,000 law enforcement officers.
But
you may
that's
not think it's
twisting
fair,
the news. That's twisting the story.
That's the attack ad.
So for those on TikTok that missed it, this woman fumbled around saying she wants to abolish ICE because they're not really law enforcement. I don't know what to say. It is absolutely clear. It is absolutely clear that what's going on is that Democrats wanted the open borders. They wanted the millions of people in, and now they don't want them deported. And so they'll make any excuse possible. And they have no coherency or intellect behind this. It's just mean. They're just mean. Did they want to defund the FBI when they were going in to pro-life pastors' homes, scaring the shit out of their family? Arresting them under the FACE Act? Did they say, this is mean? These are thugs. Is that what they said? Of course not. That was fine. I see we have a super chat battle going on. Michael Hatchtube, thanks so much. $5 says, there's two young Dem dudes who have pretty dialed in set of best practices for avoiding TikTok rules issues. Dean Withers and Parker. I'm aware of those two. Devin Anderson, member for 8 months, says, W. Rob. L. Tard Piero. Wade Boggs, unbelievable, $50 says, we have time for a one pre-siege whip song. We do not. And then Bet Fricker, $50 says, I'm canceling out this whip request. Thank you so much, Bet. Maybe at the end of the show. I'll say right now, there's going to be a change to the whip rule thing. And night like tonight, we might be doing this siege till 2:30 in the morning. it'll be enough to read all the super chats after the siege because I won't be able to read them during the siege. And so then to say, well, we have to pay a bunch of whip songs, it's not going to happen. And probably we're just going to eliminate the whip song thing. If I'm totally honest, I don't know. For those that are new to the channel or don't know what we're talking about, trust me, it's the worst thing ever. I do like people donating money. That's good. But the constant playing of the songs, it's ran its course as far as I'm concerned. Stripping, or straight ripping, I'm sorry. $2 is high there, hi. Hello. What does Andrew do lives on? I'll be co-hosting with him right here on TikTok. The chat can start one. That's fun. This person says, this is being facetious, but they show this picture of the child being scared at the church that the lefties invaded. Said, why are you right-wingers such in a hurry for arrest? Just trust the process. It could take months, possibly years. Sit back and enjoy the, oops, we lost the midterms. It's all good. Oops, we lost the presidency. Oh, well, at least we still have our principles. There we go. One per night. $200 plays it, 200 cancels it. That's something like that. That's what we'll have to do. The give, send, go. Yeah, I'll have to look into that myself. I rarely promote give, send, goes because I don't want to be responsible if something ends up being illegitimate. But yes, I think that you could find that there is a give, send, go for that church. And that would definitely be a worthwhile cause. Billy Binion on X says, he's referencing this story. The man who was charged with the felony for shining a high-powered laser pointer at Trump's helicopter was acquitted in 35 minutes. And Billy says, another perfect example of why jury trials are so important. The government had to publicly argue that a mentally unwell man deserved a felony with up to 5 years in prison for playing with a cat toy, and the jury wasn't having it. Prosecutors answering to the people. Now, this meets the definition. These the laser pointers that you could actually shine in the air like that actually can blind people. And there have been people that have been charged with shining them at like commercial flights, let alone for politically motivated reasons, shining them at the president's aircraft. And what this person responds, Kurt Schlichter says, there's 100% chance a conservative shining a laser pointer at Barack Obama like this would have been convicted. The left knows it. The right knows it. There are consequences for his side's choice. He's not going to like it. That's the point. I had to listen. That's funny. If I was appointed to a jury right now against Hunter Biden, per se, or any other lefty, he's on? Okay. Any other lefty, I would try to adjudicate it fairly. I would. If the left, the average member of a left, if they're on a jury going after a member of Trump's family, guilty, no matter what. If it's someone that attacked Trump or his family or his administration, innocent. End of story. 30 minutes. Done. All right, now give me a second. We'll get this siege set up. Now, remember, get your super chats in. I promise I will read them all by the end of the show. Yeah, I'll leave the video up for now. I got to talk to Andrew because he puts his behind a paywall, and I don't want to affect his channel negatively in that sense. But for now, you'll be able to rewatch this. So give me a moment here. This is what I was worried about, to work out the bugs. Because I've never used the studio to co-host. So, So just give me a second here.
Rob, I think you're going to join his seat, and then in the top right, there's a stream to this audience button that will happen, and you'll just click that, and then it'll open to the YouTube, I believe.
What's that? Well, he has to stream on TikTok first. Is he currently streaming on TikTok, or did he just start his YouTube stream?
YouTube stream is up. YouTube, I did not.
When he starts on TikTok, there's an option to co-host. So I should be able to click co-host, and we should be able to host it mutually, is how it's supposed to go.
Okay, sweet deal.
But I don't know if he started his TikTok live stream yet.
Okay. I will keep on the lookout for that.
Yep. So we'll get it worked out. Perfect time for a whip wheel. We'll play one whip song real quick while we get this figured out. You rotten jerks. Just one. By the way, I do hope you guys realize. Look, I do really appreciate it, but you do know on average, every time I play one of these songs, I lose like 20% of my viewers. That's why it's got to end. But we'll do it. That's what the audience wants. So here we go. Losing streamers or losing. Yeah.
Where there's a whip.
All right. I'm getting this figured out. I'll be right there.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey, we're done. Yeah. Okay. All right. Should be starting the siege here soon, so I'll go see what Andrew's doing. Okay. It'll probably take him a hot minute to start streaming on TikTok, so. Meanwhile, we'll continue to cover other songs. We successfully lost about 80 people since we played a whip song. Thank you so much, audience. Good stuff. Actually, probably a lot of that's because Andrew started streaming. But still, I'm allowed to be grumpy. Let's see here. All right. Okay, I think I'm ready to go once he starts his live TikTok stream. I think I'll be ready to go. So, it should be good. My audience kills me with their memes. There's some real fun stuff going. So, a reminder of what you're going to expect here. I guess I'll talk about it while we wait for Andrew to start up on his end. The idea is that we're going to open up a panel and that one by one lefties will be able to come in and basically deal with either Andrew or I, or if there's another guest like Jake, we'll take turns dealing with these lefties or anti-Trump people or anti-Christian, anti-philosophy, whatever the topic of the day may be. I think today's more of a hodgepodge of topics. If I'm not mistaken, I think that they want to keep it political oriented today. So less like, religion and philosophy and things of that nature, and more geared towards politics. So the idea is that we want a space here on TikTok that will allow us to sort of get a foothold in for right-wingers on that space. There's a lot of different people here. We also want to make sure that it's a place where lefties could call in. That's sort of the plan. So we're hoping that it's successful in that. And I personally am liking the idea that it'll be an avenue where I could have people call in and, argue and debate with people. I think that's great. So it's one of the reasons I loved Andrew's TikTok invasion idea. Oh, look at this. They got new, Andrew's got new logos up. Look at this. I'm pleased with this. He's got me on the old, look at that. There's my mug. And the Starship Troopers. Me, Jake, Andrew. Oh, shit! Is this the prompt, Captain Phoenix? Is that what he said? That would be a good one. Baiting ops has been the issue. Andrew's waiting for 1,000 to start. Okay. Well, he'll probably get that 1,000 before me. I am doing my part. I love this shit. So Andrew will get his 1,000 and we'll start. Now, if I can do a little inside baseball for you all, I think that I have to change the way I argue on TikTok and not just euphemisms and certain topics that you can't broach. I'm getting used to that. As you saw, I already got a warning on TikTok today for misinformation. I didn't think I said anything crazy, but no, it is what it is. So there will have to be a change in things of that nature, but there's also going to have to be a change in stylistically how I debate as well, because these debates aren't like the normal ones I do where it's me debating one person for like an hour or 3 hours or something of that nature. It's going to be limited call. The whole idea of the show is to get a lot of callers. So you're probably dealing with like 5 to 10 minutes peak that you're really shooting for per caller. And so I think what that means is I have to make my points more succinct. Personally, I love getting in depth on subjects and hashing out like minute differences. That's my preferred way to do it, even if it's not the most exciting. But given the platform challenges here on TikTok, I think that I have to focus on more offensive arguments, front-loaded, the best arguments, be able to make the claims like pithy, short, and succinct. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to try to get into TikTok brain when I'm arguing with these people. So hopefully you'll notice that there's a little difference. But I think that the key is you always have to be truthful. I'm not about to come on here and lie or anything of that nature, no matter what. So it's just changing argument style. And this is something that you have to do depending on what formats of debate you're doing. For example, there was all sorts of collegiate formats that you could participate in. There was parliamentary debate, Lincoln Douglas debate, policy seat and nat debate, like I did, right? And each of those, depending on the format of the debate, the timing of the debate, etc., it changes the way you'll debate somehow. So don't be discouraged if you're like, wow, Rob's argument is more shallow here. Instead of like eviscerating this in every single level, he just chose one level to go after. Understand that that's my intent going into this. I don't think I'll be perfect. Well, I'll never be perfect, but I think I'll have a lot of room to grow. So I'm hoping to get into that mode. And I think it'll help me in life because I think one really valid criticism of me is I'm too wordy. Now, the wordiness helps if I'm just streaming by myself and I'm doing a 3-hour stream on my own. That's good that I could talk a lot. But sometimes in debate, what happens is you want to be more succinct and have less filler. And so hopefully this will help me do that. So feel free to give me some criticism if you think that I've done a poor job with that. Let me see if Andrew's on yet. I don't want to do that. Friends. So, we'll check when he gets on. Nobody's perfect. That's true. But I'll be interested. Now, we'll see what the topic, if Andrew lines up a topic, what it is. I anticipate that we'll hear a lot of, if the lefties are going to be complaining about politics today, a lot of ICE stuff, particularly this situation where there was an old man drug out in his underwear. So I think that we'll see that. I think we'll see a lot of Trump being bad at Davos. Oh, he's a big meanie. Europe's mad at him. Canada's mad at him. I anticipate we'll see a lot of that. But who knows what they'll bring to the table. Now, what we can do, look at this, the Great Wade Boggs, $100. See, Rob, it's never about the viewership. I appreciate everything. Wade, thank you. Listen, all in on, like the whip song dilemma that I face here. One, it just annoys the piss out of me now, but that's sort of the fun of it. I get it. People donating the money because it legitimately annoys the piss out of me. So it's worth it in that sense. Ultimately, what I want to do is support my family with this channel, make political inroads, and make my audience happy. Now, different people's in the audience. There are going to be people that hate these Tik Tok Sieges, for example. There are people that hate when I have guests on. There are people that hate when I do debates. There are people that hate when I do the call-in show. There are people that hate when I do the regular show on my own. So you can't please everyone. So you just sort of do what you think generates what you like doing and what the audience likes. And so that's sort of the attempt. But I do think it helps to keep it fresh. We won't have this Gandalf talk here. Come on now. We're not going to have that. Now, what would be hilarious is if we get to the $1,000 before Andrew over there. I think that'd be hilarious. So a mere $650 away. And bam, we'll be there. We could do it. Incidentally, backup plan, if I can't get this co-host feature working, would be me just calling in via my phone like I did last time on the Tik Tok Siege, and then screen sharing Andrew's video, so you'll still see and hear me the same here. But that's the backup plan, if necessary. So it's going to happen, even if I can't figure out these technological foibles that we have going on here. Any predictions on left-winger topics? We're talking politics. We'll say we're talking Trump. What are people going to bring up? What's the chat think? Any predictions out there? Let's hear them. What do you all think over there on TikTok? Yeah, AJ. Oh, there we go. We've started to get Epstein. Excellent. Orange Man bad. Trump has no manners. Smoky Man bad. ICE should be abolished. Renee good. Oh, that's my, if you hear like some vibration, what that is actually my washing machine. It'd be hard to get them on. They don't like having a mute. Here's the thing. We're going to make this project so successful that they'll have no choice but to come on because we're going to have such a big space. Drop in on Discord. Oakley dokily. I should have thought of that in the first place. Why didn't I have Discord open? Because I'm an idiot. Oh, my computer sucks. Hello, mystery. I'm here. Yeah, I'm in the live stream VC. Yeah. I'm also streaming. They can't hear you right now. So our normal calls where we just, no, they can't hear you right now. Our normal calls where we just shout racial slurs the entire time. We'll hold off on that for now. So. Yeah, I think that I'll be able to just co-host the TikTok studio with him, and that's how that he'll be able to hear me. Is the plan, but he has to start the TikTok first for me to click co-host with him. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Is Jake not around? He's just muted. How was the extravaganza?
And then I got fucked in the trivia though.
Really?
Yeah, I got
says
fucked.
He got fucked, but you can go back and watch. And when I said Andrew buzzed in first, he did on my end anyway.
Listen, I gotta say, I listened to the trivia while I was down there in Dallas, like the first night you guys did trivia, and I have to say, I hate to say this, but pretty poor effort from both of you. I felt like Mr. E had to reach into like the trivia for children bag to try to get any answers for you guys.
Bro,
you know?
they think I'm joking, but I literally told ChatGPT to generate me 21 questions on like history and geography and general trivia and some other category on a grade 9 level. I literally specified grade 9 level.
Now by the way, my audience could hear you guys now. They know, guys.
What the fuck? You said they couldn't hear.
Well, yeah, but we weren't talking about anything. I just brought it up real quick. If you guys want to talk
Yeah,
about
Rob's audience, I got fucked.
You got fucked. That sucks.
Why did you lie to me, Rob?
No, they couldn't hear you when I said that. I literally just started it there to see if it would
Oh,
work.
how fucking convenient, Rob.
Yeah. So all those little tidbits you were talking about, your suave dating life. Now there it is. It's out there for the world to hear. So,
you son of a bitch.
Does Andrew have a specific topic for tonight? Do either of you know, or is it just politics in general?
Yeah, we plan things really well.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, I just want to chum in
Always.
lefties. I don't care. I
Always plan.
My audience said we're going to hear a lot of just the old go-to Smoky Man Bad. That'll be the majority of the comments. There's Jake. Look at this. The great Jake Rattlesnake in my chat now. Look at this. There he is. Jake, how you feeling today, Jake?
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
I've had better days, honestly. We need to just fix up the buzzer system in that.
God,
in that we need to both get our answers.
Aren't you?
No, this is Rob. Get that off the screen.
Notice what's funny is like you can really see the difference between like someone who knows what they're doing production wise, like Mr. E versus me. Mr. E, when he brings up the little still pics of you, they're like high definition. Then you can tell me, I just like screen capped and blew it up. It's the most pixelated garbage.
Yeah, it looks like it was screenshotted from 3 miles away.
Yeah. Well, that's all I'm capable of. I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Yeah, it gets across the point. The point.
That's
The point stands.
How's Andrew doing this? Doing with his donor bar? Oh, he's close. Good. Is Jake Irish or British? He is neither.
Yeah, neither.
We're not going to tell you though. It's a big secret. Mr. Rattlesnake.
Everything's a secret. The way we do everything is always a secret. The tech we use, the way we use it, all that shit, it's all our advantage. It's a competitive advantage. Never give it away, Rob.
I
Let
don't
the
say
secrets
anything.
out.
It's literally like
Good.
All I've said is it's very much like going into some sort of alien technology. That's how advanced things are. And so we can never
hell yeah,
divulge
fuck yeah.
any, when we go on the mothership to figure all this stuff out, He's Swahili. That is correct. Jake is Swahili.
That's right.
What the fuck was that?
He dropped something.
Sound like a horse eating an apple.
I was speaking my native tongue, dude.
Oh, man. I'm looking forward to this tonight. Tomorrow I got this no prep debate thing where I don't know who my opponent is and what the topic is. It's the best idea I've ever came up with because everybody's
No prep debate?
yeah, it's great. So Speakeasy found
What's
an
the
opponent
idea?
for me. That opponent picks the topic. Speakeasy will then verify in his own brain whether or not that's something I would probably debate and be on the other side of. But I don't know the person I'm debating or the topic, and they've had like 3 weeks to prepare. Now, on one hand, it makes me seem like a Chad, but the real reason I'm doing it is I'm lazy. And so now I don't have to prep, which is great, So I'm very pumped.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great. I came up with the idea because it's hard to find lefties to debate anymore on an equal platform. So I was like, well, let's give them a bunch of odds. Like one of the things I want to do is a simultaneous debate like they do in chess, where I debate like 5 people at once. And it's just like I give a 5-minute speech, then they do. And you just then move on to the next debate and see if you can keep a chain of thought the whole way through all 5 debates. Oh, that'd be fun. But good luck. You got to find lefties to do it,
That's the tough part, isn't it?
Brian Shapiro. Old Joe says my opponent's going to be Brian Shapiro. That was epic the other day. He called in. He went in an 18-minute rant about how I'm streaming from my second floor attic and I'm a nobody.
Is that true?
Yes, he definitely. Well, no, it's not true. I mean, isn't that sort of? By the way, that's sort of a compliment. Now, my studio is nothing great, but I mean, if you have a second floor attic that's cleaned up enough to have like a streaming studio in, that would seem to be some amount of wealth, right? I would think my attic's riddled with
just having a dedicated room.
Right.
Right. Sure.
My
Now you've got a
attic's-
spare room. That's more money than most people.
Yeah. my attic right now is just like filled with insulation, and you can't even get in it. But I'm glad that Brian thinks I have a second floor attic, which is amazing, I guess.
That's cool.
So,
I'm just happy to have somewhere to live.
that's what I feel. We can't all be Brian Shapiro with his hugely successful radio show no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, he'd be on a
the thing,
big
like-
fat packet over there in that little radio station.
Yeah.
All that guy's views are from like 2 years ago, where he did some interviews with some like Democratic fucking retards.
Well, I think
And
that
it's like,
yeah.
go ahead. No, that's fine.
No, I just don't care anyways, right? Like, but I suspect that he has an overinflated sense of self on how many people watch him. But why would it matter anyways? Like, there are people that are like nobodies that I've had run-ins with, and I just don't talk about them or think about them. He thinks I'm a nobody, which is his right, and then he watches my show every night and calls in every other night. He sends me text messages telling me how important he is, and he's working with all these prominent conservatives. And I'm just like, oh, that's cool. Why are you talking to me then?
Dude, that guy's such a fucking weirdo, man.
I don't think he has like any friends. I think he likes the human interaction. I think
It's just a legitimate weirdo. Yeah. It's like, and I don't know. I heard that he pays to have his radio slot. Not that he gets paid, that he has to pay for it.
I don't know. That one's
That's a weird brag.
To my audience, Andrew is at $900, so he's crushing me, which is fine. But that will be starting, I think, at 1,000 is what he said. So we should.
Yeah, remember Rob's chat. Go to the Crucible.
Donate all your money to the
Fuck
Crucible.
this Rob guy. He's made enough already.
Andrew's using his money for to push the culture war forward. I'm using the money to buy more hot wings. So you're doing us both a favor by donating to Andrew. Also donate to me as well. So.
And me.
And Jake, are you live streaming now?
No.
Jake?
No, not Jake.
No. Hey, fuck you, Mr.
Just not Jake. No matter what, never Jake.
Well, I said not you either, but to be fair.
Now listen,
Andrew's not. You guys.
Andrew's not listening right now, and he'll never hear this.
No.
We know that. So, between us three, you think the extravaganza is better when it's us three than when Andrew gets on?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, dude. That's what everyone says.
I feel like we're the A team.
I'm going to make sure you're both fired for this, by the way.
No, I'm including you, Mr. E. You're going to get fired too. It'll be all three of us getting shit.
Yo, I'm loyal to the soil, buddy. I've been grinding on this shit for 5 years.
Was this the slave mine mystery?
The slave mine? No, it's just, like I said, we've been grinding for 5 years. That's my bro.
Yeah.
Goodness
That's
gracious.
definitely better. What's the goal here before they get started?
1,000.
1,000.
By the way,
Okay,
just to let you guys know, I'm streaming on TikTok. And
lovely.
Listen, I just got a restriction for 10 minutes because apparently our language was harassing and bullying.
Who are we harassing, Andrew?
I suppose so.
Oh, mystery.
It still hasn't put up yet.
But I would imagine that I have a dedicated watcher already that's just hitting report. So. Oh, well. What can you do?
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Now you're not reading that to the smartest person.
What was that?
All right. He's at 1,000. We'll probably be starting soon. Now, listen, Jake, how are we going to not step on each other's toes to decide who's going to wreck which lefty?
You just take whichever one you want. I'm going to be only here for half an hour or so, then I got a meeting.
Well, then you got to take some early ones then.
Yeah, if it's about politics and Trump, you can do it because whatever. But if it's about culture stuff, I'll take it.
All right, guys. So
sounds like
here's the
dog
thing:
shit.
make sure that you're watching the stream that I'm sharing inside the Discord.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hear when these people are talking to you.
Andrew, do you want me to co-host this through TikTok or just do that?
Yes.
Okay.
I would.
I will co-host it then. So, can you? Do you have me as a friend on TikTok? I
don't know.
I couldn't figure out. I followed you, but I couldn't figure out how to add you as a friend. But I will either send the invite or you could send the invite to me.
Well, are you live right now?
I am live. It's just robnoerr, all one word, lowercase.
All right. You guys hang tight. Don't say a word for 1 second. I will find you for the co-host spot here in a second. Rob,
You're
what we
gonna
gotta
have to
do- What?
Just sorry.
What
You're gonna have to
mystery?
turn
What
us up.
mystery?
We're really low on the stream. Like Rob's voice is like barely like you can barely hear him on the stream.
All right, hang on.
Probably be the Discord input volume.
Yep. Talk now, Rob.
Check. Checking
Yeah,
the check.
Test.
All right, we're
Yeah,
checking.
there we
Test.
go.
There we go.
Yep. All right. Make sure everybody else is all right here. I'll turn you up a little bit. Jake, you're turned up a little bit.
Check.
All right, yeah. You're coming through loud and clear. The reason you sound so low, guys, is because I had the desktop low. That's why. So let me turn you actually back down.
Rob's
You should
still
sound
quite
fine
low.
now.
There's just like a 10-second delay till it hits the stream.
Well, I will probably move out of the Discord once I'm co-hosting on TikTok Live.
He's gonna be co-hosting on the live. So
okay.
Yeah, it should be good now. Go ahead and talk now.
Check. 1, 2. Check. Go ahead, Jake.
Check. 1, 2. Check.
Yeah, there we go.
I sound
yeah.
good.
It's just because I had the volume down. So, all right, hop out of there, Rob, and we'll get this thing moving.
Okay. Did Mr. E screw me over? Is that what happened there? All right. Now, listen, obviously there's going to be some technical bugs here. We will get this worked out next time. We won't have any delays of the sort. So just waiting for the invite here for Andrew Wilson. And then we're going to be good to go. We're going to wreck some lefties. You excited? Remember on my end, send in those super chats. I have it marked where we stopped reading them. Right after Wade Boggs. So we'll be starting with Michael Hatchtube. Will be the first super chat we'll read after this, but it'll probably go for some hours. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are as well. Oh boy, dinner with my parents tomorrow. Nice. I love my parents. They're great. All right. Andrew's looking for me. Do you all see, can anyone tell me on my end, do you see, is Andrew live on TikTok right now? Can anyone see that? Let me know. That would help me immensely. I don't see that he is live on my end.
No, he's not live.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom one more time. Get ready for this. Smacking some lefties, boy. Woo! Ready to go. TikTok brain. Got it. What's up, Corey?
We're going to smack some lefties, aren't we, baby Avarice? Yeah. Lefty time smackdown. We're going to smack some lefties. What do you think, Chair? Are we going to beat some lefties? Yeah. What about you? Yep, he's down. We're going to do it. We're doing it.
All right.
We're going to beat lefties down. We're beating the lefties.
Oh, yeah,
everybody.
Riddick. What's up, boy?
We're beating down lefties.
All right.
We're beating down lefties.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Can't hear anyone on TikTok. Yeah, there's no one on here yet. We're waiting for Andrew to start, then we're going to co-host it. Do we have any debates coming up as a duo? No, nothing. Wow, look at that. Things on my forehead. Whee! So far, I've made 67 cents on TikTok. Loving it.
Andrew's live on TikTok.
All right, thank you. All right. Again, apologies for the technical snafu. Oh, there we go. I see him. I could click invite. Let's try that. Service internal error. PC load letter. What? All right. The invite has been sent. We will see how it goes. We'll get this siege started, boys. He did not accept my invite. Womp womp. There we go. Hello. Look at this fat head. I had it set up landscape mode. I didn't realize. This is really a wake-up call to lose some weight here.
Contains themes that may be uncomfortable. It's already restricted. We haven't even done anything yet. It's already restricted.
Because me?
How do I minimize his camera? That's the question. Or maybe I could just do that for right now. Yeah, that'll work. Whatever. It's TikTok. It doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe I can move you over here too. No, just me.
Yeah, Rob, is there any way for you?
Can you move your camera?
Zoom out your camera?
Try to zoom it out. We'll see what I can do here. Find a different spot for it. If I do a different angle.
TikTok studio, he's just rattling his camera around.
Real professional.
Well, wait a second.
stuff
Wait a
here.
second. Rob, you can hear Mr. Enigmatic, right?
I can. Yeah.
Then we have successfully patched the Discord into the stream.
Yeah. What about?
Can you imagine? And there's no echo, nothing like that on your end, right, Mr. E?
I'm not hearing anything echo on the stream side or in Discord. So.
Well, fucking perfect. All right.
I'm monitoring both. So
first thing is that we got to pull up Max.
MaxiPad, where you at, buddy?
Wait a second. By accepting guest requests, you'll disconnect from the co-host to go live with guests. Oh shit.
Well, I could always just call in on like we did last time. Okay.
Yeah, just do that. All right.
Okie dokie. I'll be right back. Well, to my TikTok livers. We're going to end the stream most likely. So give me a second. Ah, boy. All right. Thank you, TikTok Live. We'll see you all soon. How do we do this? And now. Yeah. Give me a second. Stop screen. All right. We got to ghetto it. Oh, shit. 1 second. I got to get my lapel mic. Oh, what a mess. amateur hour. Rob doesn't know what he's doing. That's not the right thing. Rob's an idiot. He can't figure out how to do the TikTok stuff. But let's try it anyways. And we'll try the old lapel mic. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta take the cover off the phone. You just tune in just to hear me singing little ditties. I'm a singer, man. I'm a terrible one, but I like singing. Just when I'm around the house and what have. Let's see. Okay. Put the old lapel mic on. Okay. Then check the settings. So that's good. Here we go. Oh, I got to put. All right. How do I sound? Do I sound all right? Okay, let me check. Let's see. I will. Yep.
Oh,
You've been
yeah.
up here before.
Yeah, he's been up before.
Sorry, bro.
I'm open tonight. Tonight I'm an op.
Yeah.
Bro.
Come on, Scott. We'll have open lines for guys like you another time because you're not really an op. You kind of have some nuanced disagreements, I guess, but you know, I want to hear about. You know what I want to hear about? I want to hear how Trump is supposedly a fascist tonight. That's what I want to hear. Let's hear about that. Go get him. Will do. Thanks for giving me something to listen to while I'm at work, fixing this side, fumbling retrocabulator because someone ruined the ambifacient lunar wane shaft by misaligning the hydro-optic Merzevalane. I hate it when that happens. Daniel, can you hear me okay? Daniel? Damn it,
I
Daniel.
can.
Okay, Daniel,
Can you hear me?
can you give me your age and location for the purposes of TikTok?
52 in North Dakota.
All right, here's the prompts. What do you want to tangle up on tonight, Daniel?
Well, I wanted to get in before the crazies come in.
Oh.
I only have one op that I have against you. You use "yeah, but" a lot in your debates.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that?
Well, it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, but you know,
You can't agree a point and then argue the same point you agree with.
well, I don't know. Does cool actually mean cold air?
Okay, well, if you were to claim,
Yeah, but you're muted, and now you're kicked off the stream because you're not a real op, Daniel. I'm not going to ban you from the chat for this infraction, but still. Yeah, but now you're muted. Yeah, but now you're fucking out of here. All right, next. Richie.
What's up?
How you doing, Richie? What can you give us your age and location for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, 25, California.
What can I help you with this fine day?
Well, I saw your prompts. I was curious if you wanted to speak about them or.
Which one?
I think there was one where it was like, why did you vote Kamala?
Yeah, it was what would have made Kamala a better president?
Oh no, sorry. I guess so. Okay, yeah, my bad. It was the one. Why did you vote Biden?
Yeah, why'd you vote for Biden?
Well, I'm sort of like I based my vote on sort of like single issues. In this case, I voted just in virtue of like being super like pro-choice and stuff. So that's kind of why I voted Biden.
Because you wanted there to be schmushmortion rights?
Oh, sorry. Am I supposed to say smishmortion?
Yeah, I guess.
Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, then yeah, for smishmortion rights. Yeah.
So then it's fair to say for you that if other people voted for Trump based on that same single issue, you wouldn't actually have any issues with that.
If people voted Trump, well, I'd probably have issues with it just because it seems like it's an ethical component that conservatives and Republicans really affirm, or rather, they would probably deny the pro-choice stuff, but affirm the pro-life stuff.
Yeah, sure, but them voting based on their single issue, that's not a problem for you.
If someone votes on a single issue, it depends on what the issue is. That'd be a problem, right?
Because it conflicts with your moral moral outlook.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is come up and debate abortion or smishmortion?
We don't have to debate smishmortion if you don't want to. It's just one of the reasons why I voted for,
Mm-hmm. And so the opposition who voted the other direction because they didn't want smishmortion, right?
Well, those people would be bad, yeah.
Yeah, you immediately give them the moral component of bad.
Yeah, if it's like, yeah.
Okay. Well, up until what trimester should you be able to have a smishmortion?
Well, with respect to trimesters, I would just say it's probably you just vape on the TikTok live.
No, I'm smoking a cigarette.
I don't think you're allowed to do it. Just be careful. But
why not?
I think TikTok just doesn't like it.
Oh.
Like I think they'll ban you for it.
Well, they already restricted and said it was for 18 over immediately. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm just not cool with it when like the fetus is like sentient and stuff, I guess.
Oh, it's the sentience argument.
Well, yeah, not the standard one, but yeah, it's like.
And
it's
so
like that.
So when is that?
About 20 to 24 weeks.
So if Biden wanted to allow smishmortion past 22 to 24 weeks, you would have not voted for Biden?
No, before.
No, after. If he allowed it after that, after the X amount of weeks that you stated, if he wanted to expand. Yeah,
that'd be bad.
That would be bad. And so would that have made you vote for Trump?
No, it would have just made me not vote for either of them.
Okay, so you would have just not voted at all.
Yeah, probably, because they both just seem effectively like pro-life.
But did you vote for Biden?
Yeah.
Do you think that Biden would have expanded those rights past 24 weeks if he could have?
The right to get abortion past 24 weeks? I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I mean,
if he did, I would have been against that.
Yeah, right. But I mean, you voted him into office. He did run on expanding abortion rights.
With respect to my ethical commitments, yeah.
How do you know it was with your ethical commitments?
Because I know what my ethical commitments are, and I know which party frustrates my ethical commitments.
Yeah, no. But you just said if it was past 24 weeks, that would have been a violation of your ethical commitment.
It'd be a violation of my ethical commitments, but my ethical commitments can either be significantly frustrated or they can just be moderately or minimally frustrated.
Yeah, but you said that would make you not vote for him.
Right, but if it is the case, well, if there's like a strict dichotomy where it's either the case that my ethics are going to be significantly frustrated versus minimally or moderately frustrated, of course I'll take the latter.
Okay, gotcha. I understand what you're saying, but you did say that you wouldn't vote for him if it was the case that he wanted to expand past 24 weeks.
If it's not dichotomous, yeah.
Okay. So if I can give you examples of Biden saying that he wanted to expand it past 24 weeks, what would you say then?
It would depend. Like if it's with respect to, hey, I think that women should have the right to abortion for all 9 months. I think it would just depend on the reasons that count in favor of that.
Okay, I see. So even then, you would then take other tangential factors into consideration for why it is that you wouldn't vote for Trump.
I don't know what tangential means.
Like other factors that are less important or maybe sidelined, but still have some sort of, I don't know, like moral weight to them for you.
Oh, yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. So then here's where I'm confused on the position now that I understand it. If it's the case that Trump is not going to allow women to have abortions past 24 weeks and Biden is, why would you default to Biden? How is he more in line with your moral considerations than Trump would be?
Well, because as previously answered, it's with respect to the ethics that the party and then the head of the party count in favor of. So like previously said, when it comes to conservatives and Republicans, these people generally want to say that abortions are wrong just in totality. Now, of course, you could say something like, well, the president is probably more in line than the party, but I think that the party sort of urges the president to move a particular way. And naturally, I probably wouldn't align myself with those people and with that party.
I'm not sure that answered my question. What would actually be the weight point here? Because on the one hand, Biden's, if he were to expand them past 24 weeks, then the moral consideration then is like, wait a second, now is he in murder territory then?
Is Biden in murder territory?
If he was to expand it past sentience.
No, that would not be in schmurder territory. That would just be in a wrong. There would just be a wrong maker occurring.
Why would that not be murder?
Because murder, well, analytically speaking, murder is just the unjust unalivement. Now, it could be the case that we might be equivocating.
Well, hang on. Unjust is not based purely on law. You agree with that, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So if there was a law that allowed slavery, for instance, you would still say that's unjust.
If there was, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. So when we're talking about justice here, we're talking about the moral consideration. So
Yeah.
is it when we're talking about the unjustified taking of a life, is it an unjustified taking of a life when that life is sentient?
No.
Well, then why do you care about the sentience part? I don't get it.
Because as previously explained, it generates a wrong maker.
What does that mean, a wrong maker?
I can point to something that's wrong, although it doesn't mean that the wrongness is necessarily being tied to, let's say, an unjust.
What makes it wrong?
What makes abortion wrong?
After sentience.
The deprivation of experiences.
Well, I mean, but that would be proactive all the way back, right? Because what you're
No,
doing is you're
because it's not.
assuming future experience, but we could assume future experience from all fetuses.
No. Okay, so the reason why you can't assign this to a non-sentient fetus is because the deprivation of experiences is a harm theoretic, harm being a normative property that cannot be assigned to entities that are not persons.
Why can't it?
Because it's a category error.
How is that a category error? I'm confused. I'm
Because
actually
you
confused
can't-
by that. Why is it that?
Yeah, because only persons.
Yeah.
Yeah, because only persons can sustain normative property. So you can take a case example where you have a person, myself, and then you have a marker on my table.
Yeah.
Okay, now one of these things is a person. Okay, one of these things has rights, and one of these things you can do wrong things to. I can do something wrong to the person. I cannot do anything wrong to the marker on my desk.
So if you,
With respect to
if you
moral
kill
domain.
if you unalive a person who has sentience, did you murder him if it was unjustified?
If it's unjustified, yes.
And what is in this case? What would make the sentient child at this point? What would make that justified?
Well, it depends on the case.
Well, in this case, there's no externalities like rape or incest or health or anything other than a regular normal pregnancy. So what would make that justified then?
Okay. Wait, is the question now how it's justified and not justified? Because the question was unjustified before.
Well, hang on. Well, I mean, that's the same question, right? What would make it unjustified? What would make it justified?
Okay. So the question is, what makes it justified within the standard sense to get an abortion?
No, that's not my question. You're equivocating on purpose, and I don't know why you're doing that. So let's not do that. Let's just start.
On purpose?
Yeah, let's just start with this at 24. Well, what you're doing is you're using words ambiguously. In this case, justification, because you don't want to commit, which is annoying.
We can define
Good.
the term.
Then let's start with this. At 24 weeks, is it justified to unalive the fetus if it's the case there's no problem with the pregnancy and there's none of the externals of rape, incest, or any of those things?
No, it wouldn't be justified.
How about at 30 weeks?
No, it wouldn't be justified.
And is the thing that makes it unjustified is that it's sentient?
The thing that makes the action unjustified is that it's sentient.
Yeah, that's what I just said. So that's the thing that makes it unjustified is that it's sentient. So
You said justified.
yeah, so yeah, unjustified. Sorry.
No.
So the thing that makes it unjustified is that it's sentient. So then the question becomes, why is that not schmurder? And it would be schmurder if it was the case that they're out of the womb, even though they're sentient. That I'm confused about.
If it is unjustified, then yeah, it's schmurder analytically. But that wasn't the previous thing I mentioned.
So it is murder.
Yes, if it's unjustified analytically, it's murder.
Yeah, but I'm asking you if in this case it's unjustified. You said yes.
Yeah, because
so then it's murder. So then it's murder.
Yeah, because you're employing the all things equal principle.
Well, okay. In this case, I don't even think I'm doing that. I'm even saying all things equal. I'm just saying that if there's no externalities, well, wait a second. No, that's not what it means. It's not what all things. All things equals is putting something in a vacuum comparatively.
No, it's stable. No, it stabilizes all externalities. That's what it means.
Yeah, but we're not stabilizing all externalities.
You are.
We're not. We're only saying that there's certain externalities we're stabilizing for, which would be rape and incest.
Yeah, those are the externalities that would change
That's
the
not
answer.
all externalities, though. You see how you're quibbling? You're quibbling here over nothing.
When you say all externalities, you seem to be employing something that's way too broad and way too exhaustive with respect to
anyway,
what
I don't care about any of this. I only care about what would make this not murder. What would make that not murder?
Yeah, all things equal. Okay.
Yeah.
All things equal, if it is sentient, then it's schmurder.
Okay, so if it's the case that a woman has a schmortion after 24 weeks or 30 weeks, and you're adjusting only for these rare cases where it's rape or incest or some problem to the life of the mother, then you would claim that that is murder.
Yeah, all things equal.
Okay, so then why? This is where I'm confused. If Biden would then be advocating for mass murder and Trump would be advocating not for smash murder, how could that be the more moral choice?
Well, because they wouldn't be advocating for mass murder because there's a few things because most abortions take place within the first trimester, so it wouldn't be advocating for mass murder. And then with respect to the second thing,
wait a second. Just
hang
because.
on,
Wait,
no.
We gotta stop. We gotta stop. One point at a time.
Wait, no. I'm making 2 points.
That's nice, but we're gonna do 1 point at a time.
You can address. Hang on.
We're gonna do 1 point at a time. We're gonna do 1 point at a time.
Let me just get the second point out real quick.
Why?
Just real quick.
Why?
Just real fast.
Is it gonna do anything for the first point?
Yes, because it answers.
Yes,
it works in conjunction and answers the question that you just put.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So A, it's not mass murder, okay? Because most abortions take place within the first trimester. And then on top of that, I would still vote for Biden insofar that, again, it wouldn't be mass murder, but also there would be a wager with respect to mass murder, as you think it is, and the enslavement or the gestational enslavement of most women.
I got it.
Most women that get
So back to the first point because I don't care about the second one yet.
Go for it.
Do you consider what's going on in Gaza mass murder?
I'm not up to date with a lot of the details.
Can you answer my question, please?
I don't know. Maybe.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know anything about Gaza. I don't know if it's unjustified.
Do you consider what happened in the Soviet Union to be mass murder?
That's unjustified, yeah.
Okay. Was it mass murder is my question.
Yeah.
Okay, but it wasn't most of them.
Yeah, well, it's with respect to what you mean by mass.
So it doesn't matter then that when you what you're doing is a red herring. You say, well, it's not most schmortions. It's like, so that wouldn't mean that it's not mass murder.
Okay. Maybe I'm unclear on what is meant by mass.
Yeah, so I mean, in this case, there's going to be a whole lot of schmurder.
Yeah, that's just as vague. What does it mean to have a whole lot?
Well, I mean, this would be whatever metric you think
Right, 'cause
mass
maybe-
murder
hang on,
is.
well,
Whatever the metric is,
No,
hang on. Whatever the metric is that you determined it was mass murder in the Soviet Union would be the same metric for whatever you consider mass here to be. Same thing.
There's the problem. Okay, no, the problem is that this is way too
Okay, yeah.
big.
Do you
Let me
consider that? Do
explain.
you consider that mass murder?
Let me explain, dude. Just relax. All right. So obviously you're employing a really big vagueness problem because if you just say that all mass murder means is it's too much murder, one could just argue that one case of murder is too much murder, or 2 cases of child rape is too much child rape.
One could, unless one
mass.
points to something and says that that's mass murder, then I can apply
Right,
whatever
but that-
whatever one standard is that they're pointing to call that mass murder, and asking them to apply why this wouldn't fit that criteria.
I'm saying that your standard for mass murder is uninformed.
I'm talking about my standard. I'm talking about yours. Did I point to something and you claimed it was mass murder or not?
Yes, I'm asking you to. No, I'm asking you to define what you mean by mass.
I'm asking you the questions. You're in the hot seat right now, not me. Did you point when I pointed to the Soviet Union and said, "Is that mass murder?" You said yes. We agree that that's not that's not most of the population. So what did you mean there by mass?
Well, it's with respect to my understanding of the question, but yeah, that's fair. With my understanding of what it means to say mass, my understanding is just that it meets some threshold of like billions or millions or something like that.
What's the threshold?
The threshold for millions and billions?
No, the threshold for mass does it have to be millions or billions for you?
Well, I think that mass is
like tens of thousands wouldn't do it.
Well, again, I think that mass is an indexical term, right? So I think that it has to meet some kind of like
where that's
maybe
what
it has to,
well, wait. I don't want to hear some diatribe about this. I want to know specifically whatever you meant. What did you mean?
I'm trying to answer
what did you mean by mass?
Yeah, okay, so what I mean by mass is that mass seems to be an indexical term. Okay, so
this isn't telling me what you meant by it.
Yeah, I'm about to. Okay, do you understand what it means to say something is an indexical term?
Okay, if you said it's a noun or an adjective, it wouldn't matter. It doesn't tell me what it is.
I'm saying that the meaning of mass is going to be contingent.
Oh my God, you're fucking insufferable. Answer the question. What does in mass mean?
You're becoming frustrated with yourself. Okay, just calm down. Okay, so all mass means is probably more than half or something like that.
That's what it means?
Because it's an indexical term.
So if any country ever engaged in schmurder of a swath of its population, you wouldn't consider that mass murder.
I don't know, what is a swath of its population?
Less than half.
I would say that's schmurder, yeah.
But not mass murder.
No, because I think that schmurder is an indexical term. right?
So,
Because
so
within
what?
that, within
So
that,
what though? What
yeah,
does that have to do with my question?
Calm down. With that same respect, there would just be a counter reductio where you can say something like, there is a mass grape occurring if 1 out of 6 children was graped.
You listen. You could say that if you
Wait,
wanted
did you
to.
understand what I said?
What I'm asking you specifically here is that when you point to a mass, you say it's mass this or mass that. You say it has to be more than 50%, right?
Seemingly, yeah.
What does that mean? Seemingly, it seems that way to you.
Yeah, that's what seemingly means. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, well, not always. Seemings have
Wait,
different meanings.
I just want to be sure that you kind of skipped over this.
Seemings have different meanings philosophically. Do you agree?
I'm using it standardly.
Okay, but when you say that's what seemingly means, it's not always what seemingly means.
It's what it means standardly.
And it seems like for me to dive into anything which is clarity based, you get upset.
Do you understand? Hang on. Do you understand? I just want to be clear on this because it seems like you just kind of skipped over it. Do you understand the counter example I gave or no?
Yeah, you're talking about a reductio. I understand that you're saying that you have an arbitrary system, and within the arbitrary system, you can create a reductio. I get that.
No. That's not even close. Okay, so it's the case that you didn't understand it. Okay, that's perfectly fine. And I can just explain it.
Okay, well, you're annoying. Have a nice day.
Explain it. You're right.
Shut up. You're annoying me. You're annoying. If you're going to come up, have a good faith debate. If not, go away.
Is my mic working a little better?
It is. It's kind of trash though.
All right, I'll get a better one. But if it's audible, a couple things. One, there is no definition of mass murder in the world that includes 50 or more that I found anywhere. In fact, the United States criminology considers mass murder.
Well, he wasn't, Rob. It doesn't matter. He wasn't arguing anything. There was no arguments there. He was. We were trying to get through language, and he was doing more scoffing than clarity. So I just don't have time for it. But anyway, you're on the wrong. I feel like you're on the wrong mic there, Rob.
Okay, I will try to adjust. We'll see what I can do here.
All right, I'll bring up the next guy. Also, by the way, people in chat who keep saying you're reporting the guest, do not do that. If you do it, you're banned.
Yeah, if you report the guest, you're banned. For sure.
For the record, I think Rob is connected to TikTok through his phone, so he's going to be using his phone mic unless.
Yeah, I know, but his phone mic used to be better than that. So.
Okay.
Like maybe a Bluetooth or something. What's up, Ty? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, bud? Hey, you are absolutely correct. Everything I watch of you is absolutely correct, and I'm so proud of you.
I don't get it. Can you kick him? Can you kick him out? And then ban him from the chat for life, Ty?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
Ops only, guys. Sorry. If you can't do that, we got to ban you from the chat for life. Sorry. Got to. The ban hammer must go down.
Thanks for all your support. Banned for life.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Gregory?
Yeah, so I'm aware of your presence a little bit. I know you're like a Trump supporter, at least vaguely, over like the Democratic Party, correct?
Yeah, but before we get into that, can you tell us your age and location for the purposes of TikTok?
Yeah, 21, South Carolina.
Okay. Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I guess my affirmative position would be that Trump doesn't seem to
These are the positions that you can argue against today, sir.
Okay. I can say, like, why do you blank Trump? I can't say that. So robnoerr is covering it.
How is robnoerr covering it?
It's just like his box is like in front of it, but why do you? Hi, Rob. I don't know. What does that one say? The fourth one.
Why do you hate Trump?
Oh, why do you hate? Okay, yeah. I mean, I'll just do that one. It's
so
for me.
You do hate Trump.
Yeah, easily.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so for me, it seems that he doesn't want to operate in good accordance of the Constitution or any of our laws. It seems that he wants to increase his authoritarian power across the government by doing like these frivolous attacks on our society, whether it be through like sending out the National Guard or like expanding executive powers militaristically. His rhetoric is all terrible too. I mean, we can go down like any one of those options if you want, but
yeah, let's start with the constitutional authority.
Sure.
Okay, so what constitutional authority is he violating?
10th Amendment, First Amendment, Fifth Amendment. His article, like he's going over like Article 1 powers. He's basically making a mockery of the judicial system.
Let's start with the 10th Amendment.
Sure.
How is he violating the 10th Amendment? And do
he's
you agree with me that
unilater-
10th Amendment means that the powers that the federal government does not have that are given to them by the Constitution go to the states prospectively? Now that's just my offhand. I don't have it in front of me, but I think that's
that's
correct.
the basic gist. Yeah, that's the basic gist of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, him sending out the National Guard to these sovereign states illegally.
Well, wait a second. The National Guard is beholden to the President of the United States. First and foremost.
It's to Congress.
No, it's to the President.
So, I mean, we can know this like by ourselves that Donald Trump has to cite specific statutes to send out the National Guard, right?
Well, this is now being contested, I think.
No,
I think that the thing is like the President of the United States has pretty broad power over the military. He's a commander in chief. He doesn't have the power of the purse. That's true, and he can't declare war. But he can do an awful lot with the military, even domestically. We can see this from things like the Whiskey Rebellion, for instance.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you agree when Donald Trump's instance right now of signing out the National Guard, he has to cite a specific statute, and that's what he's arguing in court right now is over congressional statutes, right?
Yeah, I understand
okay,
that.
So that would
hang on, but let's untangle two different thoughts here. Whether it's true or not that Trump is citing justification and then tangling up in court over said justifications, that's not broadly answering to the question of whether or not he's within his constitutional powers and to federalize the National Guard, because he is.
Well, no, it isn't, because even him having to cite Congress for the authority to send out the National Guard. I mean, Article 1, Section 8 there, he says the power to like raise armies is in Congress. Like Donald Trump has to go to Congress, have to cite specific statute that Congress wrote out to be able to get the authority to send out the National Guard. And if not, like he's removing other states' National Guards, which violates their 10th Amendment by taking their sovereignty.
Doesn't violate their 10th Amendment. They get federal funding for the National Guard. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So these states, they're beholden to their own National Guards. If Donald Trump is illegally
to the National Guard.
Well, they are, yeah.
No,
Donald
other states
Trump
are
would have
not
to cite-
beholden to their National Guard. That's an absurd statement.
Well, sorry, I'm only citing judicial opinions. What I'm saying, I'm basically
What judicial
parroting,
opinion
the
says
judges.
states are beholden to their National Guard?
Yeah, it says removing their National Guard is a 10th Amendment violation. You can look at like
wait, that's a different statement than beholden
really.
to their National Guard. What? How is a state beholden to their National Guard?
It's in their right to have the National Guard, right? Under the command of their governor, right?
That's not being beholden to the National Guard, man. What are you talking about?
I think we're getting a little bit mixed up on the words, but I think you get the
I'm actually confused.
you get the general idea of what I'm saying, though, right? Like the governor is in control of the National Guard. Donald Trump is usurping the authority illegally, which is a violation of their 10th Amendment rights.
Well, demonstrate that this is an illegal action.
Yeah, he's lost every single court case that has been litigated. I mean, you can look through like what he's citing as well. It's laughable to imagine that he could ever cite like this specific substatute for the authority for the National Guard. And I think
so. The courts can say that he's overreaching his executive power. And then
I don't think this is.
And then he would have to comply with that, right?
Yeah, and he hasn't done that in some instances.
So hang on. So if it's then I don't even understand how he would be overstepping anything.
Well, going ahead and sending out the National Guard, even when you have a TRO placed on you, that would be blatantly a violation of the judicial TRO.
His counsel doesn't seem to believe that he's in violation of anything. And so the thing
is my
like,
exact problem.
Well, here's the thing. You could say it's a problem, right? But it sounds to me like he's complying with court orders. What court order is he not complying with? Now you can cite lower courts, but what have any higher courts stated on that he's violating?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled that his interpretation of that 10 U.S.C. statute was not correct. And I mean, it was obvious from the get-go that it wasn't correct. I think he was trying to stretch like this legal theory that on its face is pretty laughable. The Supreme Court ruled upon that. And then you're downplaying the authority of the district courts for no reason. I don't know why you would ever do that. It's still an Article 3 court.
Because they're overruled all the time. But I guess the more important thing here.
I want
to make sure I got this right. What is it that you think the Supreme Court ruled? That Trump can't
They ruled
he can't federalize and dispatch National Guard to these states? When did they rule this?
under 10 USC like 12406.
What was the
subsection
Supreme
3.
Court case that you're referencing?
The Supreme Court case was on 10 USC 12406. It was like substatute 3, specifically on what regular forces mean.
All right, let's pull this up and see what was actually stated here. By the way, this is not me disbelieving you. This is just me. I always check.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And,
that's fine.
yeah.
I'd rather, but like after you check, is it fine if we like move to my larger
So
point?
the Supreme
with this,
Court
yeah.
affirmed that under 10 USC, the president may call the National Guard when unable with regular forces, regular military, to execute the law of the United States. That's what they ruled.
That they can't. Sorry, right? I was half paying attention. I was drinking water. But
No, it says that he may call the National Guard when only when unable to. Well, I'm reading what the statutory interpretation was. The Supreme
From where?
Court affirmed that under 10. Well, this is from CNN.
Okay, read me the article.
Yeah.
What did it say?
Yeah. So what it says is that so let's make sure we got the right case here. Case context: the administration sought to deploy National Guard units to assist with immigration enforcement in Chicago. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So we're on the right page here, right?
Yeah. So what does CNN
National
say?
Guard only unable with regular forces, regular military, to execute the laws of the United States. That's what the quibble is over.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So, what part of this was not complied with by Trump?
So that was never my claim. I said he didn't comply with the district court in Oregon, and I think the interpretation of the statute is bad faith and unconstitutional.
So when the Supreme Court ruled this, he did comply?
Yes.
Okay, so then what happened is that the president was doing what he thought was within his lawful authority, and when the Supreme Court said it wasn't, he complied. Got it. What's the problem here?
Yeah. So the problem is that you can't just cite me instances of him following the law and says, look, the president is complying with the law.
He is complying with the law. That's what you brought up. You brought this example up.
Well, yeah. So I said, no, you look at the instances where he does not comply with the law and he flagrantly violates it. By the way, this is also
here's
ignoring.
the thing. Here's my understanding. Okay. My understanding is that the president is not an attorney. He's not an arbiter of the law itself. Would you agree with that? His job, he is the chief law enforcement officer, right? We could say that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. But he himself may not have some vast understanding of the intricacies of law.
Yep.
Okay, so who's he going to rely on for that?
His Office of Legal Counsel.
Yeah, he's going to rely. He's going to rely on the people who give him legal advice. In this case, people give him legal advice, say, actually, you are within your authority to do this, and you're able to argue this successfully. When they go and they make the arguments, he's not able to argue it successfully, then he complies. I don't understand the problem, actually.
Okay. So, yeah, sure. So even if we grant everything you just said, which I still have a different quibbles to say about that, but you would have to also look at Donald Trump's rhetoric. I think this is a key factor when Donald Trump are saying that the fact that these judges are ignoring his or denying his theory that these are traitors to the country. Don't you think that represents a little bit more of his mind state that he thinks that he should be consolidating this power and that he has the legal authority? Anyone doing this is non-American.
Is he executing it or not?
Is he executing it? What do you mean executing?
Well, the thing is like, let me give you an example of this.
Well, can you just speak on the rhetoric part that he's
That's
calling
what
these
I'm talking
judges
about
treasonous?
specifically.
Okay, sure.
Is rhetoric. So maybe Donald Trump does think, he actually does think that these people are traitorous. Maybe he does actually think that. I'm not really sure that matters if it's the case that he's complying.
Okay, so even under your interpretation of him just doing this good faith, following the law, just testing out this legal theory, under no operation under that state of mind, could that comply with him calling these judges treasonous, correct?
Why wouldn't it? Why can't he think they're treasonous?
Because that's not a good faith interpretation of the law. You're saying that he's upholding these judicial decisions, even though we have examples of him not doing that. But
I mean, he is the one that you cited.
Well,
he did uphold. Yes, he did.
You cited the Supreme Court. In Oregon, he didn't.
Yes, and who's the highest law in the land?
The Supreme Court.
Okay,
but in Oregon,
when the Supreme Court, the highest law of the land, said no, he complied. That's one. And then two, the only thing you're banking on, it's wrong. He didn't comply.
No, it's irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant?
Because the district courts
he is not a co-equal branch with district courts, man. That's not how that works.
It's an Article 3 court.
The co-equal branch for government is, in this case, the Supreme Court is one of the co-equal branches.
It's Article 3 courts. Article 3.
Okay, the Supreme Court, highest law in the land.
The judicial branch.
He complied.
Yeah, judicial branch.
He complied.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
with that specific
so
order.
here's the thing, right? Like that was ultimately they argued it up to the Supreme Court. That's what happens when you have contested law. They argue it up to the Supreme Court.
So you agree that the executive, the power is to faithfully execute the laws of the nation, correct?
Yes, of course.
So when a judge implements a TRO, which is a very extreme, like circumstantial, the reason they implement TRO is because there can be irreversible damage done. If the president
but they also
can
do it for the purpose of political expediency, and not because
there's no evidence of that.
Because
right?
they
because
have
this
a
is
good okay. Well, let's look at the courts. Are these courts liberal courts? Filled with
no,
liberals?
This is a Trump appointed. This is a Trump appointed judge.
Okay, let's take a look. Which case are you citing here?
You can Judge Karen Emmergert, the Oregon TRO.
Okay.
But by the way, so you're basically like just rooting for Trump to violate district courts because you believe they aren't possessing.
Well, I'm not willing to grant yet that what you're saying is the clear picture. So what I'm going to do is walk through it step by step and see what the reasoning was, if there was any reasoning for said violation, what Trump's team had to say about this, because I'm not just going to take at face value that you say it, therefore it's true, which is fair, right?
Sure, but I'd rather not derail the conversation. I think.
How am I derailing it? These are your examples. How's that?
Well, no,
how's that a derailment?
The derailment of the conversation happens when we stop talking about Donald Trump's expression of his authority illegally, and then we get into like
the rhetoric.
Yeah, sure, the rhetoric and the actions to the larger picture. But I will allow you to like look this up. I think that's fair. But I think I've been operating in pretty good faith this whole time.
Okay, so I'm not saying that you have been operating in bad faith. I think that you truly believe this, but that just because so good faith to me would be you're telling me things you actually believe. That would be part of a good faith exchange, right?
Yeah, I think I've been also
believe that you believe what you're saying. That doesn't mean it's factual.
Yeah, no, I believe after looking this up, I was able to accurately cite the Supreme Court order. You can look up the Oregon TRO. I'm pretty familiar with the case material at hand here. So, if you want to keep endlessly like fact checking me on everything I say, I think that's a little reductive to the conversation.
Supreme Court, right? I feel
you can look up.
I feel like there were some things there that needed to be talked about, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
But
right?
let's start with this. Let's just start with this. Trump's rhetoric. You're upset about Trump's. Okay, so what about his rhetoric are you upset about?
I think that he is going ahead and like his rhetoric is explicitly anti-American. When he causes these judges treasonous and traitors, I think that's a flagrant violation of like the spirit of our Constitution. That's not how the executive is supposed to act. When he calls upon congressional legislators and calling them treasonous when they don't vote with him, I think that's pretty disgusting as well. Just his dissent for opposition and the gridlocks in our society that are supposed to make a better America. I think that's pretty disgusting.
All right, well, let's start with pulling up the quote, the traitors quote.
Sure.
Okay, so when did he say this and what was the context so I can pull it up?
I imagine you can look this up fairly. I can't cite you the specific quote, but you can look up him calling judges traitorous. It's really available.
Google in something like Trump calls judges traitors.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And we'll see if we can
He's
find
done this
the right
pretty
instance.
consistently. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is the first thing that pulls up, just so you know, it's AI, but she did ask me to Google it. AI says, based on recent reports, Trump has not directly called members of the judiciary traitors. November 2025, he did label several Democrat lawmakers as traitors and accused them of seditious behavior.
Okay, that's not specifically what I'm referring to. I imagine you can keep searching for him calling judges like treasonous rulings, traitors specifically, right? But
I can't actually no. Trump calls for Democrat lawmakers to face trial. Trump calls Dems traitors. Trump calls
even him calling.
But hang on. The claim was that he was calling judges traitors. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
I'll
actually
look this up.
hang on. I actually can't find it. I'm not calling you a liar. I just want to make sure that we get it right. That's all.
Sure. I'll look this up myself. Trump orders DOJ to probe into 2 former officials who criticize him. Trump has ordered the Justice Department officials team who's pushed back when Trump's
Yeah,
lies.
we're just looking for whether or not Trump called judges traitors or not. That's it.
Yeah, I think Axios even has a thing right here. I'm looking at the 24 time Trump has accused people of traitors. I imagine that one of them is going to be a judge's. But even the
hang on, bro.
Yeah,
he didn't actually call judges traitors, did he?
I imagine he did.
I can say this, that.
I can say this with almost 100%.
You told me to Google it. I Googled it. You Googled it. You can't find it, and I can't find it. That's really weird, bro.
Give me 1 second.
I'll give you a second.
I'm pretty aware. I think the fact that we're not even able to like specifically find an article on it is because Donald Trump says it so consistently. Yeah, but he calls them corrupt. He calls them enemies, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm looking for whether or not he called judges traitors right now.
Even the spirit of it is traitorous.
I'm not looking for the spirit of it. I'm looking to see if he actually
Well, the spirit of it would still matter, right?
No, but what matters is that I run into this often where people used to say this to me about Charlie Kirk, that Charlie Kirk said this and he said that. And then I would pull it up and find out that they were lying sacks of shit. So, and I'm not even saying you're lying. I believe that you believe he said that. I'm just looking for the demonstration he did.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, okay. So maybe I imagine I could be wrong on him saying the specific word traitor, but he has undermined
so why should I mean, it sounds like you're confused on Trump's rhetoric yourself.
No, I think his spirit of it is pretty, his basically calling them treasonous, right? Okay. Saying that these are leftist like judges. I don't think
look, I'm going to be back on tomorrow night, and I actually want to continue the conversation with you, but I don't want to bogart all the time for everybody who's calling in. Do you want to call back in tomorrow night?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, I appreciate the respectful conversation, Gregory. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Yeah, you too. All right, I'll be back.
All right.
All right. Is my mic any better? If not, we may have to adjust going forward.
It will be okay.
Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay, Christopher?
What's up, my man?
Hey, how are you? Can you tell me your age and location for TikTok purposes, please?
37 from PA. And man, I just got on to tell you, I think you're amazing. I think you're a great guy.
Yeah, I know. Great troll, bro. Great troll. Banned from chat forever. I know. Fantastic. It was fantastic. It's a fantastic troll. Fantastic troll. Anyway, appreciate it.
Gone.
Hello. Can you hear me?
What's going on, Andrew? Yes, Andrew.
Can you give me your age and location for TikTok purposes?
42, Virginia Beach.
All right. What's on your mind?
Nothing. How about Greenland?
Greenland. I'll let Rob hasn't been able to get in here much lately. I'll let Rob tangle with you on Greenland.
Sure. What's happening, man?
I don't know. I think it's a good thing, a great thing, but if you say that in society, you get like.
All right. Well, we're only looking for ops, bro. So we're going to let you go. Have a wonderful day. Please don't come up unless you're an op, or you're going to get kicked off right away and likely banned from the chat forever. Ops only. So opposition only. That's it. All right.
All right, Chris.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Sir, you just said ops only. I'm just agreeing with all your statements. I apologize. I'll go down.
Okay. See you later, Chris.
Bruh.
The problem is we're just too right. No one has the courage to disagree, you know?
Hello, Pistachio. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Can you give me your age and location for TikTok purposes?
30 on the East Coast.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Oh gosh, I don't know. everything that's going on in this world, mainly ICE. About know if I want to talk about that or if this is on that broadcast.
Yeah, you can talk about ICE. I'll let Rob field this one. He hasn't gone for a while. Go ahead.
I just feel like, they had the 1,500 troops, and I feel like, yeah, you should come on in.
What?
So you're saying you agree with the deployment of ICE?
Deport the illegal and the illegal.
All right.
Yeah.
You're banned.
Yeah, just ban them for life. They're they. What's funny is they are actually ops, right? They're just doing the agreement thing as a form of troll, which I think is fine, right? But we're gonna get through you guys pretty quickly. So,
yeah.
So anyway, next one up.
All right, let me bring him up. Sorry, I'm just banning that person. All right.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, J Rod. Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes?
25, San Antonio, Texas.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
Honestly, I'm not even an op. I just wanted to say that.
There we go. Are we doing a taste of Wilson's own medicine here? It's all right. We'll ban you guys until we get through you guys to ban. We'll grab the next one. What you do is select them and select them at random, Max. Yeah, it's a fair troll. It's a fair troll. Yeah, we have funnier ones. That's true.
Yo, hello.
Hello, Zach.
Hey, I'm 19 and in Michigan.
You agree with everything I say?
No, but Andrew, I just wanted to say, if you want the
Oh, sorry. What happened? Did he get muted and kicked? What happened?
Whoa, what happened? Oh, geez. Oh, no.
I actually wanted to hear what he had to say.
You can come back up.
Yeah, what happened?
He's not requesting.
Now, what happened? All right, we'll pull up the next one.
Joshua.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Joshua. What can I do for you today?
Hey, how's it going, man? What's the topic? I just came in.
We did? Then why'd you come up?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, I see your podcasts all the time, man, and I'm a huge fan.
Oh,
I just
tell
like
me
how you put it out there.
Tell me
and
all
speak the
about
truth.
how great I am.
I like your political views, man. You say it how it is, and I can respect that.
No, I need more glazing than that.
Ah, well, you're a Trump fan, right?
Yeah, and very handsome. Can you tell me how handsome I am?
Gorgeous, man.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes, very handsome guy. So I'm a very handsome guy, very epic in every way. I actually feel pretty good about myself. Now, thanks for the compliment, Joshua.
Absolutely, man.
All right. You have yourself a wonderful evening. Next one, please. What up, D-Slime?
How you doing?
I don't know. You got a lot of shit going on in your background, bro.
Oh, my bad. I was watching a video. I apologize.
Gotcha.
I just kind of wanted to come up here because I always wanted to talk to you.
Yeah.
And like, I'm a really
Tell
big
me,
fan.
can you tell me how great I am?
You're just great and such a handsome man.
Handsome man.
And I hope you like I wish you were like the president and shit, man. Like you're just a great guy. all
Me
around.
too. Can you
Great guy all
tell
around.
me how great Trump is, real quick?
Oh, I didn't vote.
Well, then
And
how can you
I'm
agree?
pretty-
Then
I'm
how
pretty
can
not-
you agree with me?
I'm
Then I
pretty not-
said
I-
everybody who didn't vote is a scumbag. That's what I said. So
Yeah.
that would, by the entailment, wouldn't that make you a scumbag?
Yeah, but you know, like fuck a we ball.
Yeah. What now? What?
I said fuck a we ball.
Fuck a wee ball?
Fuck it, we ball.
What does that mean?
But, you know, we just like go with the flow.
We balling?
We just, yeah, you know,
We be balling?
type shit.
Can you tell me I'm handsome again?
Yeah, Andrew, you're handsome, man.
Oh, thanks, man. Well, you have a
I
wonderful
love you on
evening.
whatever.
Yeah. Have a wonderful evening.
You too, man.
Shit.
Shit.
Shit, man. Shit.
Fuck it, we ball. Fuck
What
it.
happened?
We ball, baby. We ball.
Shit.
Well, if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? All right. Next, not op.
I don't know about that actually.
Oh, well, how you doing, Liam?
I'm pretty good.
What's your age and location?
California 45.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
What is the root of all evil, would you say, Andrew?
Progressivism.
No, that's not true.
Money? You're going to say money.
Yeah, I want to know how biblically minded you are. That's what my thing is here. I think that what the world needs is more men like Kirk.
Uh-huh.
And I really want to know what your feeling is.
Well, Kirk made a lot
Charlie
more.
Kirk.
Kirk made a lot more money than me.
Well, I've been hearing some stuff about it. For you, is it about, putting Christ at the helm, or is it about pushing like a Trump agenda?
Well, I consider those two things to be synonymous in a way.
Well, I mean, Trump is not the perfect example of what a godly man should be, especially in his
Then
youth.
why did Charlie Kirk support him? The guy you just said is an example of a godly man.
Because I think that, Charlie Kirk, I knew Kirk. And, I met him and I hung with him in his bullpen with his Turning Point crew.
What?
But
you didn't know Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, you need to check out my I think I have some on this page as well.
All right, now I want to check it out. Where can I go see you with Charlie Kirk?
You can see me at university.
Hanging out with Charlie and his boys?
Inside, yeah, not on the outside shaking his hand, but inside, yeah.
Okay, Boise State University, Charlie Kirk shaking whose hand?
I said on my page right here, I'm pretty sure I have video and documentation of me with him. So
okay, so
but anyway, my listen, dude.
Well, if you knew Charlie, if you knew him, right?
Yeah.
What was Charlie Kirk's middle name? You
know? I don't rightly remember, to be honest with you. Why? How would I know that?
I'm just curious. He's
I'm not signing documentation for
He's a guy you had a close personal relationship with,
I never said a close personal relationship.
Well, you said that you knew him and you hung out with him and his boys. That seemed to me like you're trying to imply you had a personal relationship with the guy.
No, that's not what I meant. There's hundreds of thousands of people that met and hung out with Charlie Kirk that didn't know his middle name.
Or just didn't really know him at all, right?
I don't believe that. No, I think that.
Were you like friends? Did he have your phone number? When he had times of crisis, did he call you and go, "Hey man, what do you think of this?"
His team, I have part of his team, a bunch of his team members' numbers, yeah.
And they call, okay, but Charlie himself wasn't calling you for nothing.
I don't think I really wanted his number. I didn't need to waste his time. It didn't be glazed or have him glaze me. That wasn't what it was about.
Okay. Well, what was it about? Why did he support
It was
Trump?
about supporting his endeavors because he put Christ first.
Okay.
And that's
he
what,
also
and that's what I
he
think.
supported a Trump agenda. So he put Christ first and supported a Trump agenda.
I think that he supported, the conservative party. And I think that Trump is the head of that, party. So he's not going to turn to the Democratic Party. No.
So he was pro-Trump agenda.
But you think that,
and he was pro Donald Trump. They were close personal friends by both of their admission. Like their families were close friends. Like they're friends. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't just meet him at an event. They were actually pals.
Yeah, but do you think that him and together?
Yeah, I think they probably did.
You think that Donald Trump is a Christian?
Well, I do think. Yeah, actually, I do. Yes, I do. I do think that that Trump is a Christian.
You know why I'm honestly, man, I don't think that I came up here to push you a little bit in your beliefs and where you're at and how you can navigate between like political characters and the Bible, just because I want people to understand, I think, on a deeper level of who you really are. Because I think we get lost in this idea that Christ is not supposed to be first over all of this. And we get behind these picking parties, you know, and are you not a Trump supporter? You're a Democratic weirdo if you're not a, you know, Trump support, you know, conservative. It's just back and forth.
The thing is like, do you agree with me that Democrats have definitely an antithetical to Christ view? Like 100% antithetical. Like they believe in Skittles marriage. They believe in schmishmortion. They believe in the teeing. They believe in all that stuff, and they push all that stuff. Isn't that antithetical to the thing that you're claiming should be the head that we're supposed to adhere to? That should all be antithetical.
Yes, I do. In entirety, I do. Yes, but I also believe that men will not know good from evil in the last days. Okay, and if you look at,
I don't think we're there, man. I don't think we're there.
You don't think that we're getting there?
Well, I mean, I think we've been getting there for 3,000 years. I don't think it's it's not a fast procession. You know what I mean? Everybody in every time frame that you can pick up literature post Christianity thinks that they're living in the end times. Basically every single generation thinks that it's the worst that it ever was from the generation before. And I think honestly, and I still do think that there's good men fighting the good fight. And I don't think that they can't tell the difference between good and evil. And I think Kirk was one of those guys.
Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with that. You know, I'm definitely a supporter of Trump. I voted for him. I debate for him on TikTok and all of that. But I will never put Donald Trump above Christ.
Yeah, but I don't think who's advocating for that anywhere.
Yeah, I thought this guy was
in the world of atheism, in the world of you know, of new Muslims coming into this country.
All right, dude. Well, you're a little schnockered. I hope you have a wonderful evening. We'll get the next guy up.
Just like rambling about some nonsense.
Yeah, that was odd. Alex.
Oh, what happened? Damn it, Alex.
He left.
I thought he was going to tell me how handsome I am.
How much he loves Trump.
Yeah.
Iceman. Any relation?
What's up, Iceman?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes?
I'm 26, Pennsylvania, and I just want to say that I am a supporter and a fan.
Man, can you tell me how handsome I am too? I'm a handsome guy.
Bro, enough glazing. Let's get some ops rolling.
They have those. Hang on, those are ops, bro. You didn't know that? Those are. Yeah,
so?
they are. Yeah, of course.
Can I?
So you gotta think about it. It's a double entendre. It's actually kind of smart, right? So I mean, we'll adjust, but it's actually kind of smart. So the idea is they can't get reported off because they're not saying anything bad, right? That's the whole point. So what they do is they're going to suck up as much time as possible so that you can't get to the actual debate portion. It's actually kind of smart when you think about it. The only thing is that we can obviously deploy this the other direction as well. And I don't think they're going to like that, but okay. Eastern, what's up, man?
How are you doing?
Good. Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes?
31 and in Virginia.
What can I help you with today?
So I'm not super familiar with your content, but I've seen a bunch of it in passing where you're on panels like arguing with people with a lot of only friends people and stuff like that.
I haven't really argued with that many of those, actually. Very small percentage of the debates I've done.
The clips that I see on TikTok, I should say, that involve you.
Yeah, some of them.
I see you talk sometimes about Christ, and I see you talk about religious views sometimes.
Yeah.
but then I also see you arguing with people and judging them on their past. And how does that shuffle out for you? Like, where is your mind at on that?
Yeah, can you give me an example of that?
Well, like there was the one girl that was, I believe she decided that she was going to be religious instead of continuing that career path. And that path she was
Nala.
on.
You mean the Nala chick?
Yeah, he's talking about Nala.
I'm not sure what her name was, but
The
but
one that
like
crosses her eyes and sticks her tongue out.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
Yeah.
familiar
So
with her.
what she was doing was, the reason we got into that engagement is because she was lying to me about being a female minister. That's what led up to that.
Okay.
Yeah, she was claiming that she was a female, or was not. She claimed she did not have a ministry, but we knew she did. We knew she had a ministry.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, that's what led up to that.
So you don't have any issue with those people turning and giving their life to Christ, and it's not a.
No, actually, I was an early supporter. When everyone else was shitting on her for that, I was actually one of the early supporters who said, no, I'd rather see her go down that path than the opposition path. The problem, what happens is, then you get in a discussion with these people, and then you can kind of see if they're being genuine or not being genuine, right? But I'd much rather see people move down that pathway than a different pathway.
Yeah, and forgive me for assuming your religious beliefs, but just based on some of the conversations you've had tonight, I'm assuming that you follow Christ.
Yeah, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
How do you rectify righteous judgment? That, like, when you argue with people, and like there's that one girl that insulted your wife, you got with her.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. So what? She shouldn't have insulted my wife.
And I mean, I understand that. If someone insulted my wife, I'd be pretty mad too. But
so what's the issue? Like, what happened there was a bunch of Skittles people pushed those clips viral. Notice no prominent conservatives cared about it at all. There's a reason why that was pushed by the left, and I don't really care if I offended the left.
Wow, I'm just wondering how you weigh out the being angry with people and like clashing with them.
Yeah, but I don't really know where you're going with this, but I appreciate the call in. So have a good night. I don't know where that's going. So it's just like not going anywhere.
It's going in.
You're mean. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's mean.
I'm not. Smoky man bad, smoky man mean.
I guess.
He's going to try to push you. When he said righteous judgment, you know exactly where he's going, which is that, well, it says you're not supposed to judge people. It's like, well, that's a different type of judgment than like making judgment.
Here's the prompts for the evening. If any of you guys want to tangle up, I'd appreciate it. If you want to.
All right, I'll bring up the next caller. Ops only.
Hello.
Jake.
Better be an op or you're fired, Max.
Yeah. So
oh no,
Jake, can I get
you know,
your
I'm not
age
going
and
to take
lo-
up to
Can I get your age and
my-
location? Hang on, Jake. Before you get to your insults, can we just get the age and the location for TikTok purpose?
my age is 25. I'm from California, unfortunately.
Now
I'm
we
not
can
up
get
here
to
to
the
be an op.
insults.
I'm not up here to insult you or be an op. I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, man.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me I'm handsome? Tell me how handsome I am, Jake.
You are absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, I'm a handsome devil, Jake. I really am a handsome devil. Handsome devil. All right. Well, I appreciate the nice compliment. I mean, you're banned from the chat for life, but I still appreciate the compliment. Very kind. You're banned. You're still banned for life, but I mean, it was still a very nice.
Mr. E, does that mean I'm fired now because he wasn't an op?
No, we'll give you another opportunity.
Another chance.
A lot of men tell me
you
how
got another
handsome I
chance.
am tonight. Point that out.
Yeah, it's
All
pretty.
right.
I can't think of a TikTok word to say for it.
Hello, Jules.
Because I'm low because I was far away from my mic. I'm trying not to talk over them.
He left.
Oh, not Jules.
Oh, and
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ann. Hello. Can I get
Hi.
your
Oh my
age?
God! Finally, someone who can read. Yes, my name is.
Hang on,
Anne.
hang on, hang on.
I'm
Before you
30.
get to the insults, can you just give me the age and location? That's all I'm asking for. Go ahead. Ann?
Sorry, I was struggling with the mute button. 30 from California.
All right, Ann. What can I help you with?
Okay, so how can I frame this question?
Well, you should frame it in response to the actual prompts. So here's the prompts for the evening. Did you want to argue about any of these?
Yes.
Okay, which one do you want to argue about? Let me guess. Woman-related topics.
Oh, wow. No, that's crazy. Why would you assume that? Because I'm a woman?
Yes.
No, I wanted to argue
Yes.
that why did you vote for Biden?
All right, go ahead.
So I voted for Biden during the height of the pandemic. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a lot of rhetoric online that made it seem like if you didn't vote for him, you're basically going to unalive your grandma. And so I kind of want to have a conversation with you about censorship, or at least debate it a little bit, and see if we can find some form of consistency here. Because how should I frame this question? So I voted for Biden because at the time, my peers and I, we worked at Facebook, and we were told if we didn't get the shot and comply with certain things, we would be fired. Do you think that is justified? Do you think it's justified for the government to censor certain information if it's going to be for the greater good?
How many of you and your Facebook compadres, well, obviously you're a woman, how many of your peers were women? And
Unmute.
I was the only one.
you were the only one? And they censored you? Why does Ann keep muting?
Quit muting yourself. Come on.
Can you stop muting yourself, Ann?
You didn't get the shot. Wait, hold on one second. May I come back? I think there's something weird with the connection.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, next one.
Why was your ex-wife up here, dude?
Leave my ex-wife alone. A black ex-wife.
Whoops. Apologies.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, I'm 83, Colorado.
Can you tell me how handsome I am, Dave?
I don't have opinions on that. I'm a libertarian, but
oh, okay.
I want to talk to you about force doctrine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can talk about force doctrine.
Okay, so I noticed you tend to bring up force doctrine when you're either talking to feminists or I guess like the concept of morality, right?
No, not for the concept of morality usually. So let's start with this. What do you think force doctrine is?
If I understand you correctly, you're basically just pointing to the fact that all of our safety and all of our society depends on men, cops, military, people that keep us safe physically.
No, that's not what the core of force doctrine is. Though tangentially, you could make some argument on that. Force doctrine is a descriptor which is just claiming that women always have to appeal to men for rights because men have the monopoly on force in any society.
Okay, so it is tied more so to the feminism stuff than anything else. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess it kind of does tangentially relate to that other stuff too, though, right? Because the men are like what you mean when you say that, like when men have the monopoly on force, is that like kind of by not by necessarily design, but by the way our society is structured, they're always going to be in those roles of like
No, not just
police.
well, I believe it's by design, but whether it is or it isn't, the scripture just women will never be able to not unless there was no men, I guess. But in a multi-sex society, which would be necessary for the sustainment of human beings, women will always have to appeal to men for their rights. And even if they had their own society, they would still have to appeal to men for their rights because externally, if men exist, they can take women's rights away and they can't do anything about it. But the true is not true. The same thing's not true for men. That men themselves can always change their conditionals for rights if they so choose collectively, and women can't. So we don't have to appeal to. Well, I mean, there's never going to be a situation where men will have to appeal to women for their rights, but they'll always have to appeal to men.
Well, I feel like it's a little bit situational, right? Like at this point in society, because of the invention of weaponry and things like that, right?
Nope, weaponry is not an equalizer on force. Not between men and women, anyway. What's that?
How not? If like
because let me ask you this, right? Have you ever seen like a female cop, get disarmed by a suspect? Happens quite often, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Well, because men are a little bit stronger.
A lot stronger, right? Not a little bit stronger, like a lot stronger.
Stronger enough that it matters across the board. Yes.
Yeah. It's
So,
I
but
mean,
like,
it's a significant strength gap. And so the thing is that men are always going to be in a better position to use weaponry than women are, no matter what they are, no matter what type it is, because of that strength difference. They're almost, I mean, this is almost universally the case. I can't think of a single weapon that men aren't better equipped to use than women.
I mean, I get how that applies to like our physical reality, but like I could still envision a world where like we have like strong feminazis that are just very willing to use their weapons.
Look,
immediately.
you can come up with things that I would concede are logically true or could logically be possible, but they're not pragmatically possible or practically possible. So I could say, for instance, that a unicorn, there's no contradiction with a unicorn. A unicorn is logically possible. You would agree with that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but is a unicorn possible actually? No.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. So
All right.
pragmatically possible. So that's where the argument sits, is on the pragmatic and practical possibility.
Okay, well, I mean, like, I feel like pragmatics is kind of where I feel like we kind of break down when we're talking about the way the world should be. So, like, do you have any?
We're not
arguments against
talking
feminism
about
that
how
don't
it
rely
should
on
be.
pragmatism?
We're not talking about how it should be. We're talking about descriptively how it is.
Mhm.
That it is always the case to appeal to men for rights, period. And there's nothing
but
that
what I'm
they
saying-
can do about that. There's just nothing they can do. So, like, for instance, if women collectively right now make an appeal to men for a right, let's say it's the right to eat donuts, right?
Mhm.
They appeal to women for the right to eat donuts, or women appeal to men for that right, and we say no. What can they do about it?
By and large, not much. They'd have to,
Nothing.
like,
They can't do
continue to
shit.
steal and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't do shit. But if let's say the enforcement arm told the collective of men that they could no longer eat donuts, can men do something about it?
More so than women can.
More so than
physically, but,
women
like,
can. They have the potential to change their conditionals and have. Women can't.
Yeah, I guess my comment on the situation is that, like, when you feel the need to talk about the pragmatic enforcement of an ideology, you kind of are stepping away from, like, are they right on principle, or is it just the case that we can tell them to shut up if we want to? And I feel like one of those things is based within the other.
What do you mean?
So, like, if I'm a feminist and I'm trying to appeal to you logically, I'm trying to say, like, hey, I think men and women should, like, live in our society.
Well, but here's the
equally.
problem, right? We just hit the problem. Why does a feminist need to appeal to me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, well,
Feminists
what's
have
the
to
point of making-
appeal. They have to appeal to the patriarchy to dismantle the patriarchy. They have to. They don't have a choice. And that's the thing. It's like men never have to appeal to the of women. They can just make them do whatever they want, and there's not much they can do about it. That's the point of force doctrines, pointing out that women always have to appeal to men. They always have to. Men don't have to do the same thing back.
Yeah, but I mean, if I took this at you in a different direction, right, to talk about morality, and I was saying, like, I think it's objective and everything like that, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because the U.S. has the most powerful military in our morality.
Hang on,
goes.
if women want to appeal to my standard for objective morality, then they need to concede to hierarchy and men at the head of the hierarchy. Otherwise, they're not conceding to my form of objective morality. They're saying that morality is subjective. If that's the case, why should I grant them anything? Okay, then it is subjective. And so if we want to take this shit by force, we will, right? That's the argument.
Well, I was taking a step away from feminism just to show that how, like, if I focus on pragmatism in another area, it doesn't get us any further in understanding our points, like, about morality, right? So, like, if I'm arguing with you about morality and my point is, well, it really doesn't matter what you say, my country has all the right forces, so whatever I say goes regardless. We're kind of not having a conversation anymore. I'm just kind of threatening you.
No, you're still having a conversation, and you're not threatening anybody. You're having a conversation, and you're discussing. At that point, you're discussing what it is that you think one country has the means to do over another, and whether or not you bring up morality views or things like this is a different topic altogether, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to criticize is that, like, as an argument against feminism, it
Yeah.
kind of is just you, like, kind of folding your arms and saying, like, well, you only have it because of me anyway. Like, that's what it feels like when I hear that argument.
Well, it's not an
Does that make sense?
argument; it's a descriptor.
It is a descriptor, but it's a descriptor that only really serves to say, like, I don't care about your arguments, right? Does that
No,
make sense?
it's a descriptor which is designed specifically to say that women should be very, very, very grateful to the fact that men adhere to objective Christian morality, because if they did not, women would have no choice. That's what it's there to say.
For sure, and I understand that. Like, I don't disagree with that premise. I'm just, like, more talking about the use of it.
That is the use of it. The point is to point out a descriptor which is true in most of the world, absent the West. And it's because Western women appeal to the benevolence of men inside objective morality in order to appeal to them for their rights. And men graciously and benevolently give them to them when they don't have to, including to women who believe that there are rights and it's all subjective. And it's just a point to it's just a way to point out that there should be a little bit of gratitude in this world where you try to demonize men as being the most horrific people on planet Earth, that they're actually quite benevolent.
All right. Well, yeah, no, I'm glad you were able to completely clarify, like, your exact case use for force doctrine, whatever it means, and everything like that. I think this was good, and I followed you. So
All right, appreciate it, Dave. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Hearts and minds, hearts and minds. Next one up, please. You guys got something political you want to debate Rob with here? Poor Rob's just been sitting there. He hasn't been able to even tangle with anybody yet.
Mr. E on the Discord side, is there anybody that wants to debate that's came in? Or is that more for you?
What, in the Discord? No, that's not what that side's for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
No ops in the Discord. They all
No.
get left and unverified.
Hello, Nathan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you give me your age and location for TikTok purposes?
Yes.
Are you going to tell me how handsome I am after that?
Yes, you. I was going to start with that. You are
Okay.
very handsome.
I am a very handsome guy. Anyway, age,
I like
and,
that the-
age and location.
Okay. Okay. 33, Texas.
Got the hiccups? Nathan?
No, I have Tourette's.
Oh, no.
No, it's okay. I can curve it a little.
No, you're good, Nathan. Sorry, bro. I'm not being ableist here or anything, but, just in case you decide to spurg out with some not so friendly TikTok words, Hello, pretty.
Hello. That's exactly why I have this name.
Oh, you want everybody to sound like a wicked witch?
Yeah.
Hello, my pretty. Anyway, age and location for TikTok purposes, please.
26 in California.
Okay. What can I help you with this fine evening? Here's the prompts, by the way, if you want to look at them.
Okay. Yes, I had a question about the 19th Amendment.
Okay.
And your views on it, because my views, which have gotten me disowned from my in-laws, are
Is that you want to
because-
get rid of the 19th?
Well, I think there should be qualifications for women to.
Then what are you up
be able
here?
to
Then
vote.
what are you up here arguing with me for?
I just want to know if it should be, in your opinion, full repealed and why, because that's just things that I've heard, and I just wanted to clarify.
Well, if you want to argue with the prompt, you're welcome to come back another day. Have a nice day, pretty.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Here's the prompts. You guys want to argue the prompts? You want to talk about ICE? Rob's up here to talk about ICE with you. All these liberals and none of them can talk about ICE. That's crazy. Crazy. Andrew, you know not who that was? I do not know who that was. No way for me to know who these people are because how the hell am I supposed to know? But anyway.
All right, Owen.
Yo.
Can you hear me, Owen?
Yeah, I can.
Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm 19. I'm from Missouri.
All right, Owen. Which of these prompts do you want to argue about?
I think about ICE just in general. Maybe not that specific prompt, if that's all right.
Okay. Go ahead. Rob's here for you, babe.
I'm
Rob's
ready.
here for you.
Yeah, so I think that in general, what ICE is doing is good. And I know that since there are a lot of undocumented people in our country, they are able to, you know, racially profile, pull people over because of their accent, talk to them. And I feel like that is a difficult situation. But what I'm disappointed about is the way that some of these ICE agents feel like they can do whatever to any of these people, even if they are U.S. citizens. They don't know this. They don't know if they're undocumented. They don't know if they're illegal. But they treat everybody very roughly. And I've seen in clips where there isn't like some context to where they're met with aggression. They're being aggressive firsthand. And I feel like that aggression is not necessary for their job.
Okay, can you give me a specific example?
With a specific person, an ICE agent? No, I cannot.
But I mean, like, obviously, I'm not asking for their name, but like, you saw them apprehend someone in LA and describe the situation a little. Because I'll tell you, like, not to bury the lead, most of the time what we see is abortion. For example, the viral story that happened just the other day of the poor innocent family with their child coming back from a basketball game, and ICE for no reason decided to spray tear gas on flashbangs all over them. Turned out not to be true. These were people that were actually protesting, had their kids in the car previously, and were in an unlawful gathering that were actually against ICE. So I think most of these stories tend to be not true. I'm open to saying that there certainly could be officers that go over the line, but I don't know what you're talking about on the specifics if you just make a general claim like this.
Yeah, I can't give you like a specific situation. It's just the overall aggression that I'm seeing from ICE from different clips I've seen on the internet. And I know that that's pretty much all you see. You're not going to see the situations where ICE is, you know, actually not being aggressive and they're
okay. Would you be willing to admit that most of the people that are putting up clips showing ICE being overly aggressive at least have a bias against ICE probably, and so they have an incentive to show that?
Most likely, unless it's from like a news network or something. Yeah.
What news network do you think doesn't have a bias agenda against ICE?
Doesn't have a bias agenda against
Correct.
ICE?
For example, I saw it reported that when it comes to the mainstream network, 92% of the coverage of ICE has been negative.
Where are you getting that from? Just
It was a study I read earlier today. Nonetheless, do you want to? Let's say that I don't have the study in front of me. Nonetheless, tell me the media organization that you're seeing clips from that you say, I don't believe they have a bias against ICE.
Associated Press.
AP. You don't think AP has a bias against ICE?
I think AP is one of the most unbiased news networks.
Okay. Has AP ran any stories about radical anti-ICE protesters using their vehicles to impede ICE, attacking ICE, entering into churches, etc.? How many articles has AP written about the violent attacks on ICE or people that left-wingers think are supporting ICE?
I'm not sure, but I assume they have. They tend to report on both sides and report on both of the extremists.
Okay, well then you've seen those stories from AP?
Yeah, I have actually. Yes.
Okay, so give me an example of one of the AP stories you saw that were defending ICE.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was when Trump deployed the National Guard to LA. It was around that time. I don't know the title of the article, but they did report on it, and they were, supporting ICE and defending them, saying how protesters need to stop blocking the roadways and things like that. And that's generally the gist of it. I mean, that was months ago, so I can't give you a super detailed, version, but.
I will just say this. Obviously, this is going to be. I just think you're factually wrong on the fact that AP doesn't have this sort of bias. But let's skip beyond that because I don't know that we'll be able to make it through that. let's say this. Let's say that there are times that there will be individuals from ICE that will go outside the scope. Would you admit that's the case with any law enforcement agency?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and would you acknowledge that given the grand scale of how many illegal immigrants were left in under the prior administration, that there is a huge, massive job for ICE to do?
Yeah, I think so, but I also think that it's important for ICE to be focusing on a specific like category, maybe even a demographic, more on the people who are just here. Maybe they're undocumented. I think undocumented persons should be given an option, should be given specific options. I can get to that in a second. But I think people who are here, who have crossed over multiple times, have not attempted to get a job, things like that. Maybe they have a criminal record or something, so that would exclude undocumented persons. But I feel like those people are the people we should be focusing on, and those are the people that Obama focused on. And I feel like that has kind of drifted away from this administration. We're trying to get everyone and everybody, and we're not focusing on the most dangerous people. And I'd like to see a more focus on that.
So I believe studies I've been reading show that over 80% of the people that ICE has apprehended have been people that have had criminal charges beyond just being here illegally. Secondly, your criticism of ICE overacting and being violent, you're now sort of moving on to a different issue, which I think speaks to sort of your bias, whether it be intentional or subconscious, which is you just don't want illegals to be deported unless they meet a certain criteria. So you're going to be negative about ICE deporting those people, and yet they're operating within the scope of the law. And I think you're fundamentally wrong that they're not going after those that they anticipate are usually more criminal.
Yeah, I think that the majority of people who are not here legally should be deported. But I do think there is a specific category that should be allowed to stay or given an option. And if they're willing to work with ICE, if they're undocumented, I think they should be given a pathway to their citizenship, a quick pathway. And I think people who do like work a job, they pay income taxes through an ITIN number, I think they should be able to stay in the country. And especially if they don't have any, criminal history. I don't think it's necessary for ICE to deport those people. That's just my opinion.
Let me say, that's your opinion. I'm happy to have that conversation with you, but this is sort of getting off your original point. You're making two separate claims. One, you would like to see certain people that ICE may detain and remove, not be detained and removed because you personally think they should stay. I disagree with you in most of those cases. I think you also
they can detain them.
I think you fail to acknowledge if it would turn out to be the case that the vast majority of people ICE is targeting now are people with criminal records, would that change your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and so have you looked into what percentage?
Yeah, so if a criminal history, it's very important that we look at what their criminal history is. Lots of people have criminal history, like criminal speeding tickets. Crossing over the border illegally is a criminal offense. So you have to look at what specifically is on their criminal record rather than, like, oh, are they?
Okay.
Yeah,
fair enough. So you're the one making the affirmative criticism. So surely you've seen that data. So what percentage are you upset about that ICE has removed that don't meet the criminal level that you find sufficient?
Can you ask that question again? Are you looking for a number? Like what are you asking?
You're right now, you're like, well, I have a problem. They're too brutal. And now you've moved away from that. You're like, well, I have a problem. They're deporting the wrong kinds of people. And I'm like, oh, really? Can you prove that? Because often what I see is people from organizations like the AP and other media groups that are just profoundly against any immigration enforcement. And so they make these tiered arguments. They say it's too brutal. They say these people are innocent protesters. They say they're deporting citizens. They say they're not deporting the worst of the worst. So if I look at data that suggests that the vast majority of those being deported are people with criminal records, you're the one who has a problem with ICE. So can you tell me the data that you're looking at that shows the majority of people they're targeting don't meet whatever your personal qualifications are for criminality that should be deported?
I don't have specific data sets that I can share with you that I have available to me right now. I guess I've, formed this opinion over articles and data that I've read in the past. So I can't give you specific data sets right now, which I don't think should be expected of me on a TikTok debate.
No, may be true that I'm not asking, but it seems my guess is this: you've made up your mind without having a clue. You've
That's
listened
not
to
true.
people.
No.
Okay, so then
No.
give me a general idea of where you've heard. Did you hear the majority of people being deported haven't committed any crime? Did you hear
No.
that only 50%? What have you heard in general?
I've heard that there is a large number of people who are being deported who do not have any criminal history. I've also heard, this is from Trump himself, that a large number of people are being deported who are undocumented. Now, I know that is, a specific case by case, but again, with the undocumented people, we don't know who they are. We don't even know they exist. So why don't we
No.
give them a chance?
Wait. Undocumented means that they're not here legally. You would see that correct?
No. Undocumented means that they have absolutely no documentation whatsoever. We don't know that they're here. We don't know their name. We don't know their age. We don't know their criminal history. We have absolutely no documentation on them whatsoever. That's undocumented.
Okay, so are you implying that these may be Americans that somehow didn't have a birth certificate, social security number?
No.
Or are you just saying
No,
these are
that
people
would be documentation. That would be documentation.
Right, but when you're saying that undocumented aren't necessarily people that are here illegally, they are just people without
No,
identification.
they are here illegally. They are.
Okay, then I don't get your point. So then your criticism is Trump has admitted that they're deporting people that are here illegally.
Yes.
And also you suspect that might be, some of them, the only crime they've committed.
Right. So the difference between undocumented and illegal immigrant means that an illegal immigrant is someone that we have documentation on, meaning that we know that they're here. Either they've gotten a visa, they've came through, they've failed their citizenship, they have an expired green card. They're here illegally. That's an illegal immigrant, right? They have some sort of falsification with their documentation. That's an illegal immigrant. Undocumented persons, we don't know they exist. So that's the difference.
Okay, real quick. Didn't you just say that undocumented are also here illegally?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm failed to see, this just seems to be semantical. If they're here illegally and we have an illegal type person that has an ID from, say, the country of Venezuela that says, hey, my name's Jim Smith, and we see that they're not legally allowed to be here with their papers. And then the second type of illegal is someone who says, my name's Jim Smith. We know they're not from this country and they have no documentation. If they're both illegal, why do I care? Deport both.
Right. So again, if they're undocumented, we don't know. Sorry, I'm getting out of my car right now. If they're undocumented, we don't know if they have a criminal history or not. So we have to, investigate them, go case by case, and look at these people and say, hey, are you willing to try to get your citizenship? Are you willing to, maintain a stable job and pay income taxes? Are you, supporting the American GDP? Are you sending, money back to Mexico to help your family members? What are you doing in this country? Why are you here? What is your point? We don't know any of that question until we stop and ask them. But instead of trying to, get new citizens, which do help our country, we're simply deporting them.
I failed to say, let's ask this. Do you think when someone breaks the law like theft, do you think that the officers should stop and say, well, why did you steal? Tell me your family history. And then if the reason they stole was a good enough reason for you, that we should let them off the hook?
Yeah, so for things like crimes and things, you can't really, put that into an analogy. That's not something you can do fairly. That's like saying, oh, why did you murder this person? I find that to be fair, so you can, not go to jail, not have a life sentence. That doesn't, again, it's case by case. So if we're specifically talking about immigration and the pathway to citizenship, yes, they should ask, why did you cross over the border illegally? What are you doing here? What is your point of view?
I disagree. I think that it is well within the rights of the executive branch and his agents underneath him to deport people that have broken the law and are here illegally.
Yeah, no,
your
it is
belief
under the right.
Your belief that I'm just not comfortable with that. I think we should leave certain portions of them stay. Tell me, what would stop 5 billion more people from trying to get into this country if we say you're allowed to break in illegally, but as long as some individuals have a criteria that say your motivations for breaking in illegally were good, and we think you're good, so we'll keep you, what would stop the rest of the world from deciding they wanted to immigrate here?
So I don't think we should have open borders at all. So let's not assume that. I think our borders should be absolutely closed, and we should have maximum security on our border so we can prevent any further illegal crossings. But for the people that are here now, we need to give them a chance. The reason why people cross over illegally now is because it takes so long for people to get their citizenship.
That's irrelevant. I'm not concerned. That's like saying the reason people
you
steal
have to look
cars. Let me finish. That's like saying the reason people steal cars is because cars are so expensive. No, it still doesn't justify the law.
Right. Irrelevant.
By the way, this was the same argument. Real quick, this was the same argument that was used during the Reagan administration. Reagan gave a bunch of illegals amnesty, and the Democrats said, "We promise we'll secure the border." And what happened? As soon as the Democrats get in positions of power, they decide to open up the border. And then they say, well, this time, if you give everyone amnesty, we promise we'll secure the border next time. And the beat goes on. So no, if we are a country of laws, we should strictly enforce the laws. Those people could go back and come here the legal way. If people in our country decide they want more immigrants and that they think the current immigration system is too stringent, then they could vote to make it less stringent.
And that's where we're going to leave it. That's where we're going to leave it. I appreciate the call in,
good.
Owen.
Yeah.
It was very kind of
Thanks,
you to
man.
do, and I hope we can talk to you again in the future.
Yeah, good conversation. Thank you.
Take care, man. Next one up, please. Rob, we're going to, after this is done, we're going to work on this audio issue of yours.
Yeah, I assumed that the studio co-host thing would allow me.
We need the,
so I don't know what...
we need the, like a lapel mic or something. Patrick, what's up, man? What is your age and location for TikTok purposes, please?
Oh my gosh. Thanks you so much. I'm 20 years old. I'm from New Jersey.
You here to glaze, bro?
No, dude, I'm actually a really big fan of
That's
you, man.
glazing, though. That's the whole point. It's like, you're here to glaze. Can you tell me how handsome I am, Patrick? Come on, Patrick. Tell me how handsome I am. It's a good
So
troll.
handsome.
Like, it's a good troll. I admit it is. But
No, dude, I'm
yeah,
not
tell
trolling.
Me,
I'm
tell me
being-
more about how. Tell me more about me.
I loved your debate. I remember when I watched your
I don't care, Patrick. Have a good day. Okay, you take care of yourself now. Anyway, next one up. Appreciate it. By the way, ops only ops. If you're not an op, you're gonna get banned from the chat forever. That's how it works.
Hi, can you hear me?
Right, Trod.
Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your age and location for TikTok purposes?
I am 30 from Washington.
Okay. Which of the prompts here do you want to tangle up on?
So I was wondering if we could go women-related topics.
Sure.
So one, I want to say big fan. Hi. But there's one thing. I've watched a lot of your debates, and I agree with you generally on most things.
Okay.
But one thing that I kind of want to like play devil's advocate on a little bit is you seem to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to kind of advocate for or at least defend like bigger age gaps in marriages.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So to be devil's advocate, because I think me and a lot of people.
Well, are you being devil's advocate, or do you just not think that age gaps are okay?
I don't think that they're okay.
Okay, well then you're not being the devil's advocate. You're being the devil, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I guess it's just I'm gonna come from a point that I wish the liberals that you were debating on this topic would maybe come at. I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think most people generally like kind of get a little bit of an ick factor if they see like a huge age gap, especially if the man is older than the woman. And my point or my argument is I think it's not like stated in a verse per se, but I think biblically speaking, with the way that love and marriage is portrayed in the Bible, that it almost perpetuates like a really close bond, right? Being one, you know what I mean? And I think that that's a really hard thing to do if there's such a huge age gap.
Okay.
And I think if you look at marriage
But even if
transactionally,
I don't, even if I agree with that, so what? Like all marriage is hard to do, period.
yeah, that's true. But I think as a Christian and someone with a voice, I think the better thing to do would be to advocate for more like true love, oneness in marriage, not purely.
Why do you
transactional.
assume that you can't have true love with a 20-year age gap?
I'm not saying it's impossible, but like for instance, another thing that I've seen you touch on in
Well,
other
it's not
debates
just
is
that
like,
it's impossible, but it happens all the time, right?
yeah, but I think as we built the West on Christian values, right? You can see that
Yeah,
like
but
we
you
kind of have
haven't expressed what's anti-Christian about the position. Like if a 20-year-old woman marries a 40-year-old man, what's anti-Christian about that? Anything?
No, not necessarily.
Well,
I
then
just
what are
think
we
with
then
the
what are
way
we
that-
even arguing about?
Well, we're arguing if we ought to push for that more than we should closer age.
Well, you're not pushing for that as the what's optimal or non-optimal, just that it's acceptable. There's no problem with it.
Well, I think okay, kind of like for instance with how we kind of view like OF, right? I think, you know, we should as a society not keep the stigma there, right? I think that's something that we should do is keep the stigma there and make it like less okay for that to be a thing, potentially even illegal.
Because that's immoral, right? We're already starting from the Christian view that that's immoral. Like that's the starting point for that.
Well, I just
So
think that
don't you think with age gap we have to start with the position that it's immoral if you're going to make it analogous to OF?
that's true. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's immoral. I just think that I think we should push as a society for like not at least in a social
Why
aspect.
though? That makes no sense. What for? If people want to get married and have a 20-year age gap, who cares? Why is this a problem? Like, what's the
Because I
problem
think-
here? For one
because I
thing,
think with-
most people don't even do it, right? They don't even
That's
engage
true.
in this, and they basically marry within their own age group because their peers are usually going to be around their own age. So the ones
I think if we're
who
gonna
do
be
find
martyrs-
true love with somebody who's 20 years older than them, I don't
I think
even
if
see
we're
how
gonna
that's
be-
how's that even impactful, really.
Well, if we're going to be martyrs for morality, like against the East and their traditions and stuff like that, I think advocating for that and kind of almost like propping up the way that they organize marriages and stuff in the East is kind of like I think in a way irresponsible of
How's
us.
that propping up
So I don't-
anything? It's not propping up anything. It was
Well,
was
if we
commonplace in the
defend
United
it-
States to have large age gaps, not the East, the West. That was a very common thing in the West.
Well, it was a very common thing, like in general, back in the day. But as we've
Well,
progressed,
it was still
it's
people were
become
still
more and
marrying
more-
around their own age more than they weren't, but it was
Well, okay,
commonplace
let
enough
me-
that it wasn't a big deal. But if you're not starting with the assumption that that this is immoral, then why what are we doing here, right? What's the issue exactly? Like for instance,
Well,
let's say
okay.
a 20-year-old woman marries a 40-year-old man, they have 3 kids. Do you think they should get divorced?
No, I just
So
I
then if
think
a
that the
20-year-old
father of
if a
that
tw- if a-
woman should advise against it.
Well, and the father very well may advise for all sorts of practical reasons against it.
Why do you think that the father should advise against that?
I didn't say should. I said the father may advise for all sorts of practical reasons against it.
Do you think he should?
Well, it depends. It's situational. It depends on what the conditionals are. But by the way, I would use this argument for any marriage, right? Do I think that a father should sometimes advocate against some marriages, right? Yes. Yes, I do.
Let's say you were doing that. Let's say you were doing that. Would you say that age gap would be one of the things that you would look at when determining if a man is suitable for your
Yeah, it could be conditional. Sure, there could be a condition on that, and then there could be conditions
why
where I
why would that be?
Yeah, but hang on, let me finish my point. Then there could be conditions for it too. Like this, is what I mean by situational. Here, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
So let's say for a second that you have a woman and she's 19 years old. Okay. And her whole dream, her whole life is to settle down early and have a family. She just wants to have like 10 or 12 or 15 kids. That's what she dreams of doing. You agree with me? There are women who want to do that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, I agree that this is true as well. Many of them feel the call for that. So she starts looking around. And as she starts looking around, she realizes, oh no, I'm in a pretty bad way here. If I get married to somebody who's, 20, 21 or my own age, or even 23, 24, 25, they're not established to the point where they can actually afford to give the largest amount of resources for my family, and on top of that, they don't have the sort of maturity where they're all like playboys. They're all screwing around. They're banging a bunch of different chicks, things like this, which is very commonplace. And so in that case, hang on, dude, let me finish. So in this case, she decides she's going to get a little bit ingenious, and she starts looking around for men who are older than she is, who are established, do have those resources, this and that, and they begin courting. She falls in love with the guy. Now he has the resources to give her what it is that she wants, and she loves him. Problem is what?
Okay, so I two points for you. I think it's hard to like, because biblically it even talks about how like growing together, growing old together, merging together as one, like
they are
going
growing
towards
old together.
Yeah, I mean, but but if the husband dies like 20, 30 years before the wife, then that's not
Well,
really.
first of all, there's no
old together.
guarantee that won't happen in any marriage. That's one. And then the second, the second issue that you have there is, you know, this aside, by the time this guy is old enough to croak, right, by general terms, the kids are already grown out of the house.
Yeah, true. Most of the time.
Yeah,
But,
most of the time they're grown and out of the house, and she had the advantage of having tons of resources to take care of the thing that she wanted. How could her pursuit be less noble because she wanted more children with somebody established? That's bizarre to me.
Fair. One more point, and then I'll let you move on to the next.
Yeah, no problem.
I think. Thank you for your time, by the way. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Another thing that I think another reason why I think a lot of people have trouble with this is because of the prominent PDF fileness that's kind of like going on, and I think that a lot of people view this as like men hitting that line. You know what I mean? And,
no, there's no line to hit. You can't infantilize adults.
Right, like 18 would be the line.
No, it's not a line.
they take it-
You're just infantilizing adults. That's it. We're just
do you mean?
infantilizing adults. Well, this whole conflation that if you're 18, you're a little kid. The whole conflation that if you're 19, you're just a kid. The whole conflation that if you're 20, you're just a kid. It's like, no, you're not. You're an adult. And you have agency as an adult, and you're treated as an adult in society. And so it's like,
Yeah, but
either raise the age of consent and voting and all of these things, or shut up about it, because either they can or they can't. But it can't be both. It can't be they can and they can't.
You don't think that that men that like predominantly pursue quite a bit younger women potentially have a tendency for illegal activities?
No, I think that they want to fuck young hot women. That's what I think.
Okay.
I mean, you want me to break it down bluntly? I think that they want to fuck young hot women, and that if they have the means to fuck young hot women, they will. That's what I think. I think that 45-year-old men who have resources and are single want to have sex with young, hot 20-year-old women and marry them and have babies with them. Yes, I believe that is in fact the case. Absolutely. And like, how do we get from that to this idea of PDF? That's where I'm like, what? Where does it? That's all women nonsense. What it mostly is it's women who are older. They get upset because these older men who are in their age bracket, right, 40, 45, they want their resources, and they get really mad that younger women get them instead. That's it. It's intersexual competition between women groups. They're the ones who are always pushing this shit of like, they're just little tiny kids. And then at the same time, they're like, she's a grown up. She needs to take care of herself. It's like, make up your mind.
I think it seems to be more mid-20s women because of the experiences that they've had when they were younger with older women or with older men that took advantage of them. I think that's another big aspect of where the kind of ick comes.
Yeah, maybe, but it's really interesting because whenever I talk to the like mid-20s somethings, it's every man has taken advantage of them. It doesn't matter what age they are. Every man has done it. Every man's a narcissist. Every man's taken advantage of them. Every man plays on their ignorance. They didn't do nothing. They never do nothing. They were just they were minding their own business when this handsome guy came out of the woodwork and just began manipulating them. It's like, no, man, that's not how that works, you know?
That's true. That's true.
So anyway, I appreciate the call, man. You have a good day.
Yeah, no, thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah. All right, next one. Sorry, Rob. You had to cover your ears for that one. I'm sorry. Sorry, Rob. Sorry about that. You'll be all right, Rob.
Are you being mean to Rob, Andrew?
No.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Can I get 31.
Oh, okay, you got it.
31, Oklahoma. I just want to start off by saying I don't care how handsome you are.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Also, you made my mom cry.
Oh, mean. I know I'm a bad person. Anyway,
nah, she's got some ulterior thought processes there. But I did have a serious question for you, and I know that this is a little bit of a hot topic, so I want to kind of ask it in the cleanest way possible here. But America first or the other option first? The other question. America first or Israel first?
Well, obviously you put the interest of America above the interest of all other nations.
Okay. Yeah, that's wonderful, man. I follow your stuff and I never kind of got, that specific kind of straightforward answer.
Then you should follow it closer.
Hey, I will, man. I will. And I appreciate seeing you on here, dude. This is awesome.
Yeah,
so,
happy to be here. But yeah,
hey.
America, in my estimation, should always be putting, this is my country and my nation and my countrymen, and it's my tax dollars, my effort, my hard work, which goes into assisting with the funding of that. And I want those people who are my countrymen to be put before some other people's countrymen.
Beautiful, man. I completely agree. Thank you so much.
Yep. Have a good day, man. Not really here for Q&A though, guys, right? So if you're not an op, don't really want you up.
Andrew, is my mic, or does it sound better?
Oh, yeah,
now?
sounds like a million times better, dude.
There we go. I figured it out.
Rob, welcome back.
I did it, yeah.
You figured it out.
All right. Damon.
Hello, Damon. Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
I can. Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes, please?
Yeah, I'm 30. I'm from the States.
Okay. Which of these prompts did you want to tangle up on?
I was here to talk about ICE, if that's all right. I don't know if Rob wants to handle it.
Sure. Go ahead.
So would you agree that the structure of the federal government is such that if it doesn't have a power enumerated in the Constitution, that it doesn't have that power?
In general, yes, though clearly there are things specifically that aren't cited, that things have changed since then. But yeah, in general.
Yeah. So can you
guys still
you'd have
hear
to
me?
show me where in the Constitution the federal government has the power to
Can you
detain and
guys still
deport
hear me? You can
people
still
who are
hear
not
me.
citizens, right?
They can't hear me though.
Yeah, I think that there are certain things that are implied,
So I can
such
do
as
cover
So you
commentary.
can't actually show me where in the Constitution.
Well, I'll be able to look. I think that
I'm gonna
there's
double
implied
check.
in some of the articles that the United States has, federal government has the ability to enforce
Little bit of
who's
cover
allowed into the
commentary.
country. That would imply that they're also allowed to deport the people that aren't here. The Supreme Court actually
Well,
ruled on this when
they
they
hear me
said that
responding?
Obama
Well,
could overrule Texas.
Yes, they
that
can
was
hear you
trying to
respond,
enforce
so
their
don't
own
do that.
border.
do you know when that was?
Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, it was
Bro,
during
shut
the.
up.
Let me. I
Just
can find the
shut
exact
up.
case if you want. But if you remember what was going on,
Shut up,
was
Mr.
in
E.
Texas, they wanted to actually stop people from coming in, and the court ruled that actually no, they're not allowed to supersede the Obama administration that didn't want Texas to be allowed to enforce the border. Who would enforce it if not the federal government?
Oh, the states would, and in fact, that's what happened during the founding era, and that was in accordance with what the Constitution actually says.
Can you show me where in the Constitution it says that the states enforce the national border?
Oh, sure, that would follow from the 10th Amendment, that the power is not delegated to the U.S. by the Constitution, and deporting is not one of those powers, are reserved to the states.
It's not true. It doesn't even make sense. So I'll look up here what actual article gives the federal government the power to do this. But how would it make sense that, like, for example, if we say that a
Max
certain
making
group
some
is
bank
a
tonight.
terror
He's at
group
75
and they're
bucks
not allowed in
already.
the United States, but the government of Georgia
making
says, no, we're
bank.
cool. We allow them in. And then they're allowed, once you're in the state of Georgia, to travel wherever they want within
For now,
the
I'm
states.
just giving all the
How would that make
proceeds of
sense?
TikTok to Max.
So you're not making a legal argument here. You're making a pragmatic argument. I'm asking you for a legal argument because ultimately the power that the states or the federal government are exercising have to be grounded in the law.
Well, it's certainly
So
grounded in the law, and it's grounded with the same sort of arguments that allow the federal government to have control of the military, to protect our borders in that sense.
Well, no, because the control of the military is actually written in the Constitution, unlike deportation authority, which is not. So that's why I'm saying that it's reserved to the states. And in fact, that was the practice during the founding era, is the states could set their own immigration policies and do their own deportations.
I disagree. So, for example, if you look at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, it talks specifically about how Congress has the exclusive power to set the rules for citizenship. Now, this implies that
citizenship
it
is not
is the
deportation.
federal government that has the ability to decide who is citizen and who is allowed to be in the country.
Yes, I absolutely agree that Congress has the power to set the rules for citizenship. That means which foreign-born people can become citizens. That does not mean that they have the authority to deport non-citizens.
Okay.
Those are two
Okay.
separate.
Hang on, real quick. I'm just going to cut in briefly, guys. I like the exchange, Damon. You're being very respectful. I'm going to let you get back into it, but I have a quick question for you. Are you an attorney?
No.
No, you're not an attorney. Okay.
No, I just like the law.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So my understanding is the
So handsome, Andrew.
the Supreme
Look at these
Court
super
has
chats. You're
ruled
so handsome.
several times that Congress's enumerated powers to a control who is a citizen, etc., implies that it is the role of the federal government in order to enforce borders. This makes sense through a military system. It makes sense through the citizen system that would show that it would be the federal government with the power to enforce this.
Can I have it? I think you'd agree with me that the Supreme Court, some of its decisions are wrongly decided, right? Like maybe Obergefell
Yes,
against
but
Hodges
when
or Bostock
that's true.
against
But
Clayton
when we
County.
see that they have ruled this way, that is a legal argument. And second, when we see that
I think
clearly
it
the
cuts
common sense
against it
argument would be
if what
that,
happened is that
on
during
my side.
I think it cuts against that if you see during the founding era the practice was one way, and then in later centuries the Supreme Court decided that it was another way. I think that's a strong indication that, in fact, the real meaning, the
handsome
original
Andrew
meaning of the
loves all the
Constitution
compliments.
was what the practice was during the founding
From
era,
the not
and then the
upblazers
Supreme Court
who are
wrongly
definitely
decided it
not
was another
here
way
to
later on.
troll.
And so I'd challenge
It's a
you to
funny
point to
troll.
me,
I'm not upset about it.
point you to a case
Look, if you're
during
going
the
to do a
founding
little
era,
trolling,
where the
occasionally you're
Supreme
going
Court
to get a
held
little
that the
bit
federal
trolled.
government
That's
has
the way it's going to work, boys.
immigration enforcement authority.
Just be good sports about it.
Again, what we can see is that the court has ruled it since then, as things have
Just be a
changed
good
over and
sport
over
about it.
unanimously.
Ian, when did the
many,
court
many
rule that?
decisions that it is actually the federal government that has control over our borders. The founders would have
Yeah,
also
you keep
believed
saying
this.
many
It's
decisions,
just that this
so-
wasn't something that would be insane enough for people to bring up. That, for example, the people of Pennsylvania could say, we will allow, King George and people from the crown that are at war with our country, they're allowed to bring those people
Hey,
in
Andrew,
as
where's
citizens
South
of
America?
Pennsylvania, thereby making
Yeah,
it
so
legal to be
you
in
keep
the
saying
United
many
States and travel
decisions.
Of
Can you actually
America.
point me to those decisions instead of just saying many decisions and tell me
Chinese
when they were?
exclusion case. This is Che
That was in a
Jinping,
platonic sense, of
United
course.
States,
Good save.
1889. It's the first major.
Yeah, so
articulation of the
1889
exclusion of
certainly not the
aliens.
founding era, right?
All right, would you? I'm going to get through all these if you allow me to do that. I understand the need
Sure,
to.
yeah.
I
Go
will
ahead.
give all the court cases where the Supreme Court has ruled this way. Then you could give me the cases where any court has ruled that's not the case. The Chinese exclusion case in 1889, Fuyang Ting versus the United States in 1893, Arizona versus the United States in 2012, Trump versus Hawaii in 2018. All of these ruled that the federal government has broad, quote, undoubted power over immigration. Can you show me one case that suggests the other from any time?
Well, you haven't met the question that I asked, which is to show me a founding era case. You gave me cases from the 21st century and from the very late 19th century.
The problem is you're making an appeal to something specific that it would not be necessary for me to have to meet to prove that this is the legal standard.
show me, you could even show me just simply practice from the founding era of the federal government engaging in deportation or other immigration enforcement.
You want an example of the
Do you want
federal
to type it into
government
AI?
saying-
Is that what you do?
I was searching Google. Now, Mr. Non-lawyer, if you want to get smug about it, the truth is that you're getting blown out on the federal case and you're trying to make something specific. It is absolutely entailed as
I'm
the
not
Supreme
getting
Court has
blown out on
shown.
anything.
Please, let me finish. As the Supreme Court has shown over and over again, that the federal government should be the power to control our borders. This makes sense from a military stance, makes sense from an economic stance, and your only argument is, yeah, but that's
Well,
not a legal
so
argument.
again, you're not.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
And so then once I then prove, okay, it's clearly the common sense way things would have to be, and here's the legal standard that proves that, you then put in a new goalpost that says, but you have to show me that the courts back in like the 1780s said this. There's no reason that I would have to prove
No,
that.
I haven't moved the goalpost at all. The goalpost has always been the original meaning of the Constitution, because the Constitution enumerates the powers of the federal government and sets what authority the federal government has and what authority it doesn't have. And founding era practice is a very strong indicator of what powers the federal government had. And the fact that states were the ones enforcing immigration during the founding era indicates that the federal government didn't have that power.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18. Can you read that for me?
Article 1, Section 8, Clause which?
18.
Are you talking about the naturalization?
Yeah, necessary and proper clause.
Yeah, the necessary and proper clause is not constructive.
Okay, go ahead, read it. You clearly know it. You don't have to type it into AI, correct?
No. I mean,
okay,
I
so
don't have the entire Constitution memorized. Do you want to read it for me?
You do. Go ahead. You have
No,
it
I said
memorized. Go ahead.
I don't have the Constitution memorized.
Oh,
if
so
you
so
want to read
then
it,
you
go
have to type it into AI. Well, that's pretty weak.
No, I don't. I didn't
well,
type
so-
anything into AI. I asked you to
Okay, so
actually
you're not
read it.
typing. Okay,
hang on.
excellent.
I'm going to read it. Article 1,
Thanks, man.
Section 8, Clause 18. Congress shall have the power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution of foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or any department or officer thereof. Is that the right one, Rob?
That would be it.
Yeah.
All right. Can I respond to that?
Hang on,
so
I just want to
sure.
give a little
Okay.
bit. Hang on, I just want to give a little clarity here. In 1903, the court in the Japanese immigrant case reviewed the legality of deporting an alien who had lawfully entered the United States, clarifying that an alien who has entered the country has become subject in all respects and jurisdiction and part of its population could not be deported without an opportunity to be heard upon questions involving his rights. So it seems that the court is upholding that Congress has this power under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18. Just pointing this out.
Yeah.
Correct.
Again, I'd argue that that's wrongly decided. But to address Rob's point about
Wait, I'm sorry, sir. Did
Clause
you say
18.
that was just wrongly decided?
yes, correct. In the same way that the Supreme Court decisions upholding the National Firearms Act. Oh, sorry, not the NFA would be wrongly decided.
Okay, got you. So you don't think that the government has any power over immigration
The
at all?
federal government. I would say that the states do because the 10th Amendment reserves to them powers not delegated to the federal government.
Okay, so just to be clear, it would be your
Rob,
interpretation.
can I address, Rob,
that
could I
if-
address your
let me
point
finish.
about Clause 18?
Let me finish. and then you can
I
address
never
mine.
had a chance.
It's
I
your
was responding to Andy.
interpretation. Let me finish, and then you could address it. It's your interpretation that, let's say, the United States federal government says that al-Nursa is a terror group, and you say that if the state of Iowa says, we disagree, we allow everyone from al-Nursa to be in Iowa, and this also means that there's no laws saying that states put up border walls themselves, and so everyone from al-Nursa is allowed to travel to every other state. That's how you think the Founding Fathers imagine this occurring.
Well, so I can respond to that in a minute, but I never got a chance to respond to your argument about Clause 18 of Section 8. So the necessary and proper clause, it says necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution and the government. So it makes reference to powers that are listed elsewhere in the Constitution. So you can't cite that as the source of authority of a new power.
Sure, I can.
To
Because
enforce
what,
immigration.
what the necessary and proper clause is suggesting is there's a bunch of things that aren't specifically written that the federal
Well, then
government
why
has
does it
power
say-
over. Let me finish.
Then why does it say the
Let me
foregoing
finish
powers?
and I'll answer you.
You
So there's a
interrupted
bunch
me,
of things
Rob.
that the federal
So-
government. I'll finish my point. There's a bunch of things that aren't specifically outlined, but they fall under the umbrella. For example, they have the ability to regulate international commerce with foreign nations. They have the ability to prevent through military hostile international nations. And so the necessary and proper clause would imply that Congress is allowed to act in immigration laws. This is also how
So
the
wh-
Supreme Court has ruled, as is in the case that Andrew just
So-
read to you.
So why does the necessary and proper clause say the foregoing powers?
The foregoing powers that are listed before in Article 1, Section 8, which is all the powers such as the ability to regulate commerce with foreign nation, the ability to establish rules regarding naturalization of citizenships. So it's clear that they're
Yeah, and does it
speaking in
list
this
immigration
umbrella.
enforcement?
What's that?
So you listed two powers that are enumerated in the Constitution, but
Correct.
is immigration enforcement enumerated in the and deportation?
Yes, it's
specifically?
implied in the necessary and proper clause. As
No,
I
see,
just said,
this
when
is a
it's
circular
saying-
argument now. You're saying that
It's
the
not.
necessary and proper clause makes reference to the foregoing powers, and the foregoing powers are the necessary and proper clause. That's what you just said.
Okay, let's try it this way. I gave this example about Almersa in Ohio. You say that's what the founding fathers entail.
Sure, I can grant that. Sure.
Okay, and you have what sort of legal background?
None.
So every time this has been brought to the court, it's almost like without batting an eye, they're like, of course, the federal government has the ability to regulate our borders.
Can
You
I-
say every single one of
Can
them.
I
that
ask a
they're wrong.
question here, just out of curiosity? Because
Sure.
I've been following the argument. I think it's interesting. How are the founders able to move Native Americans around then? If they didn't have power over immigration policies in the early part, or I'm sorry, the late part of the 1700s and the early part of the 1800s, how were they able to actually move Indians?
So that's a good question. That's because the Native American tribes are considered to be foreign governments, not like foreign-born people who are part of the United States. So
Well,
in the same way that the United States could engage in war against other countries, they could engage in acts against Native
okay,
American
so
tribes.
that sounds like they can control who's coming in and who's coming out from these foreign nations.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
when it
I
comes
mean,
when
they
it
would
comes
have
to
to.
Native Americans,
That would be a
yes.
necessary
Yes,
entailment.
when it comes to Native Americans, yes.
That's really strange then. So it sounds like they have control over who
Can you
can
show
come
me in the
into-
original
but
Constitution?
hang on,
where it
hang on.
says they're allowed to do that.
If a Native American leaves their land, which is a different nation, you agree with me, they are on United States land, right? And they are
What land are you talking? I'm not sure what land
If a
you're talking.
Native American leaves the reservation that they're put on or that they negotiate for, that's a foreign nation, right?
The reservation would be
The
or
reservation is a foreign nation.
Yes.
Okay, so if they leave that reservation, they're on now American land, right? And they're illegally.
Yes.
Okay, so then how can the federal
Well,
government?
actually,
hang on.
not exactly,
Hang on. The federal government had laws early on, even at the time of our founders, to remove and replace Indians who went off the reservation back to their reservation. So that's immigration policy. By your own admission, that'd be a foreign nation, an immigrant from the foreign nation, and now they have an opportunity. And now the second they hit the land, they now have jurisdiction. How could that be if they didn't have powers over immigration?
Well, I think you'd have to point to specific actions for me to understand the details of what you're saying. But even if I were to grant that because Native Americans have quite special treatment in American law, that the federal government has enforcement authority over Native Americans, that wouldn't mean that they have deportation authority over people born.
Why
in
wouldn't they? It would
other
fall under
countries.
the same authority.
No,
you
it
step
wouldn't
off. You
because
step off
Native
tribal
Americans
land. You're now on U.S. land, right?
Oh yeah, but Okay, but again, the people who are being deported are not Native Americans.
They are Native Americans being deported back to their land, which is the reservation, right?
No, I'm not talking about your hypothetical. I'm talking about in
No, I'm
general.
not talking about
ISIS
hypothetically. I'm talking about they did this.
Okay, sorry, I'm not talking about the example you're bringing up. I'm talking about in the current day, ISIS enforcement actions are not against Native Americans. Would
So
you
what?
agree
Yeah,
with
but
that?
so what? If it's the
Because
case that if the federal government has the authority to enforce the immigration status of Indians, why? I don't understand. Where do they get that authority from? Because according to this, they get it from the same section you and Rob are quibbling about. That's
no,
where
they
get
don't.
the
I mean,
same
they get it
authority.
from the section, their authority to treat with Indians, because again, Indians are treated specially under American law.
No, they don't.
Show me in the
They-
Constitution.
Show me, yeah, show me where these in the Constitution that's the case that Indians have special ways in which they will be dealt with in immigration law. Show me anywhere, because the powers which would be delegated to the United States in order to enforce it would be the same section. How would it not?
Because deportation authority is not the same thing as treating with Native Americans.
Well, wait a second. You have a treaty with Mexico, and the treaty with Mexico is that your people will stay in Mexico. And then a Mexican doesn't stay in Mexico.
Treaties can't give powers to the federal government.
Well, then what
Right,
do you
because
then how do they enforce the immigration of Native Americans then?
Because the land is sort of coextensive with the United States land. That's what makes it a
So what?
unique case.
So is Mexico, the border of Mexico.
What? No, coextensive, not adjacent.
No, it's adjacent. It's just bordered, right? That's it.
Well,
It's the
no,
same thing. It's just
not really.
bordered.
Like, because the United States doesn't have like a bunch of holes in it where Native American reservations are.
Yes, it does.
Right?
What are you talking about? Yes, it does.
But well, no, because like, why would Congress be able to pass laws that apply on reservations if that were the case?
What do you mean?
Like, there are federal laws that apply on reservations.
Yes, that's true. There's federal laws that
Yeah,
apply on reservations,
so-
but the second you step off the reservation, then that immigration policy should be in the hands of the state, according to you. But you're
So
just
are
like,
there-
no,
are there
there's a
federal
special
laws that apply in
exemption.
Mexico?
But hang on, there's a special exemption, but there's no special exemption I can see in the Constitution. So why wouldn't that be under the 10th Amendment too?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The 10th, okay, your argument here is immigration law should apply to the states prospectively and not to the federal government, right?
Yeah, specifically deportation.
Deportation. Okay, I'm granting this just for the sake of argument. That's the case, and how come when an Indian steps off his land, his foreign nation land, and onto U.S. soil in the state, why was the federal government able to intercede then? And what was the constitutional authority that they were utilizing to do that?
So I didn't even take a position on whether that's legitimate.
Can you
or
answer
not,
my
because,
question?
Well, you'd agree that the like.
Can you
federal
answer my
government
question? Can you answer my question? What's the authority in which they're enforcing Indian immigration policy if they're stepping off the land and onto a state's land? What?
Could you specify what enforcement?
Yeah,
action
there's
you're
so
talking
in
about?
Oklahoma, there's an Indian reservation, and Indians decide to leave the reservation, and I don't know, like go get drunk or flee the reservation or things like this. And the United States uses the army to push them back onto the reservation. That is them enforcing and deporting. They're deporting
So
people
is
from
this
the
a real
United
example, or
States
did you
to
just
the
make it up?
reservation. No,
Is
that's
this
a real example.
example, or-
Yes, a real example. U.S. Army comes, pushes them back to a reservation. If that happens, they're enforcing. Then what they're doing is deporting those people. They're deporting them.
Well, so when did this happen?
Oh my God, dude! Can you contend with what I'm asking first, and then I'll give you the specific. It's the case that I can give you an example. The United States government deploying the army to push Indians back into their reservation, which is not their land, that's state land. That would be an example of the United States Army deporting people on behalf of the federal
I don't
government.
think that it would be an example of the US
How is that
deporting
not
people.
deportation?
Well, because
deportation?
the reservation is on United States land, correct?
No, it's its own sovereign land.
It's sort of, but not
sort
exactly,
of, not
right?
sort of.
Well, but again, Congress passes laws that apply inside of reservations, right? So it's not exactly sovereign land.
Yeah, the United States can pass laws inside of other nations too when it comes to things that we do with our citizens and all sorts of enumerations and fucking trade
Yeah, but you wouldn't
policy
say
and all
that
kinds of
Native
stuff.
Americans are U.S. citizens.
I
if they're-
wouldn't. Exactly. Native
Well,
Americans
well,
are not
exactly.
U.S.
So
citizens.
the
So if
example you
Native
just gave is
Americans are
not
not
analogous.
U.S. citizens, then we're deporting the non-U.S. citizens back to their land, which is what they're doing. What is it in the Constitution that gives the federal government the authority to do that? Isn't it? Hang on. I want you to.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
want you to repeat the question I asked first. Repeat it to me.
You asked me to point to where in the Constitution Congress has the power to move Native Americans back onto reservations, I believe.
My question specifically is, where is the authority in the Constitution for the United States government to push Native Americans from U.S. soil and deport them back to the reservation? Where?
Well, the reservation is also U.S. soil.
Yeah, but that would fall to the state.
What state?
The state, whatever
does that
state,
soil
whatever
belong
state
to?
their foot hits when they leave the reservation, right? Because if that's not the case, then why couldn't we just do the same thing with Mexico? You know, the Mexicans' foot hits Texas, we go in, we
Is
push them back
Mexican
across the
soil
border.
part of the United States?
Yeah, but these Native American soil is not part of the United States. They're sovereign.
Except, again, the United States has laws that apply to Native Americans on reservations.
Some of them,
The United
and
States
some of
does
them
not
were
have.
sovereign, especially at this time in the late 1700s. They were sovereign. They were considered sovereign tribes. In fact, the United States didn't even settle in their lands yet. In some of these cases. So
Well, I
what
mean, the
gave
United
them
States
the
didn't
power to
have that land
move
then.
people back? What gave them the authority to do that?
I mean, even if I grant this entire line of argument, it doesn't help you with deportation of anyone who's not an American.
It does. And let me explain why. Because
I don't know how
what
to
we're
reason
saying
with him out of
is
that.
there is nothing expressly in the Constitution that gave the federal government the right to do that. So according to your interpretation, Section 10 would mean that only the states could do that and not the federal government. So how do you square that?
Well, no, because the reservations would be part of the United States.
Can I?
Okay,
Okay.
but
Let me
then
ask you
what
this.
section gives them the right to
Well,
do
hang
that?
on. 1798, the Alien Act authorized the president to arrest and deport foreign nationals from who he deemed dangerous to the peace and security of the United States.
Which Alien Act are you talking about?
The Alien Act of 1798.
The Alien Friends Act or the Alien Enemies Act? That's not
It's just called the Alien Act, this one. The Alien
Both
Act
of
of
them.
1798.
Okay. And what about it?
Do you agree that authorized the president to arrest and deport foreign nationals?
Certain foreign. The Alien Friends Act, which was held to be unconstitutional, did that. Yes.
The Alien Act authorized the president to arrest and deport foreign nationals, right?
Again, these are you're talking about the Alien and there's the Alien Friends Act.
The Alien and Seditious Act of 1798, passed in preparation for an anticipated war with France. The Alien Sedition Act tightened restrictions on foreign-born Americans, limited speech of the government.
Yeah, and
The Federalist-controlled Congress passed laws known collectively as the Alien and Seditious Act. These laws raised residency requirements for citizens from 5 to 14. What were they appealing to for this act? Do you know?
well, do you know the?
I'm asking you a question. What did they appeal to for this act?
Why don't you tell me?
No, I'm asking you. I'm not asking. Why do I need
Well,
to tell
because-
you a question that I'm asking you? What did they
Well,
appeal
because
to for this?
it's your point. You're trying to make
It's not a point I'm trying to make. It's a question I'm trying to
ask.
ask. What did they appeal to? What part of the Constitution was cited for this act?
Do you know the answer to this question?
I do, and I'm asking you if you do. Do you or not?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. So
Yes.
the thing,
Why don't you tell me?
The thing here that's interesting. Well, they appeal to multiple parts of the Constitution, but Section 8 specifically. Just saying. So this is like this goes pretty in depth actually with its deportation powers. Like very in
You
depth.
also said
Section 1 is enacted
alien-
that the House and the United States of America and Congress assembled shall be lawful for the President of the United States at any time during the continuance of this act to order all such aliens as he shall judge dangerous to the peace and safety of the United States or shall have reasonable grounds to suspect concerned or treasonous secret machinations against the government thereof to depart out of the territory of the United States. I mean, that's pretty cut and dry, man.
Oh yeah, but it was quite controversial at the time, and many people believe that it was unconstitutional.
You said, quote, that the Alien Friends Act was ruled unconstitutional. When?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Would it surprise you to know that that's not true?
Yeah, sorry. I believe actually the Alien Friends Act expired before it was the Sedition Act that was.
So the Sedition Act was ruled unconstitutional.
Yeah.
When?
Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke there. You're correct.
Yeah, when was it ruled unconstitutional?
When was the Sedition Act?
Again, I can't give you the year off the top of my head.
Well, give me remotely when the year was, because I'm reading that that's also not true. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd be interested in you pointing where that was. Are you checking AI right now? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, I was searching.
So here's the I'm not
internet.
willing to say that it's not true, but I also cannot find where this was ruled unconstitutional anywhere.
Okay, I'm sorry. They both expired.
So neither one of
I
them
was
are
wrong
ruled
about that.
unconstitutional. Okay. All right. Well, look, man, I do appreciate the call. Thank you. I think it was a spirited debate, and I hope you have a wonderful. Thank you so much for the call. All right. Next one in.
All right. Here we go.
Mister, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. It's Brandon, 51, Arizona.
All right. What do you want to tangle up on tonight, Brandon?
So I'm not going to say that I hate Trump, but I will say there's a lot of shit that I don't like what I'm seeing right now.
Okay.
So, like, for example, this what's that guy's name again? Oh shit. Phyllis S. Forms. This guy in South Florida that he ripped off Medicare for like, 1.7 billion or whatever it was. And then he paid $1 million for Trump to pardon him. So, that
What's
doesn't
the name?
Philip S. Forms, ESFORMES. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce that.
Okay, yeah, Philip. Yeah, like has formes. It almost looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but anyways, it's just shit like that where our legal system's being used as a great way to make money. You know what I mean? This is to me a mockery of justice, and this is why America's fallen apart. And I feel like now we're pretty much a
what are you claiming happened with this guy? With Philip S. Forms?
Yeah, like he ripped off Medicare pretty much like the Somalians did for 1 point
Yeah, and then got
billion.
arrested for it.
Right,
And
then
it looks like he's going to prison.
No, he paid for a pardon.
Let's see. Let's make sure we get this right.
And there was a few other people that were, a couple 100 million. that
There's no
you know,
legal avenue in which to pay for a pardon. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he didn't pay for a pardon, but I'm not going to. Right now, I'm just going to check the claim. Right. I'm not familiar with every story revolving around every
Sure.
allegation of Trump. So right now, I'm just going to
well, and
pull,
I will say
pull
I
the story up
yep,
here.
yeah,
So go
yeah,
ahead.
I was you know, this is I'm a big fan of Corbett Report. I don't know if you know James Corbett or not.
Oh, I was looking at. I'm sorry. I was looking. I guess this guy got bagged for domestic violence after the pardon. I guess he got bagged.
Yeah,
for-
after the
yeah,
pardon.
Yeah, I guess he got bagged after the
He
pardon.
did
for
receive a
domestic
20-year sentence for his Medicaid fraud, though. And then Trump pardoned him. I can't find how long afterwards.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
see.
that's it.
And yeah,
You know
James
what I mean?
Corbett is good stuff.
That's where I feel like we're moving into a corporatocracy. Clearly, you know what I mean. And I feel like, you know, now Trump's moving in this direction, dude. Like, what's going on? I feel like everybody's fucking compromised, and you know, I think it's like high time everybody's fucking fired. You know what I mean? All of you. And in my opinion, you know, I'd like to pitch a deal with America that, you know, how about we let this be a Christian nation again, and let's just see how this goes when you guys all know what we believe. You know, God gave you a free will to rebel against him if you want to. So, you know, we'll be, you know, you do your thing and all, but, you know, we're going to be the ones enforcing the law around here because it's going to be about justice. It's not going to be about how much money we're going to make and, you know, all of this private prison bullshit. You know what I mean? It's all a big money making fucking scam. Sorry. I apologize. And that's where I'm getting, you know, it's stuck in my craw. You know what I mean? You're
Listen,
hanging out with Epstein all of the time, and now you're just pardoning everybody. I'm going, man, I'm not digging.
Actually,
the
I
patterns I'm
want
seeing.
to point a couple things out. He was not actually pardoned. Trump did not pardon him. Sentence was commuted. It was commuted upon the 3 years of supervised release and $44 million in restitution.
Yeah, out of a fucking $1 billion, that's a drop in the bucket. No problem.
He didn't keep the billions. I mean, the federal government confiscated all of that. But I'm trying to figure out what the reasoning was for it. Now, I'm
Well,
not trying to, again,
yeah, I mean,
I don't instantly call progressives or people even in the center liars.
I'm not a progressive.
I'm not saying you are,
yeah.
or people
Yeah.
in the center
Like I
or
said,
whatever.
I don't
I'm
hate
not saying,
Trump.
I got it.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
not saying that you are. But usually when I start checking into these things, the various claims that are made, because people tend to like to shotgun a lot of claims, right? When I start looking into it, I realize, wait, there was way more going on here than what's being presented to me. The little tiny things in there, like he was pardoned versus a sentence commuted. There could be good reasons for this, and that's what I'm trying to find out right now. If there was actually good reasoning behind that. In the interim time, you can chat with Rob. I'll research the story here a little bit.
Yeah, no, and I just want to let you know, dude, I watched your debate against Dillahunty, and I absolutely loved that, buddy. I debated Dillahunty. You know, I've tried to debate him a few times. He always dodged me, too, after one. You know, we had one little situation on Atheist Experience, but, man, your argument was I was just like, dude, I am impressed. That was just like you chucked him in the fucking blender, and it was over. It was puree. You know what I mean? That was beautiful. So,
yeah, I enjoyed it.
Andrew,
yeah, go ahead.
Looks like I found some information on this guy. It says his sentence was commuted due to declining health, combined also with his demonstration of what do they say, prayer and like remorse or whatever, something like that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. Did you happen to notice when it was that he went in?
We went in 2019,
and then I believe his sentence was commuted in 2020. Is that right?
Yeah, 14 months. 14 months later.
So he spent 14 months on a 20-year sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
well,
did. Now, there better be some good reasoning behind
well,
that.
yeah. And I'm just telling you,
And apparently this
any-
was, but apparently this was on the suggestion of Jared Kushner, which doesn't surprise me. So
sure.
And it says here he was in declining health and had shown prayer and repentance. I can't find any reasoning other than that.
And can I just mention one thing about Charlie Kirk that kind of sticks in my craw too, as far as like, he's there with a bunch of Mormons telling them we need to have a stronger Mormon church in America. Wait a minute, they're totally apostate. I mean, Joseph Smith is like one of the most obvious false prophets of all time. Why don't you tell them the truth? You know what I mean? You guys are heading in the wrong direction, folks. Might want to get out of this religious nonsense.
look, I didn't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk did or said.
Sure.
Okay, and I wreck Mormons all the time. So I'm
Yeah.
not, I have.
No, I watched your debate on that too.
Yeah, I have completely
I
different
grew
opinions.
up in Utah, so
Look,
I had to.
but can we find some common ground here that at least Christians who follow the Nicene Creed we want on our side for legislative purposes? Like we can at least deal with the moral claims that they're making because they're not like lunatics, right?
Let me point this out because I've wanted to have this discussion with you as far as because in early America, if you were Catholic, you were not allowed to hold office. And this is where, because I've heard you say that you're Orthodox. So, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that.
You were allowed to hold office as a Catholic in one state.
New Hampshire. Right. So, but
But that was the case if you were a Mennonite or another type of Protestant in a different state as well. So this wasn't exclusionary to just Catholics. They also, they also said like if you're not a Quaker in this state or something like that. I'm using this as an example. This isn't factually true. I'm just giving the idea for if you were. So what would make Catholics from their view a different denomination exactly?
Well, let me ask you really quick, because when you say Orthodox, I kind of have to ask people, let me get your definition first of what Orthodoxy is. You know what I mean? Because
Eastern Orthodoxy is, from my view, is the original church of Christ. And before there was a schism between the Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox, that was what the first schism was.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, and just so you know my position, I believe that the inspired manuscripts promised purification and preservation, which you will find in the King James Bible.
Yeah, well, who put that Bible together was my church.
No.
Yeah.
No, I totally disagree on that issue. As far as the Nicene Creed is not who originally kept all of the manuscripts and everything. And I'm sure you know the situation with the Alexandrian manuscripts versus the Texas Receptus.
Wait a second. Do you read the King James Bible?
I do.
Is that divinely inspired then?
No, I think that it is divinely purified. Is in Psalms 12:6 and 7. It says the words of the Lord.
Yeah, but it's not inspired.
What was that?
Like, how do they know how to put that together?
Well, as far as first you had Darius Erasmus who came in and did the Textus Receptus, which sparked off the Reformation movement, and then you have William Tyndale comes along, starts translating the Bible. Catholic Church burns them at the stake. Then
so hang on. Are you saying that their version of the Bible was divinely inspired, but the Catholics was not?
No, I'm saying that God promised that He was going to preserve, purify and preserve His word. So somewhere we have to have a preserved word. We all know that the original manuscripts, the autographed manuscripts, do not exist. So right there we if God's word is true, we have a problem. Because none of the originals exist. That's why copies upon copies were made.
You know who would be really good for this? Maybe we can just grab him right now. Somebody text or get a hold, if you can, of Jay Dyer. We'll let Jay Dyer hash this out. He's more of a church history guy than I am.
Right. Well, I'm just saying I have
Meanwhile-
a problem because I see a lot of guys, really smart dudes like you, Sam Shamoon. I want to find out what is it that you guys read with the early church fathers that kind of, is making you guys kind of, in my opinion, head back to Babylon. Like, because to me, Catholics have a completely.
What did you read from Martin Luther that made you want to reform?
Well, no. I didn't. I don't agree with a lot of Martin Luther's stuff. I'm
Yeah,
just
but I
saying.
mean, you
that-
agree with
let me-
somebody's stuff. Which reformer
Right.
it was right, and why?
Well, what I believe is, I'm going to trust the Word of God, the Bible, over any religion.
Yeah, but we haven't established who had the authority to put the Bible together that you now are claiming it has the authority.
Well, this is why I'm saying is it went through, from the Textus Receptus to the King James, we have 7 different English translations, and in Psalms 12, 6, and 7.
Which one are we supposed to follow is what I'm asking you.
The King James should be the authority for doctrine. If you want to use all the other Bible versions for study purposes, that's fine.
And
But
what gives the King James version the authority in your estimation? What makes it the one which governs all others?
Well, I mean, if I could show you a couple of prophecy scriptures of why I've come to this conclusion.
Okay,
but
give me the
I
first
would
one.
say,
Give me the first
yeah, I would
prophecy
say the
scripture
most
that predicts the
important,
King James. Go ahead.
Yeah, the most important reason, in my opinion, is that modern English eliminates legal ambiguity better than any other language on the planet.
No, it doesn't do it better than German. I don't believe that for a second.
Well, I mean,
English is Germanic, and in fact, I would say this is what this is what my understanding is. Now, I could be wrong on this, but because there's a mixture on legal authoritative terms in Latin, that actually creates ambiguity in the language of the law and of law that the Germanic language did not.
Okay, well, I mean, you can Google it or whatever. I mean, there's no other language that can compete in removing legal ambiguity than modern English. That's why you start having problems even when you remove the these and the thous. You're creating more ambiguity. That's why, and when you're ripping out entire verses like 1 John 5:7,
I can't actually find anything here that says that English, especially Old English, is the best at removing ambiguity from law.
Yeah, definitely not Old English or Middle English.
But isn't King James all thee, thou, thine?
Well, that's modern English. That's why Tyndale, who happened to speak 7 different languages, German being one of them, he did like 80% of the King James what we know as the King James Bible. Miles Coverdale had to finish the Bible.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me what makes it authoritative.
Well, I'm trying to, I'm trying to lead up to why the King James fulfills a couple of key prophecies.
Okay, which prophecies? Let's start with those.
Yes, Psalms 12, 6, and 7, and
Okay,
then
hang on.
Zephaniah 3, 8, and 9.
One second, one at a time. Right, let's start with Psalms. What was the Psalms?
Psalms 12, verses 6 and 7.
The words of our Lord are pure works. This one?
Yeah, the words of the Lord are pure
Tried
words.
in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times, emphasizing God's word, absolute purity, truth, reliability. If you tie this into this guy spoke 7 languages, I'm fucking kicking you.
No,
you
no,
better
that's
not
not.
fucking tie this into, well, he
No.
spoke 7 languages,
No,
or
no,
else,
no.
dude,
Yeah,
you don't
no,
pass
I'm
the
not.
IQ test if that's the case.
No, I am not
Okay,
doing
all
that.
right, all right.
Yeah.
Comparing them to silver, refined in perfection in a crucible, making them trustworthy. What's the prophecy here?
What version are you reading from? I'm just curious. What was that?
This is the KJV, I believe, the King James
No.
version.
No, the King James version goes like this: that the words of the Lord's are pure words as silver tried in a furnace of earth 7 times, Thou shalt preserve thy word, O Lord, for this generation forever. So somewhere there has to be a preserved word. I mean, and this is
That's not.
important.
Well, wait a second. What's the prophecy?
That right there, it's talking about that there's the inspired text is promising purification and preservation. So somewhere there has to be a perfectly preserved word of God, or else, God didn't tell the truth. We got a problem.
Wait a second. Hang on. I want to make sure I'm reading it. Okay, this is the King James version. Let's make sure we got the right one. Okay, so this starts with 3. The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips. All of this, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. The wicked walk on every side when the vilest men are exalted. Okay, so the context here is I'm trying to figure out how you get this prophecy somewhere.
Now,
Something else. Okay, I'm listening. Let's go to the next.
Well, I'm just saying that, and to me, this is why it makes sense to me, because if none of the original manuscripts exist and everybody was making copies upon copies, well, now this would explain why we're going to need purification, because you're going to get a lot of little human errors in there and stuff. So this is why it was purified 7 times, and that's from the Textus Receptus to the King James Bible. We have 7 different translations with different teams, but the King James team was 54 men. That was pretty much like the dream team of linguists and lawyers to come in, because this, a covenant is a contract.
Yeah, that doesn't tie. Like these 2 events aren't tied together here, though. What I'm trying to figure out is how you tie Psalms 12:6 to this event. How is it tied in at all?
Well, as far as that's why I'm saying, if you study the history, like from Darius Erasmus, when he does the Textus Receptus, then you have the Coverdale Bible. That's pretty much Tyndale's work. Then
but you've told me all of that, but you have not tied in how Psalms 12:6 is tied into that at all.
Well, because
it sounds like you're just trying to tie it in, but I'm not seeing where it ties in exactly.
Well, I mean, you and I can agree King David was a prophet also, right?
King David?
Yeah. He wrote, Psalms 22, where he's describing Jesus being crucified and everything. Obviously, these are, prophecies of a future event that's going to take place, when, and so here again, where we have a quick little, something telling us about a future event of the words of the Lord's are pure words. So all of the inspired texts are going to need to be purified and preserved so that the contract is preserved.
Yeah, but that doesn't, even if I grant all, it doesn't tie in how these things are tied in together.
Let's try now. Go to Zephaniah chapter 3.
Okay. King James version, obviously.
In my opinion, I think it's helpful. Yeah.
Okay. King James version.
Yeah.
And what chapter for Zephaniah?
Chapter 3, verses 8 and 9, because 8 is, obviously describing, a period that occurs before the Battle of Armageddon. So it's clearly kind of describing end times. We're in the end
coming day of
times
divine
here.
judgment, where God will gather nations and pour out his anger. Yeah, okay.
So, and then in Zephaniah 3, 9, it says, for then, talking about in the last days, I will turn to the people a pure language. So this is why we keep running into a lot of problems with ambiguity, and why we got 20,000 different brands
dude,
of
that's
Christianity.
such cherry picking. Come on. You can't make the claim that the pure language is English. Prove it. Prove the pure language is English here.
Well, this is why, what language produced more poetry than modern English? That's
Modern English is
that's
what
not
Shakespeare
evidence
spoke.
of your claim that the pure
Well-
language which is talked about here has anything to do with English at all.
Well, it doesn't say it's going to be English. You know what I'm saying? But it's telling us about a pure language. And now it's the
Yeah, but do you
language that.
see the conflation that you're doing here? You're trying to make this fit the course of events. You're trying to make this
Well,
fit
no, I'm
the
saying.
events that you claim. That's what you're doing. What's
Well-
the evidence that this is referencing English, dude?
Well, this is where I'm saying, when we look at the events that have taken place, I mean, there's not a single nation on the planet that doesn't have a percentage of
Oh, come on,
population
dude. We have to
speaking
do
English.
We have to do, but to even grant that we're near the end times, a bunch of stuff has to happen. We have 7 seals, 7 trumpets. We have wormwood. We have all sorts of things that have
Well,
not happened. They haven't occurred.
In my opinion, in my interpretation, the next big prophetic event is the Damascus being destroyed and laid to ashes, which
This is
certainly.
more speculation.
Well, I'm just telling you my interpretation.
Yeah,
I've spent 16
I get
years
it.
You're a
reading the
prophet.
Bible.
You've got
what I
prophets on
mean?
the show, Andrew.
Well, I'm just
Hang on,
saying. I
who's,
mean,
who's talking right now in the background? Can you tell me who's talking?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. So the thing is, dude, is like, I get it. I understand what you're saying. I understand now the chain of logic, right?
Right.
But the chain of logic is broken because you're moving into sheer speculation between Psalms, and then you're moving again to this other chapter and verse, which does not actually do anything to bolster your claim. It doesn't do anything
Well,
to help you here.
yeah, I understand. Bear with me for a second. This is why I'm saying though that Zephaniah 3:9 there is talking about a pure language that they may call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. So this is why, I mean, it's always sounded off to me that people, Yahshua, it's Jesus. Just, it's that simple. So anyways, and this again, modern English, what William Tinsdale and Shakespeare and all them, modern English does remove legal ambiguity. There's no other nation on the nation on
Yeah,
the
I'm trying to
planet.
figure this out too. I was just looking for this claim. Interesting that you bring this up again. And I've tried to ask Google this, 50 different ways. What language takes out the most ambiguity in law? Is English a language which takes out the most amount of ambiguity in the law? I've tried like 15 different ways to ask this, and I cannot find anything that says that that English itself, it takes out the most ambiguity in the law. I can't find anything on that. Where can I find that information?
I mean, just let me try Googling it real quick. Does modern English remove I'll say best. It just says modern English aims
I've got
to reduce.
Lodgebin. This is what AI says. So, I mean, we can take it for what it's worth. I can't
All right.
find the official source, but it says Lodgebin is designed specifically to be a human language that removes the most ambiguity, particularly in syntax, grammar. It doesn't say law, but I think syntax and grammar would be part of law, right? Making it logical and suitable for, for machine parsing? Well, I don't think that's the type of language we're talking about. I don't think that's the kind. But wait a second. Wouldn't computer language be better? Oh, I don't know.
Well, modern English like Shakespeare and everything. I mean, we have far more adjectives than any other language. So, I mean, that's where it helps to relieve legal ambiguity. And then, of course, if every nation on earth is going to worship him in a pure language, I don't see a new language coming out to trump English that every nation on the planet has to use in order to spread the gospel to every corner of the earth. You know what I mean? I'm just saying you got to look at the coincidences and go, can this be a coincidence? I mean, I know the Bible doesn't say, yep, it's going to be modern English.
Okay,
But
so
it's-
the most common interpretation that I can find for this, in this context, the purification of lips or pure language in some translations like the King James Version symbolizes a spiritual cleansing, enabling true worship and unity among diverse people. It contrasts with the deceit and corruption described in the earlier chapter. It points to a reversal of the Tower of Babel's confusion of languages, fostering harmony and calling in God. This promise extends beyond Judah to include the Gentiles, people or nations, foreshadowing inclusive salvation. So this was allegorical, right? This was designed to be allegorical, not literal. Not that there was going to be a pure language which everybody spoke, but rather it's an allegory.
Well, it's about for God's what language is God's word going to be, preserved in? You know what I mean? So somewhere there has to be a preserved.
That's not what it's about, though. What it's about is, and this is why I questioned at the beginning when you said it didn't sound like a biblical prophecy to me. What this is an allegory, which is talking about a reconciliation between Judah, which includes the Gentiles, and the foreshadowing inclusive in the salvation and later biblical theology, such as the New Testament. So yeah, this is not, it points to a reversal of the Tower of Babel's confusion language. So the critical context here is not that it's saying there's going to be a universal language everybody speaks. That's not what it's talking about.
Well, I understand your position, and I would love to be able to get deeper on this with you. It would take time.
Well, I'm no
if you-
expert on church history.
Yeah.
A guy like Jay Dyer or somebody like that would be much better at that. We all have our strengths, and church history is not. If you study church history, that's what you do. You know.
Well,
what I mean?
I have studied a great deal of, because I would love to talk with Sam Shamoon. Also, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but because I'm like, dude, you're so smart. Like, what is going on? Because to me,
well, hang on. We'll talk to him.
Sure.
Or talk to Dyer, or talk to especially Dyer when it comes to, because your quibble here is about church history specifically.
Well,
and
let me just say this, because
but I can
Revelation,
see even cursory that there's major problems here. But look, I got to move to the next caller.
Let me just say one more thing.
I gave you a ton of time.
Let me just one more thing. As far as, because to me, in Revelation chapter 17, I think it's very clear that the Whore of Babylon is the Catholic Church. That's why I would love to be able to discuss it with intelligent people. Like, what is it that's, what did you read with the church fathers that convinced you this is it? I want to know.
Okay, I understand, man. I appreciate the call. It's very kind of you to send one in. I'm thoroughly unconvinced of your position, as Dillahunty would say. I remain unconvinced, but I do appreciate the call. Have a good one, man.
Real quick on Philip, it wasn't 12 months. He was actually arrested and detained July 22nd, 2016. So he ended up spending 4.5 years of his 20-year sentence.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll have to dive in on that. I didn't think it was a bad point that he made, though. I didn't think it was a bad point. We just need to.
Pardons suck.
Yeah, but we just need to dive in more about what the context was beyond the situation. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, his health, he need to, as far as I'm concerned, for that level of fraud, if you're going to get pardoned, you need to be, or commuted, you need to be like dying. I don't know if I can say the big C or whatever, but
anyway, we'll take the next caller on.
All right. I'll bring him up. All right, Brenna.
Andrew, I just wanted to say you're fucking rock, dude. I love you, dude. Later.
And I'm handsome.
You are very, yes, sir.
Yeah, see, the handsomeness, that's what really mattered. It did cost you a ban in the chat for the rest of your life, but I appreciate the compliment. I do appreciate the compliment.
Oh my, dude.
You're banned forever, but I do appreciate the compliment.
Man, only 3 guest requests? Come on, guys.
Well, it's late, bro. It's almost 12:30.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's almost 12:30 on the East Coast.
It's true.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How
All
are you?
right. Can I get your age and location?
I am 49. I'm from Colorado Springs.
Oh, all right. Which of these you want to talk about?
The thing is, I want to talk about is while I'm a Trump supporter, I
Okay. Anyway, banned for life in the chat, but it was worth it to you. It's worth it to you.
Bruh.
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 Oh, talk about why I'm a Trump supporter, Andrew.
Okay. I actually kind of want to hear this.
Of the AI videos where he dances, where he does the crip walk. That's it. That's the only thing.
All right. Truck, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I get your age and location for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, 30 California.
Okay. So before you move on to the insults or how handsome I am, did you actually want to argue about any of these?
Yeah, the woman-related topics.
Uh-oh. Okay, go ahead.
So, I've seen you online. You're the host of the Whatever podcast, right?
No.
No? You're on it though, occasionally though, right?
Sometimes.
And I've seen like clips of you.
Yeah, whatever. You're a troll. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You're like the host, aren't you, bro?
Yeah. Next one up.
But you're like on there occasionally?
Yeah.
So that like makes you the host.
I've seen a lot of your debates. I can't name one, but I've seen a lot of them.
Hello, Shayla.
Hey guys, how are you?
Well, I'm just living the dream. Shayla, can you give us the age and location for TikTok purposes?
Yeah, I'm in California and I'm 30 years old.
Why are all of you from California? Like
I mean,
everybody's from California.
it's a beautiful state.
It's weird. All right. Any of these you want to argue about?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about women-related topics.
Of
and
course. Here we go.
well, is that
I'm joking.
okay?
I'm joking. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine.
Well, it's only because I am a Christian conservative anti-feminist, so I'm not really gonna be able to debate anything else on that list.
Tell me, as a Christian conservative anti-feminist,
Yeah,
can you just name one book from the New Testament?
Yeah, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Matthew,
Those are
Mark.
the Gospels.
Okay. And you have accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, then why are you here? Why are you up here?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about kind of your approach with the Whatever podcast with that one OnlyFans girl. I kind of wanted to debate with you on why you think that's a good approach.
Bruh.
And I'm not
Okay, did you watch it? Like, answer the question honestly. Did you watch the entirety of the debate?
No.
Yeah. And do you think that why would you have an honest criticism if you didn't actually watch it?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I feel like there's no. I'm willing to watch the whole thing. And
You
I only
feel like
probably
there's
watched.
let me guess. You feel like there's absolutely no justification under any circumstances for the thing that I said.
I'm just a little confused.
Is
like
that
why
correct?
that's your approach.
Is that correct? There's no justification under any circumstances for what I said.
Mm,
That's why you didn't have
I
to
guess
watch
I
the
wanna s-
debate. Like you didn't have to watch the debate because no matter what the context was, it was still bad.
Well, I think no matter what the context was, yeah, it was still bad. I don't know if I would go as far as say there's no justification, but I would say it would have had to be pretty brutal from the other side. And I'm willing to watch the whole thing to see if that happened, but it
Like
did
for
seem like a
instance,
pretty harsh approach.
would it change your mind if that woman had threatened to unalive me right before that with her husband?
Sure. Yeah, it might have changed my mind if you were. Yeah.
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 Okay. So then I guess context can change your mind then. So
Yeah, that's why I said I wouldn't
this is
say it's
why- This is
impossible. I
why
said that.
This is why I'm confused as to why you just didn't watch it. But anyway, the reason that this happened is because we were arguing over the Trinity, and as she had lied to me about being a pastor and having a ministry, and I knew she was lying about it. And of course, she wouldn't cop to it and this and that. It was when she started correcting me that I pointed this out. Pointed out, like, don't correct me. You were just doing this yesterday. This wasn't a reform from 20 years ago. You're just doing these things literally yesterday. So I don't think you should be having a ministry and trying to give correction to people just yet.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually am an advocate that people who are new converts shouldn't be preaching or teaching. Actually, definitely not teaching. But I just don't know if the vulgar language, and I'm not against it. I don't think like cursing is a sin. But the comment, and I don't want to get you banned on TikTok. I'm not sure if I'm
The
allowed
50
what I'm allowed to
D's in the
say.
mouth.
Yeah, I've
Mhm.
like I genuinely I'm a little I'm not even trying to debate as much as I actually do want to hear. I don't understand that tactic. Like
Would you trust
I
the
don't
word?
understand that.
Would you trust the word of a new convert who was a corn star literally a few months before you were arguing with her about her authority to be a minister?
No, I would not.
Don't you
But I
think
don't
that it
think
would
that
be
it's
fair?
justified.
Don't you think that it would be fair to point out why?
I don't think you need to point it out by
Why?
by
Yeah, but
being
that is,
rude like
but
that.
that is true. That is truly the reason
Sure, but
why,
you could say,
right?
"Hey, you were on OnlyFans, not too long ago, so therefore," I think that's the point
No,
that
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
confused
See,
on.
that's the problem, is that that's just tone policing. So the idea here is, if I point out this true fact, right, and it's jarring, it's very jarring. And the thing that makes it so jarring is the very thing that I want people to see. That's what jars them out of their complacency. Sometimes I think that I like almost every interaction that I have with people does not go that way, like including the one I'm having right now, right? But occasionally there's going to be call for me to use jarring language in order to promote the point. And remember, this was clipped such a way where you didn't see the entirety of the
Yeah.
interaction, mostly from her, but they were being extraordinarily combative. And later on, the guy was talking about unaliving people and all kinds of stuff. So the thing is like, nah, it didn't go down the way you think it did in your mind, one. And two, I think it's a justification to say, like, look, before you start running online courses as a minister, which is what she was doing, where you paid her, which tells me she moved from one grift to the next, to learn about family and familial and biblical advice for how to run your family at home, that maybe we should contrast that with the fact that very recently, and due perhaps to financial issues, you moved away from this lifestyle.
Yeah, to rebut that, I do believe two things can be true at once. I think that you can bring correction even in a harsh manner without going to the point where you're being vulgar
Yeah,
and
well, I mean,
rude.
vulgarity is a matter of perspective. And the thing is like,
That's true, but I
and
think
let
most
me, can
people
I
would
point
agree
this
that it's
out?
rude,
Like,
right?
I've never seen.
Most people would agree that
Well, let me
if like
ask you
even if
this.
it won't.
You
Sure.
see how I have you up here and I'm willing to have a dialogue with you?
Yeah.
Where the hell have you ever been during any of these whatevers? Why aren't you there correcting them? Why aren't you there showing me how it's done? If you're so good at it and I'm so bad at it and I'm so vulgar and you're so great, why don't you go just show me how it's done? Every time I've made this offer to people and they go on, they just sit there.
Well,
They
I'm willing to go on a
literally
whatever podcast.
go.
What do you? I'm a little
Go.
like, what's the critique
Yeah,
here exactly?
go and argue yourself with the most horrible people on planet Earth. And I want to see if it's more effective than what I do. And if it is, I'll do that.
Well, don't you think, like, to use an example of someone who does do that, like, I would
Ooh,
say
there's not
someone like
one.
Charlie.
No, Charlie
I would
Kirk
say
was on there a couple times, and his
Yeah.
I do not think he was nearly as effective as I was. Not even close.
Well, how are you measuring effectiveness here?
By how many minds you change and how much your message gets out to the people.
Yeah, how are you quantifying that? Because I would say that Charlie Kirk was constantly changing minds, and
I'm talking
for sure,
specifically about the Whatever podcast, not our effect on general society. Yes, Charlie Kirk was a much larger creator than I am. And not only that, he had a massive political organization, and many, many, many people know him and his message many, many more times than me. I'm talking about specifically on the Whatever podcast, where he was not
Yeah.
a particularly well-liked guest,
quantifying that?
because he
Are you
wasn't a
quantifying that?
particularly well-liked guest. That's how I'm quantifying
No, I'm
it.
saying how are you quantifying that you were more effective in changing minds on the Whatever podcast
Because
than
he was
him?
not
Like,
a well-liked guest. That's how I'd quantify it.
why is likability I don't understand. How is
Because
likability
whose
changing the minds of
minds are
people?
you trying to change? Just the people you're talking to, or the audience?
Well, when you're on a large forum like that, it's the audience as well.
That's
of
right. It's the
course.
audience. And so if the audience isn't receptive to you, not going to listen to you. And I consider that to be less effective.
I don't. That I'm serious. I still feel like that's a reach. So you're saying that the
How's that a
audience
reach?
responded? Yeah, I'm
Yeah, the
confused
audience
how
responded
audience,
better to me than they did to Charlie Kirk generally, yes.
how is the audience responding better mean that you're actually changing their mind or leading them closer to
Why?
conservatism
Well, wait a
or
second.
Christ?
Why would they respond poorly? Well, okay, then you would have to give a differing message that I have than Kirk. I would say mine's even more right-wing than Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
so if they're responding positively, more positively towards my messaging than Kirk, I think that seems like it's a
The
reasonable,
right
hang
is
on, I think that's a reasonable way to quantify that. Now, I could be wrong. Like I could just be incorrect, but I think that stands to reason. Like that's a reasoned position. Yeah.
that if the right is agreeing with what you're saying.
No, if people who are agreeing with you is like, look, I'm not on the right, or this is not a thing that I've thought about
Mhm.
before, or I was a red pill simp, or I was a red pillar, or I was this, and I moved more towards Christian ethics, things like this.
Yeah.
That's how I would quantify that.
So are you telling me that you think that there were people, and I'm asking genuinely, I'm not, you're saying that in the comment section or maybe in your DMs that people were saying, hey, because you talked that way to her, I really was convicted.
The number one response that I get from people is it's the way that you lay this out unapologetically that made me realize that Christians don't have to be vaginas.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree that Christians need to grow a backbone.
Really? Because you're on
and
here
then-
tone policing one right now and seems to be taking the side of the person who is a Protestant heretic who ran a ministry. So where's your backbone?
I mean, I think I have a backbone right now, standing up for what I believe, being willing to come up here and
Well,
just talk
it's
to you
easy.
about
It's
it.
easy to stand up to somebody who isn't giving you much in the way of like dunking or brutality or things like this, but having a pleasant conversation with you. Far different when you find yourself in the lion's den yourself, especially if you go do it hundreds of times like I have. The
Yeah.
thing is like
You know what, Andrew, I applaud what you do. I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to say like,
no, I'm
you know,
giving you an accounting. That's what you're asking for is an accounting. And yes, I do think that I had a more effective approach than Charlie Kirk did on that show. Not
So
on
if
not
I were
on
to go
every
on-
show, not on the political scale, nothing like that, just on that particular show, yes.
Sure. And this is also a sincere question. Do you believe if I went on the Whatever podcast as a Christian conservative woman and I was as aggressive as you, maybe a little bit less, but as aggressive as you, that I would be more effective reaching those women in the audience than if I were to speak the
Maybe
truth in
not
love?
maybe not the women, but the thing is you have to have you have to be a person whose mind is willing to be changed. And some people who you're having an argument with, their mind isn't even like it's not even open to being changed. And so you're not fighting over whether or not you can change their mind. You're fighting over whether or not you can change the minds of the hundreds and thousands and millions of viewers.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this isn't the same because you obviously do it more than I do, but I host TikTok lives quite often, trying to change the minds of, you know, people with different prompts. And I don't really feel like when I've gotten more aggressive, I've seen more fruitfulness. I feel like it's been when I'm stern and I don't back down, but I'm still
Sometimes that's the case, and sometimes it's not.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I just went through your account. Are you a female pastor?
No.
You don't preach?
I do preach, but I'm not a pastor.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi guys, I just wanted to ask Shayla a question. So, I don't know, especially if you're preaching, I would hope that you've heard of St. John Chrysostom.
Yes.
Okay, he said that when we see blasphemers and we hear them blaspheming, we should strike them. We should sanctify our hand with a blow and hit them in the mouth and smite them on the face. He called them asses. I don't know if you've ever read what he thought about prostitutes or women of ill repute, but he had some really harsh language that would make Andrew blush. And he's one of the great church fathers. He's one of the greatest, writers of homilies in the church. And I'm just wondering why you assume that these girls like Nala Ray are so good faith that if we just approach them gently and we're super duper nice and we speak with soft language that they're going to just like fall in line, they're going to
Well,
stop.
they do the
with
opposite. Actually, they
shenanigans.
begin taking advantage, and they begin
That's
the
exactly what I'm
infiltration of
trying
the
to
church.
say.
They begin the infiltration of the church immediately.
I think the problem is we don't have enough Andrews. We don't have enough men willing to strongly and harshly rebuke women for their behavior. I think that's the problem. I don't think Andrew was even harsh with her. I mean, this is a girl who was just on that show talking about how much she loves cheating and that she loves lying. She even admitted that a lot of this was lying. She refused to give the money back. I went on there and tangled with her because she was going, no, I don't believe in the Trinity. And no, I don't think that the Eucharist is really the body and blood of Christ. It's just wine and it's just grape juice and crackers, bro. She was being nasty. She was being rude. She was being obnoxious. And Andrew tried to deal with her like subtly and kindly and politely for quite a while before finally getting so sick of her shit that he just said, look, I'm just going to be straight with you. Don't ever tell me anything because you've had 50 dicks in your mouth. Now, would that have been nicer if he said, ma'am, you've had at least 50 penises in your mouth, so please don't try to correct me? Would that have been better?
Well, I just want to say first, I never said that we just need to like speak softly to them and only be, rainbows and gumdrops and butterflies. That's
You
certainly
literally
not
said he
my
just
position.
needed to be nicer. You said his approach, why does he take this harsh approach? Why doesn't he be gentler? Isn't that your point?
No, my point isn't that we just need to all be gentler. My point is that I feel like at some point it can get so far to the rudeness where we're not effective because whether it's clipped or whether the whole thing is watched, it's like that's not. I don't think
they're going to
that-
clip you anyway. Understand that?
Yeah, I
Like,
said
they're
that's why I said whether
they're
it
gonna
is or
clip
whether
you.
it's not.
They're going to clip you anyway, and they're going to clip you for being too weak, or they're going to clip you for being too strong. The only criticisms of me thus far in my entire internet career, which have ever held any merit, was that one time I didn't open the lid of an olive jar, and another time a woman spurred out about events from 18 years prior. That's it. Everything else, it's just nada. It's just nothing. It's just garbage. And the thing is like, I didn't say anything there that wasn't true and wasn't warranted, wasn't merited. The truth is that I wish that sometimes I could deal with people in only more hushed tones where you can have reasonable, logical debates, but you can't always do that. You can't always do that.
So when do you think that line is crossed? When you have to?
It's a
no
subjective.
longer-
It's a subjective line. Like you can't know for sure, exactly when this line is crossed. When do we know that? The thing is like, I think that the easiest way to delineate the line is based on truth. It's based
I
on
think
truth. Like, am I
we could-
lying to you or am I telling you what's true?
Sure. I do believe that we need to speak the truth and we need to speak it boldly. And I'm like I said, I'm not suggesting that we are nothing but gentle, and I that's not what I'm advocating for. But what I do believe is that I don't think it's going to be well received by anyone when you use, language that is degrading to that
It was
person.
received extraordinarily well by hundreds of thousands of people
The
across
only
the world
people-
who said,
The only
"Man,
people
what
who
a
didn't
breath
like
of fresh
it
air."
were women.
It was mostly women,
and
that's
women and
true.
simps. Women and simps.
It was just
So-
mostly women. And it was, by
Yeah,
the way, it
it's-
was mostly Skittles women who got pissed off about it. Just so you know, that's usually who gets the most pissed at me is Skittles women. I don't know what the deal
I don't
is
know
with
what that is.
Like
Rainbow people.
alphabet people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, my only thought is if we're trying to like lead people towards Christ, I don't know if I would agree that at any point it's appropriate to be using that type of language to someone, only because I believe we need to be wise and we need to be bold.
Well,
But
then
let me-
you disagree with Saint John Chrysostom then. How many times in the
Yeah,
Bible?
I might disagree with him.
Well, why would you?
actually.
He's a
Sure.
church father and you're a lady who shouldn't be preaching.
Because
you
I-
absolutely should not be preaching whatsoever. Why would we listen to you? And why would Andrew listen to you? You have no business doing that.
The church fathers disagreed with each other on certain topics. I'm not.
true.
I
Sure,
don't.
I'm not saying
we
they're
don't need
never
to.
wrong, but
Yeah,
I'm saying
that,
the Bible
They
neither
don't. They
neither
don't
am I.
the
disagree with
Bible
John
itself
Chrysostom
calls
though.
those women, yeah, the Bible itself calls those women harlots and whores. It calls people pigs. It calls people dogs. Harsh language is a reality of life, and it's not, well, we can't lead people to Christ unless we never, say a naughty word. That's a Protestant, that's like a modern American Protestant idea that there's naughty bad words, or you know
No,
what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Like I
it's like,
said, that's why I don't believe cursing is a sin. It's not the naughty words. It's once again the rudeness of and the crudeness of bringing up someone's sin to them. That I'm sure she's aware of. She might need to be called out on that, but it's very crude to describe it that way to where it's. I don't
okay,
think
so
it's
once
pointing people
again,
closer.
Shayla, if
would you
that's
like for
true,
him to
if
say,
that's true,
ma'am, you had one man on either end of you inserting their penises
no.
into
This
both
is
of
even
your
better. Actually, I got a
you
better
know?
one. If you say it's a crudeness to bring up the sin, would you leave one of your children with somebody who had been convicted of PDF filing? Would if they had been convicted of that? Would you? And would you bring
No.
up the reason? What was that they had been convicted of this thing?
Yes.
But what if they repented? Why would you
I
bring
don't
up their
believe that.
sin? Why would you bring up their sin?
Wait,
They repented.
I feel like you guys are straw manning my
No,
arguments.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no.
saying that
You
usually
just
shouldn't
said
bring up
that.
their
You
sin.
literally
I didn't say we
just said
can't bring
you
up
just
their
said that.
sins.
You just said that. Hang on, I'm going to show
I
you.
didn't say you can't bring up their
Hang on, I'm
sin.
going to
I didn't
show
say you
you.
can't bring it up.
I'm
I
not
didn't say
only
you
going to
can't
show
bring it
you,
up.
I'm going to demonstrate this for you because people forget what they say 5 seconds ago constantly drives me
But yeah,
nuts.
but
So I have
Andrew,
this great, hang on,
I
I got
don't.
this great thing. I'm going to rewind this.
I didn't say you
So
can't.
that you can listen to what your actual argument here was. And I think people just hang on. I got this. All right, here we go. Hang on. Rewind this. We're going to rewind it. I'm going to show you what you said.
Need to be bold.
Well,
Yeah,
then
well,
you
let me-
disagree. You disagree with Saint John Chrysostom. Then how many times in the
Yeah,
Bible?
I might disagree with him.
Well, why would you?
actually.
He's a
Sure.
church father, and you're a lady who shouldn't be preaching.
Because
you
I
absolutely should not be preaching whatsoever. Why would we listen to you? And why would Andrew listen to you? You have no business doing that.
the church fathers disagreed with each other on certain topics. I'm not.
Sure, I'm not saying they're never wrong, but I'm saying the Bible.
They don't disagree
the
with
Bible
John
itself
Chrysostom,
calls
though.
those women. Yeah, the Bible itself calls those women harlots and whores. It calls people pigs. It calls people dogs. Harsh language is a reality of life, and it's not. Well, we can't lead people to Christ unless we never. Say a naughty word. That's a Protestant, that's like a modern American Protestant idea that there's naughty bad words, or you know what I mean?
Like I
It's
said, that's why I don't believe cursing is a sin. It's not the naughty words. It's once again the rudeness of and the crudeness of bringing up someone's sin to them.
The rudeness and the crudeness of bringing up
that's what it
someone's
says.
sin to them.
Yeah, that's if you let me. Yeah, I didn't say you can't bring up their sin. I'm talking about it. It would be as if
The rudeness and crudeness.
Yeah, like the 50 D's in her mouth comment. That's what I'm saying. It's yes, it's you can point out someone's sin.
So you do want him to say, ma'am, you had one gentleman on either end of
Yeah,
you
exactly.
with their
Just say it nicer.
phalluses
You
in
just want
all
me
of
to say
your
it nicer.
orifices. Yeah, it's like, come on now.
You just want me to say it nicer. Isn't
I
that
just
what the
don't bel-
argument is? You just want me to say that. You want me to say that just nicer.
Ma'am, you were just covered with ejaculate recently. I really wouldn't like to hear your opinions on the Bible. Like something like that would be better. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I feel like you guys aren't being in good faith when you restate it like that. Clearly, that's not what I want you to say. I would like you to say, so I believe it'd be more Christ-like, pointing people towards this idea that, hey, you are a sinner. This is something that you've come out of. I don't believe that you should be teaching or paying money for a course, specifically because you just got off of OnlyFans,
Right. So
specifically
you
because
just
you
want
just
me
were
to,
doing.
Yeah, but you see the distinction there, right? Is that you're actually losing the jarring nature of the very point you're trying to make. One of the things that's so useful about really skillful rhetoric in debate is being able to utilize jarring language to point out just really how bad this thing is. And I feel like you would take that tool away from me.
I would
Can I
take
ask
the
a
tool
question?
away of being jarring if I don't think it's appropriate to be
Yeah,
crude
exactly.
and-
I don't think it's appropriate. You don't think that.
Can I ask you?
But I just want to point
Well,
out
it's this idea.
I just want
haven't
to, is
really
it
been able to
appropriate for
present.
God to set
I
people
I
to
believe
hell?
it. Of course, he's God. Of course, he could send
Yeah,
people to
it's-
hell.
they're gonna
Absolutely.
burn. They're gonna burn there for all eternity.
Yes, absolutely.
would
But
it
I
be
don't
better
think the
for me to
Westboro
use
Baptist
harsh
Church. I don't
language?
believe the Westboro Baptist Church is very effective in their as they hold signs that say "turn or burn." And we know this. We know
I'm not
that
talking
they're not
about
very
what
effective.
I'm not talking about the Westboro Baptist Church being effective. I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about the fact of the matter of if you're going to try to move people away from the horrors of hell, right?
Yeah, you got to talk about hell.
Well, and you also need to sometimes use jarring language.
Yes, exactly. But once again, the Westboro Baptist Church is a great example of sure you're telling them a reality and you're telling them a truth, but you're doing it in a way that is not typically received by
I don't
people
believe the
when you do it
Westboro
that way.
Baptist Church is telling people the truth. And so that's where I make the delineation, like I told you before.
What's the? Do you mind repeating the
Truth.
delineation?
Truth. It
one more
has
time?
to be true. You're saying
Well, when they
has to
have a
have
sign
truth.
saying you need to repent or go to hell, that is a true statement.
Well, but here's the thing. That's not all they're saying, is it? If it was just repent
Sure,
or you're
but if
going to
it's
hell, you
true-
wouldn't even care. You wouldn't even, why would you even bring them up as an example if that's all they said? You don't care about that.
Well, you just asked me because you brought up hell. You said, "Is hell a reality that we need to tell people?"
Yeah,
of?"
but what
basically.
is
I'm
it
like, yes,
about the Westboro Baptist language that you're talking about? It's when they go, you're an F slur, so you're going straight to hell. They're making salvific claims, and that's not true. And you can't do that, right? There's no truth there. That's where I might draw a delineating line. But I'm definitely not going to let somebody who is operating a massive grift scam where they're acting as a female minister after being baptized a couple of weeks prior, and then tells me that the Trinity, that she's not a Trinitarian, that Christ is not divine, tells me all of these various things, and then is rude, obnoxious, and awful the entire time. Yeah, I think it's perfectly acceptable for me to point out, no, I'm not going to listen to you. You're a female minister and these are the things that you were just engaged in a week ago. Why would I ever listen to anything you have to say? I think that's a completely reasonable argument.
So do you agree then, and this might be maybe where there's a little bit of misunderstanding on my part, do you agree that that's typically not the way that you would lead someone to truth? But for the sake of, hey,
depends on the
it's
person.
an audience.
I think it's
say
typical. I think it's
the
typical
audience.
enough. I think it's typical enough.
Well, can I
But-
make the point that I was going to make? Would you, or finish the question?
Sure.
Would you say that it is subjective to the conversation, and specifically when you're in a debate forum like the whatever podcast where, it's not being well received, plus, it's going to be out to a larger audience, that for the sake of
It
being
was well
jarring,
received.
for the sake of being jarring, you think that was going to
Yeah.
be
Let me
better.
ask you a question. If the only people
And
who
Max
get
had a
mad,
question too. Yeah.
If the only people who get mad are degenerates themselves and antithetical to Christianity, haven't I done my job? Like,
Yeah,
if the
I would
people
agree.
who are
Oh,
the,
absolutely.
if the people who are the
Absolutely, but I
angriest
don't
at
think that's
me
the only
are the
people
mo-
who got mad.
Yeah, I think
No,
well,
absolutely.
for the most part, it was either heretics or
I don't
it
know.
was
I'm
either
on
heretics or
a
alphabet people.
no. I would push back on that and say I remember when that blew up. There was a lot of Christian pastors, content creators that I
Heretics.
were seeing.
There was a lot of heretics. Yeah.
A lot of
Well,
sewing circle.
It wasn't just
a lot of what I
heretics.
call sewing circle Christian. Yeah, it really was. Most of the hard-nosed traditional churchites really didn't care at all. They said way worse. They said way
Can I
worse.
ask Sheila a question, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay, so multiple times, Sheila, you've referred to Andrew's approach as being non-Christ-like. Did Christ himself not call men vipers in a day and age which that would get
he
you
did.
unalived in the street? No,
Yeah,
but
absolutely. Christ
This
was harsh
is
plenty
the
of
literal
times.
language. Well, then there you go. So how can you turn around and say Andrew using a similar approach is not Christ-like when we have direct examples of it being quite Christ-like, in fact?
Yeah, because of course, you know what I'm going to say. I believe that Christ was also the one to allow to sit with the prostitutes and with the whores. And that doesn't mean that he wasn't correcting them. That doesn't mean that he just let them off on sin. That doesn't mean any of
I'm
that
sure he
stuff.
corrected them harshly.
Say that again.
Wait a
I'm
second.
quite sure he corrected them
I didn't
harshly.
hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said, Max.
Which prostitutes do you think he was sitting with?
I mean, I believe Mary Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene wasn't a prostitute.
Well, I don't have it memorized, but I know that we know
but
that
he
he
knew
was
it was
hanging out
Mary.
with.
Yeah, it's always Mary Magdalene, except Mary Magdalene wasn't a prostitute. It's a this is an
No,
old.
Jesus was not just hanging out with
Yeah, that's
prostitutes.
ridiculous.
For the
It's
love of
literally
Pete.
ridiculous. It's a
This
ridiculous
is
claim.
nonsense pop culture Christian New Age
Yeah, and
garbage
it's
that
all
women love to recite.
yeah.
Jesus hung out with prostitutes all the
like Mary
time.
Magdalene, who
No, he
wasn't a
didn't.
prostitute. It's a very old talking point. It's just silly. It's like, nope, she wasn't a prostitute. You know, and that's the thing, right? It's like,
And Andrew, I want to help you, honey. I want to help you with a new script for how you can handle this the next time it comes up. You should say something more like this. Milady, it was merely a fortnight since you were bathed in the seminal fluid of multiple gentlemen whilst being filmed for the viewing pleasure of untold scores of men pleasuring themselves to completion. I beseech thee not to correct me, lest we find ourselves misled. Try that next time.
damn, that's
Shayla,
gonna.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just a couple of questions real quick. One, will you acknowledge that there are many people, including on whatever, like Charlie Kirk, that took the approach that you are suggesting?
Yes.
And secondly, could it not be true that someone might approach it in a different way that would reach different people?
Someone could approach it in a different way that would reach. Yes. Oh, yes, of course that could be true.
Given that Andrew has a track record of having incredible growth on his channel, and many people will say that that helped lead them to Christ, what would the criticism be of him trying a different approach?
The criticism would be that I once again, and this is what off of my experience, I was seeing that same week lots of people turned off by it, and it wasn't just alphabet people. It was just people saying like, people who were in my circle that also said that they were recently saved, and they were like, this is really like freaking me out that this is how someone who is Christian is talking.
Did any of those people then turn away from Christ?
Well, a lot of them are just people online, to my knowledge. They're not, but they're TikTok friends.
One
they're
of the
Instagram
biggest.
friends.
I want to tell you a secret. I'm going to tell you a secret. A lot of the people who make the criticism, this turned me away from Christ, right, already hated Christ. And they say that specifically as a tactic in order to defame the apologist or the person debating on behalf of the worldview. This is very common. In fact, you'll see this. I was a big fan of Andrew, but after this, I'm not. They were never fans of Andrew. That's just all nonsense. It's a very old tactic which brigaders use.
I mean, that could be a possible tactic. I'm not saying that that's not
It's
true.
not
but
just a
don't you think
possible
that's a-
tactic, but I can show you the. In fact, we recorded them. Sometimes you'll see the same people saying the same thing on multiple people's accounts who post the same video, right? Their plants, and then you can track them back to the source where they came from and note their plants, or you just go to their history and they're retweeting Destiny and things like this. It's like, no, it's not.
I'm not
It's not a
saying
joke.
plants don't. I definitely believe
And
plants
you'll
exist.
see the
I'm
same
just
thing on
saying
the
that, like,
Japanese account
I
as
feel
well.
like that's a little bit of a cop out to say, oh, anyone who said that was most likely a plant.
Well, I think
you
that
said, I'm not sure if you said
anything.
most
I
likely
think
or if you said
anything I
everyone.
say is going to turn people away from Christ. Anything.
I mean, I'm definitely not one who believes you should water down the message of the gospel in order to win people to Christ. I don't believe that. It's not what I'm advocating for. I want to be very clear about that. I don't think we should water down the gospel in any way, shape, or form. I'm not for comfortable Christianity, but at the same time, I do believe we want to represent Christ well.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, right?
And
Have
Max
I
has been trying to ask
represented?
me. I feel
Have
bad.
I represented Christ well in the other 9,000 debates I did? Or was
Yeah,
it
I
just
think you've
this one?
represented
Well,
Christ.
then what the fuck is the criticism anyway? Is the criticism just to nitpick the shit out of me? Like
No.
like, oh, sure, the other 1,000 times you did everything perfectly, but this one time wasn't good enough. It's like, yeah, fuck you, you know? Yeah, fuck you. How about you go do it better then? You know,
my
and then I'm
criticism
sure
is
that you
that-
have a track record of absolute perfection.
No, absolutely not. I told
Okay,
you
tell
I've
me
done.
your biggest
I've been on,
tell me your biggest fuck up then when you were preaching the gospel. What was your biggest mistake?
I
What
mean,
was it?
I've gotten roasted by feminists on TikTok lives before because they were more prepared than me. I mean, yeah, I'm
Feminists?
not.
Your biggest mistake was
Yes.
that feminists didn't like you? No. What was your biggest mistake
No,
when
it
you
was.
what was
What do you-
it? What was it?
I mean, I think the sermons I preached when my theology has changed a lot. I have plenty of sermons that I disagree with now. because my theology has changed a lot. Andrew, I
What was
apologize.
the
if
biggest
anyone-
mistake you made?
I mean, one time I gave a really crappy analogy for the Trinity that I think about all
That's
the time.
it. That.
Yeah,
That's-
I think committing the heresy of modalism is a pretty bad F up.
Yeah,
Like, you
I
know,
mean, yeah, sure, but I mean, you preaching it all is a pretty bad F up from my view, right? But
sure, but you asked me a question, then I answered it honestly, and you're like, "That's
well,
it."
I
It's
just
like, yeah,
don't
that's pretty
believe.
bad. I
I
committed-
don't believe you. You know, I don't. I don't think that your
You don't
biggest.
believe
I don't
what?
think that your biggest mistake was that you accidentally dove into modalism once. You know, and if so, then I don't think you
Well,
debate.
I'm not
I
a
don't think you
massive-
debate with like some of the people that I've had to tangle with. Man, not at all.
Wait, I just said that. I'm really confused. I literally said I know that I'm not as big as platforms as you. I'm willing to admit that I've made mistakes before, and they're probably not as the same at
So
the
it's
same
just,
scale.
you,
I
so
said
you were
all of
just
that.
you were just here to nitpick. You didn't do this one thing right, Andrew, in my estimation.
Kind of seems that way.
Well, you know what? I genuinely apologize if it seemed that way. I'm
Well,
actually
what
just
else
trying
was
to get your
it?
perspective.
Actually, what else was it? What else could it be? If
Because-
it's like
Someone
every other
saying
debate
that
I've seen you in
they're
has been
whatever you wanna call it.
fantastic, but I have this one criticism, and you just have to.
No,
hear
it wasn't that one. I didn't get to finish. I said I think you've done great on lots of debates, but then I've also, of course, seen you lose your cool, and I wanted to know what was your like why have you come to the conclusion that harsh, and now I hear what you're saying. You're saying, oh, it's actually because I think it's effective. I don't know if I'm gonna agree with that, but I hear your argument, and I don't think I'm ever gonna have an opportunity to talk to you, and I wanted to ask you that question genuinely.
Well,
and kind
genuinely,
of go,
here's what I think. Right, I think that the effectiveness of the communication is only as effective as the person who's receiving it. Okay. So the thing is, you can be a really poor communicator and somebody can be really good at interpretation of people and they can get your message, right? They can kind of understand it. My job's the reverse of that. I have to be a great communicator to people who are very poor at receiving, right? They're very
yeah,
poor at it.
that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I don't know if you know this or not, but in normal life, people talk more like how I talk than how you talk. They're more gruff. They're more rough around the edges. They're more like, hey man, this guy just really fucked me over at this car lot. They're more like, oh, that's a total bullshit. They're more like
Yeah,
that.
I'm very aware of
And
that.
they're
Yeah.
less like prim and proper. And I think that they find that to be offensive in a different way. I think that they find that to be not genuine. And I think they find that to be bullshit. And I think that sometimes you're just reiterating what everybody's actually thinking, but nobody says. And it's like, I think that that is effective. Yeah. Maybe not with everybody, but I'm not ever going to be able to please everybody.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta call a viper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nah,
I
I
agree.
mean-
I'm not against, like I said, I'm not against being harsh sometimes. I'm not advocating for that. I genuinely wanted to push and ask why you feel like that's appropriate sometimes. And I know it says to debate, but I came in with this, hey, I want to push back on it and challenge it from this other side, this perspective. And so I appreciate you letting me challenge it. You know,
I don't have I don't have any issues giving an accounting for these things. Can you give me an
I know,
accounting?
and I
why
do not, and like I said, I genuinely, I didn't mean to sound nitpicky. I wasn't trying
It's
to. I know
fine.
everyone's
Look,
roasting me.
I'm not even.
I know everyone's roasting me in the comments.
I'm
you know,
not upset with you
I-
a bit. I'm not upset with you a bit. The thing is, though, is like this is old hat. It's an old hat criticism, right? The idea is like what you're saying is fine, but how you're saying it isn't. You know what I mean? Which is all culturally constrained. And the kind of the funnier part about all of this is like, look, ultimately, you can be upset. You can be like, look, I just didn't like the way you said this thing. It went viral, and obviously a bunch of people got upsetty spaghetti about it, including some Protestant pastors, right? And maybe some Orthodox did, sure. Maybe even some Catholics did. I don't know. I don't know how many did, right? But you can't say what I said wasn't accurate and wasn't true, and that I wasn't expressing why it was. That I'm not going to listen to a person who comes across. I'm not doing it. I'm just not going to. And I think that that connects with people on a visceral level. I do. I think that most people are like, yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah. Yeah, from my perspective, I don't. I know we're going to disagree on this. I'm not really sure how effective it was, and I don't think we're going to agree on that point tonight. But regardless, I do appreciate you sharing your perspective.
Well, I mean, it was effective enough to want you to make you want to come in and talk to me.
But that doesn't mean it was effective. It just means that it piqued my interest.
Would we be
like
having
that's
this
why I was
conversation? If
asking.
that exchange had never happened, would we be having this conversation?
That's why I'm asking. Well, how are you measuring effectiveness? I don't.
Well, I'm measuring effectiveness because I think in the future you'll remember this conversation and think to yourself, maybe it is okay to actually give a little bit more brutal pushback depending on context. So maybe I reached you.
So you think so? By effective, you mean you might have convinced, another young woman to tell other girls that they're being slutty in a meaner way, basically.
And context specific.
Like I don't know if I would run that as
context
effective.
specific. Yeah, I think that's can be a very highly effective tactic. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I also just I'm in Las Vegas.
How about all the women out there?
Wait.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say I'm also doing ministry in Las Vegas, where I'm constantly surrounded by
I
people.
thought you said that you weren't a minister.
You told me you weren't a minister.
I said ministry in Las Vegas. Everyone does ministry literally by ministering the gospel to the people around them. I believe we're all saints.
So
Ministering,
then you are a minister?
No, as in no, I'm not a full. He asked, "Am I a pastor?"
What's
No,
the
I'm not
difference
a
between
pastor.
you and a minister? What is it?
Okay, you're taking that word too literally. By ministry, I mean like everyone is called to do the work of the ministry, which means
What's the
I
difference between
go
you and a
out on the
pastor then?
I'm not accountable for the souls of people at my local church. Like I'm not
You're
I'm not
not?
pastoring people. They're not looking like men. I'm not counseling men. I'm not meeting like I'm not the shepherd of a flock. That's a little, I think all of us can do ministry work. Like I'm on the streets of Las Vegas doing ministry to like by preaching the gospel and
Okay,
talking
well
to people
that
about
seems
Jesus.
I don't know. Now maybe there's some equivocation here
I mean,
on
you
my
you
part,
clear.
but I
Can
don't
I ask a question?
I don't
Yeah,
think
maybe
so.
that's my Protestant. Maybe that's my Protestant language where I'm saying like, oh, I'm
No, I don't
ministering.
think so. I mean, my equivocation here could be that I'm saying minister and ministry, and you took both of those words to mean the same thing. I don't think they do. I don't think they do mean the same thing. Usually when you say minister, you mean it's like interchangeable with pastor, right?
I said ministering, and I'm sorry. I also just got my wisdom teeth taken out, so I'm a little swollen. I'm mumbling a little bit.
Yeah,
I
that
said
sucks.
ministering.
I had one taken out and almost got a dry socket, but I
So
didn't.
I'm ministering to people in Las Vegas. I believe that's what I said, ministering.
Okay.
And so so I was just trying to say
Can
that.
women be pastors in your view?
Currently, I don't hold the position that women should be pastors.
What does that mean currently? Does that mean that that's up for debate?
That means that's something that I'm currently growing in my theology. Like 5 years ago, I would have said yes, and today I cannot say yes confidently. And I was just telling my husband like I want to feel a lot more confident in that. But as of right now, I don't believe women can be pastors.
Okay. Well, that's a good first step.
But it's something I'm growing in my theology on that one. Like I don't want to. I want to make sure I could say that confidently. And right now I can't say it as confidently as I would like to.
You mean?
But I also I grew up in a church where female pastors were accepted, and
maybe that's where all the tone policing came from. I mean, female pastors are great at tone policing. Just saying, they are. They're great at tone policing. Don't you? I mean, you agree with that, right? Be there?
So, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say to that. Like,
Do you agree that female pastors really like to do tone policing?
I wasn't corrected or tone policed more by any female pastors than I were male pastors. No.
No?
That wasn't my experience. That wasn't my experience.
No, they didn't go around and do the be nice bit?
No.
Come on.
I only had one female pastor at the church that I was at, and he never did that bit. I mean, I wasn't at like a church that was giving, simple evangelical messages. They were pretty fire and brimstone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate the call. I'm not. I mean, I think it was a constructive call, but I have disagreements with you. See, I don't have a ministry. That's not what I do. I'm not a minister. What I do is I debate worldviews, and I debate from my worldview. And sometimes I'm going to point out things which are obvious nonsense and bullshit to people, and I'm going to do it in a very blunt way because I don't know how else to be. That's how I am.
Yeah. I do take more of the position that Charlie Kirk had, which is like, even though I'm not technically a, working at a local church, I'm representing Christ at all times. So I see myself as a minister of Christ, and that like I'm representing him. I'm a representative of Christ.
Well, Charlie Kirk was a little bit naive, and it got him shot.
Do you think that him being naive is what got him shot?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Charlie Kirk's naivete is what caused him to be shot.
Well, it's not. It wouldn't be the causal link, as in that's not the motivation of why the person did that to him, but it was ultimately one of the primary reasons why he got shot. Yeah, because of naivete.
Because I believe that he was martyred for the sake of the gospel. I don't think that.
Well,
it
that's
was
nice
because
that you believe that. I'm glad you believe that. But here's what actually is the case. What actually is the case is that he was told multiple times by many people his security detail is way too light. Way, way, way too light is the reason Steven Crowder stopped doing those. Because they couldn't provide adequate security for these outdoor people. They couldn't do it. And I don't know that Charlie actually believed that the left was capable of doing what they did to him. I'm not sure he was. And I think there's a bit of naivete in a lot of the people who don't really realize just how bad this enemy and opposition really is. And I think that was a wake-up call for a whole lot of them and how bad they really are. And they're still fucking focusing on tone policing. And it's just absurd to me. It's like, really? Really? Out of all that, do you get his like, be nicer? Like, how did that help anything? How the fuck did that help anything? Didn't help anything. It just got him killed, and it lost us the biggest political apparatus in which we had to move forward the view of Christianity. That's what fucking happened in reality.
Yeah, I believe
Like,
that.
well, thanks for being nice. I guess he's a real nice guy. He really was. He was a real swell fella. And it's like, yeah, maybe, but but it's that sort of kind of naivete in the face of the enemy. Like, these are really bad fucking people. Okay,
Wait, I believe
hang on,
that.
I don't think you do understand. Do you understand?
believe
Like,
that.
they'll fucking end you. They will end you.
Of course, I know that.
Well, I
Of
don't
course
think you do, because you wouldn't be worrying about what the context. How some fucking hooker had 50 cocks in her mouth. She did, and I'm not going to listen to her, and neither should you.
Two things can be true at once. I can realize that there's evil and that it's serious.
Yeah, whatever.
but
Go.
I
You know
can
what?
see-
Go out and like play kumbaya fucking yaw with these people and play patty cake with them and see where that gets you. Because I tell you exactly where it got that guy. And the thing is like, no, they're not good people. They're horrific. And it's like, for me, it's so brutally
was Charlie not
obvious
supposed
that
to do
this
that?
idea of fucking tone policing and be nice is just a way to curtail people who have more effective messages than fucking these blithering idiots who pretend that the King of Kings, who will send your ass to the fiery pits of hell for just a lack of belief, is going to be offended that you point out that a woman had 50 dicks in her mouth and shouldn't be preaching. Just so absurd to me. It really is. It's just absurd to me.
Yeah, I believe that Charlie doing what he did was within the will of God. And even though he was willing to take that risk, that doesn't mean that he didn't realize that they were evil and that they possibly could take his life.
There's a
but he was
difference
willing to do it.
between logical acceptance of a thing, right, and like knowing it deep down, right? I think that Kirk logically accepted that this was the case, but I'm not sure that he really accepted just how actually fucking horrific the opposition was. I don't think he really understood that. I don't. And I think there was a bit of naivete there. He's a young guy, and a lot of things worked pretty smooth for him. So I was like, look, I see a lot of people who have your message as being that you hamstring us. It's completely hamstring us, and you cut us off at the knees and tell us we're not allowed to fucking tell people what's what. And it's like, Has that really made this nation better? Has it made the people in it better? I don't think so. I don't think it has.
I don't think we're not allowed to tell people what's what.
Yeah, we can do it as long as it's nice. You know, you can do it nice.
You guys keep doing that. I never said you just gotta be nice. You
Then
guys,
what?
I
Then
mean,
what's
I,
the criticism?
Then what do you mean?
Isn't the criticism that I wasn't nice enough? Really?
the criticism is that it's not going to be received by people if it's
Why?
true to the,
Because it's not
You're
nice,
wrong.
right? Because it's
not
not
about
nice.
no, because
The
it's
problem
not,
is
you're
your
being screwed
perspective.
for no
You're
reason.
looking
You're
at
being-
it. You're looking at it as if you're being offended, and you're not thinking of all the hundreds of thousands of girls that watch that and go, "Gee, I don't ever want to be in the position where a man can say something like that to me, and it's true. I'm not gonna act like this, internet prostitute."
You
That's the
genuinely
real
think that women
effectiveness.
watched that? You think that young women watched that and said,
Yes.
"Wow, I don't want to ever be in a position where
Yeah,
Andrew can say that about
yes,
me."
they did.
What do you
Yeah.
think? They heard it and ran to get gangbanged or what?
No,
Yeah.
No.
once again,
No.
just because they didn't hear that I wanted to be whatever you just said doesn't mean that
the
I
point,
don't.
yeah, but the point is, you see what I'm saying here? The point is like the criticism actually, and shut up, mystery. The criticism here actually is that what I said from your perspective is fine. I just wasn't nice enough about it. Isn't that actually the criticism?
No, the criticism is that you were crude for no reason. You didn't have to be that.
So I
crude.
should have been nicer.
You could also go to. You
just
still
don't
could have.
be-
Hang on. So nobody talk. Let her finish, man. So I should have been nicer, right?
I mean, you're saying it that way so that you could say, "So you just want me to be nice?" It's like, yeah, I. Do
Is
think
it?
you
Yeah.
said
Isn't
it.
the criticism that you want me to be nicer? Isn't
I
that the
do
whole
want-
criticism for this the context of it is that I'm not nice. I wasn't nice enough. Isn't that the actual criticism?
I do think you can say that in a yes. I do believe that
Yes.
you can say it in a
Yes.
kinder way.
The whole thing is that I'm not nice enough. And it's like, well, look where nice gets you. And it's like, I don't think that ultimately lines up with the message. No, I reject your stupid framework that being nice is what's Christian. I don't think that that's kindness. I think niceness is fake bullshit. It's fake bullshit.
I don't believe niceness is a fruit of the spirit, but I do believe kindness is, and so
Yeah,
and I
kindness
believe-
holds truth. And the thing
I
is like
believe- yes,
niceness
I
hides
agree.
truth. Niceness hides truth.
I agree. I don't think you should have hid truth from her at all that day.
I
I'm
know.
not
I
asking
should have
you to
just
do
been
that.
nicer and hid more of the truth.
No, I think you should have been kind, and that doesn't mean that you needed to hide
Kindness
the truth.
is
Once
telling
again, I
the
don't
truth
understand
in the most
I'm-
jarring
I'm-
way possible.
I just don't understand. No, where did
In
you get
that
that
case,
definition?
in that
that
case,
kindness
no,
is
no,
telling the truth and
contextually.
the
I'm talking
nice.
about contextually. Contextually, in that context, the kindest thing I could do was tell the most amount of truth in the unkindest way, or in the unnicest way possible. In the not nicest way possible, it's the most jarring way I could get the message across. No, fucking heretic, prostitute minister. I'm not going to actually listen to what you have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that you still could have spoken as much truth as you possibly
And as long as I
could have.
hid, I hid more of it with nice language.
That's not hiding it. You
Yes,
can
it
say
is hiding
exactly the
it.
same amount of truth. You could have
Oh,
said
bullshit.
you were just
Yeah,
on
let me ask you this.
OnlyFans.
Which one's
You
more
are
jarring?
adding this additional
Yeah, which
part
one's
that
more
you're saying
jarring?
this is more Christ-like.
Yeah,
You're
which
saying
one's more
it's
jar-
more
Rachel was
Christ-like
right.
if I'm more jarring.
Rachel was 100% right. You really wanted me to be like, Madam, as a former lady of the
No.
night who
I
has
actually told you- I
engaged
already told
in
you exactly what I would like you
perhaps
to say.
harlotry, I think that you should blah 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 blah. Blah. The thing
No.
is like, tell me how that's more objective than me saying you've had 50 cocks in your mouth. Why would I listen? And why would I listen to what you have to say as a minister who got baptized last week? How
Yeah,
is that
you're-
more effective?
You guys are continuing to strawman my
I'm
argument. of what
asking you how
saying.
it's more effective.
What I've been saying this entire time.
All right, I'll tell you
is
what. Anything you think that I should have said, how would it have been more effective? Then?
You can speak the 100% truth, and you can still say it with kindness. You could say you were on OnlyFans, and you have
That
done
hides the truth.
What is
People-
hiding the
because
truth?
people can be on
How is
OnlyFans
the
and have a
truth being-
cooking show. People can be on OnlyFans and only do single content. They can be on OnlyFans and do all sorts of things that doesn't really show the capacity of what was actually going on there. Yeah, it does hide the truth.
Lady, do you?
Hang on, stop. Next person who fucking interrupts me is
Sorry,
off
sorry,
this
sorry.
live. Shut your fucking mouth. I'm asking you, and this is important. I'm sorry. That was for Mr. E, who I tell to shut his fucking mouth all the time. Pisses me off. In fact, I'm just going to do this real quick because he's like incapable of shutting up. So I'm just going to disconnect him. So the thing is like back to this. How is it the case that what I said was less effective? How? It hid the least
Well,
amount of truth.
what do you mean? How is it? How, I still don't believe you've proved to me that it was effective, other than that you're just saying that, there was lots of people who enjoyed the
How is
content.
shrouding the most amount of truth more effective? How?
How is shrouding the most amount of truth effective?
Yeah.
Because you can still say the truth in kindness. I don't understand why the details is somehow hiding truth. Like you're equating two different things. You're
No.
equating two different
Do you,
things.
do,
which
when
is-
if you wanted to spare, like, let's say you had a daughter and she came to you and she wanted to go on OF, would you spare any detail of what that would be like for her?
Sure, I would not spare any detail. I would
Yeah.
I would plead with her.
You would spare no detail because you know that truth is going to be the most effective way to jar her away from that activity. And that's exactly what I thought.
That you had to go into detail in order to really share the truth. Like the truth wasn't going to be true unless there was explicit detail. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, that wasn't her being on OnlyFans wasn't just the truth, though, was it? That wasn't just what it was. You can have a cooking show and be on OnlyFans, can't you?
Yeah, but you
So
could have
that's not
said
the
you
truth.
were showing your body.
Oh,
You're
I could have been.
clearly
I could
choosing-
have. I could have.
you're
I could have
clearly
watered
choosing
it
the most
down.
amb-
I could have
you're
watered it
choo-
down to make you happy.
No, you're clearly choosing one of the most grotesque, embarrassing things to make her feel embarrassed. My point is, it seemed like a tactic to
Then
embarrass her more than it seems like you wanted to
Then
lead her
don't
to
minister.
the
You
truth.
should. She should be embarrassed running a ministry after doing that. Most embarrassing thing I could think of. You should be totally embarrassed. You should be fucking humiliated. What do you mean? You're gonna run
Well,
a
I'm saying-
ministry 6 months and charge people lesson plans in your ministry 6 months after you were a heinous prostitute? And I'm supposed to be like, oh, okay then. Well, you showed your body a little. What?
No, once again, I don't know why it has to be. I just feel like everything is being in black
No,
and
you
white. I
feel
don't
like
understand.
lots of feels, not lots of facts. And yeah, I do think it's much more effective.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. I should stop saying I feel. That's a bad habit. But I do believe that there's a lot of black and whites right now where it's either we're kind, we're watered down.
No,
we're
I'm the
ni-
one
or
with the
we're nice,
nuanced
we're watered
position.
down.
No, I'm the only one here with the nuanced position. You're the one in black and white. But your black and white positions, you
How?
should do things like this nicer. My nuanced position is that it's context specific. Sometimes you can be nice to a person, and that's a more effective form of communication to everybody. And sometimes the harsh criticism is the more appropriate way to go. That's the nuanced position. Your position is no, you should just be nicer. That's the more black and white position. So I don't know why you're trying to gaslight me on that.
I'm not trying to gaslight you, and I've never said well, you just need to be nicer. I just believe that in general there is a standard that Christians should be called to, including this idea that that doesn't mean that we need to always be nice, doesn't mean we always need to be watered down.
You can't even
But
tell
we
me
still
what the
wanna be-
standard is because it's completely intersubjective and you know it. So what's the standard? When is it appropriate for me to tell anybody that you've had 50 dicks in your mouth? When is that okay? When? When I feel like it is, right? Because it's intersubjective? Or can you give me a threshold here for when I'll know that it's appropriate then?
Yeah, I'm not advocating that you just need to always be nice. I'm just saying that
So
I
it's
don't know
so
if
it is
there's ever-
intersubjective.
The more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm starting to believe I don't know if there is a context where you need to
Right,
ever be that
exactly.
rude.
So you're the one with no nuance to the position. You're the
no,
one
it's not no
who
nuance,
says it's
it's a
black and white.
standard.
If there's
No, it's
never a
not no
time where you can
nuance.
say you had 50 dicks in your mouth, right? That's black and white. That's not nuance. That's the opposite of nuance.
I think that's just a standard in general, not necessarily not having a nuanced position. It's just this
What's
general
nuanced about that
standard, but that's not
position?
the-
You can't say that as a Christian, right?
Yeah,
Where's
well,
the
I'm saying in the
nuance?
same way that
Where's the nuance?
in the same way that Christians have particular standards that we hold to, where it's like, yeah, there's no nuance here. It's like this is just clearly a standard that Christians are to live by.
It's not clearly a
I don't-
standard Christians are to live by. You made it up. You completely made that up. You took in something which was intersubjective, and by the way, meant for the internalization of the church. That's how Paul meant these things, by the way, and Timothy too. Okay, they're talking about in the context of the church, not blaspheming heretic former prostitutes running online scams. That was not who the be nice message was for. It was to stop the interconflict inside of the church, which is what was going on at the time with Paul. That's what was happening. He was writing letters to Timothy. Timothy was having huge problems because the cult of Artemis, which was led by women, it was a fertility cult, were going in and causing all sorts of havoc. That's what was actually happening in the context of the time. And a lot of Paul's letters were designed to stop the turmoil which was going on in the church and how Christians need to relate to themselves, to each other, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so the thing is here is like, this woman was literally scamming people. And how was she scamming them? She was predatorily saying that she's a Christian and is going to teach you how to be a better Christian. I can't even think of a more appropriate time when it would be okay to say that to someone.
Andrew, would it be okay if I say one more thing?
Sure.
Okay, Shayla, do you have any children?
No, but me and my husband are planning to very soon.
I hope you have
Okay.
many.
I hope you do too. And I think you're gonna understand what we're trying to say a little bit better once you do have them, because here's what I keep thinking as a mother of 5 kids who knows what goes on the internet, who knows that the average young boy now is first exposed to corn at the age of about 10, and that we have an epidemic of this smut and garbage taking over our society, and it's become so normalized that my older daughters have had to talk multiple of their friends out of starting an OF account. And I would like to see, instead of people like Andrew having the finger wagged at them and being told they're not being nice to the prostitute and they need to be kinder and more charitable, what about the woman who made millions of dollars off of the nastiest things imaginable? Okay, this was not booby pictures. This was the nastiest content available anywhere that she was doing. And she went on the show with Andrew in person prior to their exchange about her conversion, and was purposefully trying to provoke him by saying disgusting things, making sexual comments toward him, knowing he was married, trying to provoke him, trying to push his buttons, trying to get the Christian guy to like react. And on top of all of that, she said she was not going to give the money back because she didn't feel bad about all the men that she led astray who bought it. She didn't feel like she needed to do that. She thought she was going to walk into this new grift and come in with authority and say, look at me, I'm actually the best Christian because I was so bad that I'm really showing the power of Christ by the fact that I'm just not doing this anymore. I'm not going to demonstrate it. I'm not going to take any time to learn. I'm not going to give any of the money back. I'm not going to in any way try to like show that I'm repentant or try to make amends. I'm just going to walk into this, monetize it, and start lecturing everyone else. And she's the person who deserves the finger wagging. She's the person who deserves the rebuking. And if you're a good Christian, you would rebuke that person. That should be the person everyone's aiming their ire at, not Andrew for finally having the balls to say, you should shut your mouth because you just had 50 you-know-what's in it last week. That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see less of people like Andrew getting lectured and more of people like her getting lectured. And we get no help from Sewing Circle Christians like you. I like you. You seem nice. I hope all the good things for you. But you are helping the enemy and you are hampering the efforts of those of us who are trying to shut this god-awful smut down and trying to turn the boat around. Do you realize how bad it is? Do you realize where we are in the culture And what it's going to take to turn that around, it's not going to be soft. It's not going to be nice. It's not going to be delicate. And you trying to soften everything and make the truth soft and comfortable for ladies is actually hurting the message.
Yeah.
They need to see that this is not only unacceptable, but absolutely condemnable. It needs to be shamed. It needs to be forcefully shamed by men and also by us women. We should be the first ones pointing the finger and going, it's great that you converted. Glory to God for that. We wish you all the best, but sit down and take some time. Follow the example of someone like Saint Mary of Egypt and go off into the desert for 40 years and cry tears of repentance. Don't go on a podcast tour to monetize your conversion 2 months in. So, I mean, please help us. Instead of trying to hurt what Andrew's doing, think of how you can help. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I just want to let you know, ma'am, I definitely know how bad it is. I'm not ignorant to it, and I won't try to, rant on about. I agree with everything you're saying. I know it's really bad. I'm against, comfortable Christianity, cultural Christianity that takes no effect in the hearts of men, and it's all just outward. I want to see a revival and a change, especially amongst young people. I do believe we should be calling stuff out. Like I said, I was really hoping that I could give you another perspective because, like I said, I just saw that it didn't seem to be well received from what I was seeing. But
Can I ask
you guys
for
are, I was gonna say, if you guys are saying like, hey, we think that it was well received, we think that this is the most effective way, we think, like I said, maybe
not sure it's supposed to be well received by the general public or any messaging of Christianity for that matter. But that aside, did you see Nala on Michael Knowles?
I was listening to it like while getting ready.
Should I have
can't
been more
remember
like
every
that?
detail of it.
Should I have been more like that?
You mean like in a way that he's like asking her questions but not really pushing her too hard? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
No, I think she needed to be challenged more.
Yeah, but do you think that the Knowles interview sold a lot of courses for Nala on her ministry site?
Well, yeah, because he's got a big platform.
Did you ever go wag your finger at him?
If he was on,
Did you
well,
ever once? Can I
if he
go
was
to
on
a
Tik-
Twitter? Can I go anywhere and see you ever having wagged your finger at Michael Knowles for that?
No,
No.
I never
Just
wagged my finger at Michael Knowles.
just me, just the one person who actually challenged it.
Well, Andrew, to be fair, I never wagged my finger at
But just
you
the
like
one,
prior
you
to
only
this.
had the criticism
just,
for the one person who challenged.
No, I have a criticism for Michael Knowles too. I just
Well, then
didn't have
let
an
me
opportunity
see.
to
Let's
present
see
it.
some of those. Well, maybe a tweet, like anything. It's like, hey, instead of I have to side with against the only person who
but Andrew,
challenged
just so
it
you know,
because
I've
I
never-
didn't like how
I've
he
never-
said it.
Hey,
Meanwhile,
yeah, Andrew.
she said that interview
Yeah.
probably sent 10,000 people to heresy.com.
Andrew, just so you know, I never wagged my finger at you on X or anything like that, saying like, "Oh, this guy is this guy was being way too mean." I never did that to you. I just saw you on my TikTok. I was like, "Oh, I want to kind of like challenge him on this idea of why he took that approach."
Yeah, but I'm
Because-
challenging you too. I'm challenging you
I'm
for
just saying-
the same consistency back. Like, where's your approach for these other guys? I think that approach wasn't there
Once again,
because
I
they were
never called
nicer.
them
I think it's because they were
I've
just
never
nicer.
called Michael Knowles out because I never called Michael Knowles out, just like I've never called you out. I've never called you out. I've never once posted anything negative about you and said like, I
Yeah,
think
well,
that this
I
guy
mean,
is-
are you telling other Christians to do it in your private circle? No.
To do what?
To go and, hey, let Michael know, hey, man, you probably shouldn't do a softball interview like that and send 10,000 people to heresy.com. Maybe that's not a great idea. Any of you have any of those
No.
conversations, or is it just there was this viral clip and Andrew was mean?
No, but I never done that about you either. I've never once told any of my friends, "Oh, Andrew's so mean." and
No, you
he's
said
sexy and all this
inside.
stuff."
You said that you talked to people inside your own circle who went,
No,
what
I
the
said I
hell?
saw.
And they were
I was
like, what
referring
the
to
hell?
the people posting on Instagram and TikTok. I was referring to the things I was seeing on my For You page. Like once
Well,
again, they were Instagram and TikTok friendships.
I'm just
like,
saying-
people who I'm like,
I'm just
oh,
saying-
this is going to be a good witness for people.
Just saying, it seems like there's a lot of ire going to the one person who said no. That's all. But anyway,
Oh.
I appreciate the call. It was very kind. Do you have any? If you have any closing words, you can go ahead and say them now.
I guess I just want people to know that I'm in the fight of also standing up for, you know, create all of our beliefs and conservatism. I think Charlie Kirk really what is the best witness that we have for someone who was strong in the faith, stood up, was bold, and even though you disagree with me and say that he was naive, I still believe he's our best example. And so currently I
Look,
still
I
believe
liked
that
Kirk
that's the
fine.
best answer.
I did. I mean, I thought I did a stream where I said I thought he did more good than he did harm. There's a lot of his politics that I didn't care for. I thought they were a little too centrist, but I understood he was building coalition and a coalition around young people. And me and the Crucible, we took our ire to what happened to him right to TikTok and took the lunatics on for weeks about this. Weeks. But I'm not going to ignore the reality of the situation. Like so many conservative commentators are, they're going out and doing the exact same thing. Like this isn't going to be a fucking repeat episode. It's like we can be Christians and not stupid at the same time. Just saying. So anyway, I appreciate it. You have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
All right. It's time for an obscene profit break. And I also have to take a leak. So Rob, you got the stream right now because I got to take a
All
leak.
right.
Sorry.
Well overdue.
Yeah, my voice is hoarse from talking so much. Yeah.
Welcome to the club, Rob.
Of the same situation that we see in the UK with Tommy Robinson. So many people that were silent when all of these abuses were occurring, they just don't like his harsh language. And that's where so many of the criticisms come from.
I agree.
I really do.
I just wanted him to ask, or I wanted to ask on my last interruption there, which I thought I was trying to fit in nicely. But anyway, ask her what the fucking difference between kind and nice is. Does she know? Because you can be kind without being nice. You know, like it's not kind to kick your, addict child out of your house because they stole from you, or it's not nice, but it is like the kinder thing to do. Like, hey, you either stop or get this under control right now, or you're out of here. Like you stop enabling them. Right.
Well, and like, I'm not going to make any aspirations to her, the individual, but the tactic.
Well, I wasn't talking about her. I'm
is
just
used by
right.
I get you. The tactic she's using is used by so many people that want to actually silence any criticism of actual sin or evil doing, etc. Well, wait, just do it in this way that's super benign. The truth is, Andrew's approach is vastly different than what almost all of these other people that were going on there doing. And Andrew's grown hugely, largely because of his approaches to these things. And that's led many men and women to Christianity. And if your argument is, well, so many Protestants, or in the words of Andrew, sewing circle Christians, were turned away from Christ because of his harsh languages here, I don't think they were ever really Christians in the first place, if that's all it took to get them to turn away.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's still kindness. Still, like, that's the kind of scolding that people need to actually, like, enact change, I think. Like, am I not kind when I scream at my brother for another lift before he gives up?
Well, hang on. We got to take the obscene profit break here, guys. We kept it capped at 1,500 B, and I gave you guys a shitload of entertainment tonight. I gave you a ton of entertainment tonight. And I didn't take an obscene profit break for like 3 hours or something crazy. So you better fill up the dono bar. It's time for you to fill up the dono bar before we take on more callers. All of the dono bar. You know you got a lot of bang for your buck tonight. I don't want to hear shit. You got a ton of bang for your buck. Fill up my dono bar. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Besides, you're having a good time. You guys know you're having a good time. You're having a wonderful evening. Brought you hours of entertainment this fine evening. Yeah, tonight was awesome. It was a good time. Sorry, Rob didn't get as much speaking time, but it's going to be like that. Sometimes it's going to be like, then Rob has 4 callers in a row. It's just going to be like that sometimes. Sorry about that, Rob.
Oh, no problem at all.
We'll figure these invasion or these sieges out as we go here.
Can
20
you guys hear me
Australian
over here?
dollars coming in. Appreciate that.
Oh, sorry, you couldn't hear me. You could hear me now, though. I'm hoping.
Very,
I've not met my
kind
goal.
of you. As the grift.
Let me know if you could hear me now.
I wish Dyer was here for
Let's-
those two jokers. Well, which one?
let's do
yeah,
this.
Well, the thing is like I'm gonna start.
check.
inviting
Can you
Dyer
hear me?
on to some
Anyone?
of these as well, so he can tangle up with these.
Okay,
guys if he
excellent.
wants to.
Yeah,
$20
I mean,
comes in
I
from
wish
Thor.
that I had more
appreciate
to
that.
talk
Very
about here
kind.
tonight. When it's religious topics or it's when
Wilhelm
like
Bones, thank you
Andrew
for the
specific
10.
topics, like I
Scorpio
don't like
coming
the
in
way
with the
you
$20,
talked to people
right?
on the
Call it
whatever
like it
podcast.
is,
Obviously,
W.
there's
Andrew.
less
Look,
that I could talk about.
I'm not like
that
I'm
situation.
not immune to the
So,
criticism. I understand.
now we'll see. Hopefully, we'll have more callers. But
you have a light touch.
you know,
and
the
there's
two
also a
callers I got to
time
talk. The first
where it's
guy I thought
necessary
didn't
that
have
you
much to say with the
I've
whole
always
ICE
thought that
thing.
I had the
You
more
can see the
nuanced
scattershot approach to this. Well, I think they're too
get right
violent,
down
and
to
then
it
it
than I
quickly
do.
turns into, well, you know, I just don't want them to
Fuck,
deport
okay, that's all
illegals that I
fine.
think are good
Super
illegals.
Knight, it got
you know,
Mr. and
sort of a
Mrs. Wilson,
moving of
Mr.
the
Moore,
goalposts there.
Mr. E, big W's
The
all around.
other
Yeah,
caller
that's what
with
a
the
siege
idea
is, right? You
that
get tangled
you
with
know
the whole
immigration
crucible.
it shouldn't be enforced in a federal sense.
Tell
I think
Andrew
that's
he's
clearly
handsome,
erroneous,
everybody says someone on
and
TikTok, that's
it doesn't make sense as how it would apply. So one, he
That's
says
pretty
we shouldn't look at the common sense approach, which is, you know, he even admitted, yes, if the federal government says that a group's
Send
a
me my
terrorist
money.
group like Al
Dono
Nursa,
Bar's climbing
and
up
the state of
quickly,
Iowa says,
by the
that
way,
we disagree, we're going to bring
how you know
Al Nursa
that you
into
gave people
Iowa,
good bang for
the
the
federal
buck, good
government wouldn't have the
value.
right to keep them out. This would be nonsensical because this would mean that
Just saying.
even in the days of the founding fathers, like if we were at like sort of war in the War of 1812 with British folks,
Appreciate that.
a particular state
Popping
could have
over to
said,
the Dono
we could
chat,
bring in
Mr.
any
McMahon.
British military members that we see fit into our state because we're allowed to control who's
$20
allowed in
comes
our
in from
state. That
Ribbon,
would be
says nothing. Just
nonsensical.
want to show support for the stream. $4 from a real human being listening to those.
Oh,
I know,
audio.
I get it.
Fuck. Andrew's audio's
$4
overlapping.
Sorry, $5 comes in from K Luck.
One
and I know why I'm on timeout on YouTube. I haven't said anything to contrary. You're on time. Why?
All right, sorry about that. Trying to I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure out I got Andrew in my ear here from my phone, and then there's a lot going on. So anyways, with the immigration topic, common sense dictates that it would be absurd to say that an individual state could bring in hostile people from a foreign country, and the federal government that labeled those people, you know, terrorists, enemy combatants, you know, people of a foreign hostile military would be helpless to just shrug their shoulders and say, well, as long as one state says, you know, that would be crazy. The other thing is he said, well, we should look at it in a legal context, but every single court case says federal government has the power to enforce immigration. This comes from clauses that says they have the power to deal with hostile foreigners. They have the power to deal with naturalization of citizens. They have the power to deal with sort of economic issues.
Well, I'm not sure how far. In this case, I wanted to be charitable too. She was asking me for the accounting, right? I wasn't really there to necessarily criticize her view, but to give an accounting of my own. May I please get a small little auctioneer auction from Rob? Trans Rob is Jim. Hey there, Rob. You want to go ahead and auction off these super chats real quick as they run in?
Oh man, let me see if I could see them.
Oh, I don't know if you can see them. Maybe you got to use your phone.
Is that it for donos?
We got CGM on at $5. It says W Crucible Crew. The big of Charles at 50 out of $3, $10. It says we've been doing the kinds of chat in the Rumble. And we go over here. Can't see the name of this orange, but we have someone that is able to give $19.99. And we have there one that opens the $10 is ages like white. Didn't think it was handsome enough to come into it that makes me upset spaghetti. There, I hope that's enough.
I think that's enough, bro.
They just bring me on to do like parlor tricks.
That's
you know, it's good.
Look, you got some debates in. You did. Gonna be good clips for your channel, that's for sure. Now, but
Dude,
I'm kind of actually
don't wanna-
glad that you were all messed up earlier in the night because your audio was so jacked. So I'm kind of glad in a way you didn't get that much speaking time.
Yeah, I figured it out. I'm just going straight through Discord now. The other thing is I don't want to give away any secrets, but I'm So anyways, I promise I will read all the super chats at the end of this. I really do. We'll stick around here. Hopefully we get some more people. Now listen, there's going to be, you obviously saw I'm having audio issues and things like that. The original plan here was that I was going to be streaming through TikTok as well, and then we would do a co-host thing. We didn't realize until we started that actually you can't bring in callers if you're doing a co-host stream. So that was unfortunate. So the audio that I'd set up, I have these little lapel mics, and I don't know what the issue was today, why they were so poor. I think that's maybe pricks. Anyways, people insulting me over in super chats on Andrew's channel. It's all right. It says I'm always out of breath. Not always, just like 60% of the time. You know. So, but we'll get those issues worked out. And I've ordered some new microphones. I got a whole new setup. Andrew, when I was down at Andrew's place, kind of helped me get an idea of how to set up to do TikTok invasions and TikTok sieges. So I'm going to have a whole new setup here soon. In addition, we got my man Avarice that's helping make a computer for me. So it's going to solve a lot of these issues. Trust me. But the other thing is as we start to grow here with these TikTok sieges, what you're going to see is more ops are coming on. And, so right now, not a lot of political topics tonight. All right, no problem. I think clearly I have a limited amount to say compared to Andrew on issues of like feminism, issues of Christian history, etc. And especially when it comes to issues of Christianity, I really, really, really don't like to give my thoughts because I think that it could be blasphemous as I'm sort of a neophyte when it comes to sort of Christianity. So I don't want to sit there and be telling people this is the way it is and this is what the church fathers. I'm not even sure what denomination I am at this point. So clearly I have a limited amount to say on those sort of topics. So the other thing is, which is really awkward, I don't know how to fix this, so I'll ask people in my audience. I have, when I'm listening, I'm talking through Discord now. That's how I'm getting the mic to work. Through Discord, but then I could hear myself talking a second after I talk in my earphone, and it's so freaking distracting. So like I'll say this, and then I'll say this, and then I'll hear like repetition in my ear. So it's I'm trying my best here, but we'll get through. All right. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. We're going to bring Andrew back up here.
I should have used that. It worked. Yeah, it worked.
I shut up, didn't I?
That was Rob's worst auctioneering I ever witnessed.
I'll be right back.
The man is an S+ tier auctioneer, S tier debater too. Last one I'm giving you, you ignored me twice now. I didn't ignore you that time. Fuck it, we ball. You can't send the super chat in the middle. You can't send the super chat in the middle of me debating and then be like, read it. What am I supposed to do? Just stop the debate? Like Jordan says for $3. I'm in the middle of a debate and just read off some random shit. Ridiculous. Jesus wasn't always nice either. Yeah, I know. But they talk out of both sides of their mouth. They're like, you got to be nicer, but at the same time, there's nuance. No, there's never a time to say that. Okay, yeah, there are times to say that. It's like, it's all just intersubjective nonsense. Grifty man bad. Appreciate that for 5. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. You just act like, I don't know. It's fucking wild. As if you read a $3 super chat. Oh, yeah, that could be a problem. If it's not $5 or above, I don't even bother reading them. Jesus wasn't always nice. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Your next debate or appearance on whatever is when? I think it's February. We're going to do late February. Got a lot of shit going on this month, okay? Got a lot of stuff happening. Lots of things. Can't even get into all the things. I got a lot of shit happening. You want this siege to continue? You better send me my cashola. I'll tell you what. We're just going to do it this way. Because it's getting late and I'm getting tired. So, we can either take it tonight. We're going to take it out of your asses tomorrow again. with a penalty. I'll take the penalty. I'll do it. I joke a lot, but honest question: do you think Charlie's murderer accomplished what he set out to do? I do. I do. He actually probably was far more wildly successful than he ever could have imagined. The whole right wing, at least online influencer sphere, has been essentially divided and destroyed. There's no unifying message now. Nothing to even unify to rage against, even. It's just all fucking destroyed. Thank you, Andrew, for everything you said. People like me probably needed to hear that more than you know. Thank you, Rachel, says Corey. Well, happy to do it. Happy to do it. Yeah, it's time for the grift. Sorry. Yeah, it did an incredible amount of damage to the right. And the left loves that, by the way. They've been all over TikTok celebrating it for weeks and months. And the second they realized that you hated it, they're going to celebrate it even more. You know what I mean?
I think one of the craziest parts about it is not only has it shattered coalitions on the right, but the right was incapable of winning the narrative. Within 2 weeks, the real victim of the Charlie Kirk shooting came out, Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Yeah. Yep. Everybody, I mean, it just the whole thing threw the entire right-wing establishment into turmoil. And we're not going to recover in time for us to do anything productive in these midterms, really. It doesn't look good for us in the midterms, by the way. Rob, you were looking at that the other day, weren't you? It's not looking great.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Now, obviously, we're a long ways out, and the news cycle's really fast. But does anyone have faith in the Republicans' ability to muster up encouragement? They haven't done anything in the House or the Senate in a year, and the numbers are showing the people aren't impressed with them.
Yeah, other than time travel, says the super chatter, what other skills did Charlie have? Also, here's my contribution. I think that I think time traveling was the big one. The fact that he could go between parallel universes. What happened to the himbo joining the siege tonight? He said he was busy or some shit. I think that the himbo would have had some fun on the siege, honestly. That's what I think. I think he would have had a good time. At 2177 and climbing, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's not looking great. Doesn't look great, okay. Did he oh me, oh me, oh? That's funny. Jay and Silent Bob reference going there. Got a little Jay and Silent Bob happening.
What's your favorite one of their movies? I like Clerks, the original.
I thought that was all right. I thought Clerks was good. And that was another one where chick got kind of attacked for S-ing too much D, if you remember correctly, Rob, in Clerks.
In a row?
Yeah, in a row. In a row.
being a promiscuous woman used to be like really shameful.
Andrew, would you consider doing open debates in a similar style of Charlie, like Uncensored America? That would be cool. I would do it, but I would do it indoors, and it would require security. We'd have to do it indoors. It would require security. I know Myron and other guys, they're like, screw it. I'll just go right outside. I'll do the exact same thing. I think they're crazy. I think that that's insane. This was not an isolated incident. Okay. Mr. E has put the JD Vance meme on Rob's Starship Trooper pick. As Jesus died for nothing in his time, Charlie also, until Emperor Constantine took Jesus' legacy, turned it into power, until someone will honor Charlie's work. Just guy who died for nothing. It's not a terrible observation. That last dude that asked Charlie the question about the Mass on Life, for the moment before it rang out, he is the son of the producer for Jimmy Kimmel's show. That's wild to me. Really? I know that guy. What was his name? Didn't I debate with him before? Staxiums or something? Wasn't that the guy's names? Like Staxiums or Saxiums or something? Chef Dylan, thank you for the 10. Enzo sends in 10. Very kind to you. I didn't know his dad worked on the Jimmy Kimmel producer show. That's weird. That sounds like it could just be like some rumor mongering shit. By the way, we're at 2:35 at the moment. So we don't have that much further to go. But yeah, that's crazy. Really?
That's
Huh.
wild.
Yeah, it is wild. Travis sends in $5, says, how do we change Protestant church's position on tone policing? Get the fucking women out of it. You got to get the women out of the ministry. That's literally the only way to do it. You got to get them out of the ministry. It's always women. Always. Every single time. It's always women. Bitch and bitch and bitch. Bitch. Just bitch so much. Oh my God. It's just like, fucking stop bitching, God. The love of all that is good. We just stop fucking bitching. That's how you do it, though, man. You think Jesus was an emotional man? He's not portrayed as being particularly overly emotional. And his dad's dad was the producer for Bob Hope late night show. Huh. Runs in the family, huh? Interesting. Interesting. What? What happened to who? I don't believe for 1 second that she wasn't a pastor. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
If you go to her account, actually, you saw videos of her like preaching on a stage and stuff like that. So that's why I asked her that question.
She probably says she wasn't sanctioned by a church or something.
Yeah, probably.
She just does her own thing. I just do my own thing.
I just have my own denomination.
The plot thickens? Which plot thickens? You mean the female pastor plot? Look, I don't know. I'm going to take her at face value. She didn't come across to me as being a liar. She seemed like she was trying to be honest with me. So,
Well, I mean, she did loop the same thing like 4 different times.
yeah, but I
don't know if
mean,
she was actually not getting your point, or it was just intentional to try to keep it going.
when it comes to kindness, no good deed goes unpunished. Also, Jesus was almost killed multiple times for giving his open, honest opinion before his final sacrifice. No entertaining female preachers. They just suck, dude. It's my biggest, it's one of the biggest problems in American Christianity is that all the women who are involved with anything pastoral related. It's just fucking nightmare. Dip with drip. Appreciate it. He says nothing. He just sent in $5 on the dono chat side. It's very kind of you. At 2:45, by the way. 2:45. She would say something, then say she didn't say that 50 times. Well, she may not. Maybe she didn't mean it though, right? She said something and she didn't mean it that way. Like I'm trying to be charitable. You know what I mean? She wasn't like an unpleasant person to talk to. You know, I'm trying to be charitable. The thought hickens. In pre-Civil War Spain, the conservatives also won a landslide election with their female vote, then catered to the women's social sphere and did absolutely nothing to stem the leftist tide. Yeah, that sounds about right. They just ruin everything. I don't know what to tell you. They fucking ruin everything. They do. Just ruin everything. Anything they can possibly ruin, they touch, and they ruin it.
We should make a shirt out of that. Sometimes you gotta just call a viper a viper. Sometimes you gotta call a viper a viper.
Well, it's always just like trying to curtail. Just always trying to curtail what's being said. It's like the direct contrast was what the different distinction between me and Michael Knowles. I agree. Michael Knowles was way nicer. He was way kinder. He was way more affable, you know. And he probably led
a lot of trash.
He probably led a lot of people to her heresy ministry too. You know, so it's like that's where that gets you. Anyway, what's that, Rob?
It wasn't just that you were rude that you were getting flack for. It was like, how dare you impugn that maybe there's a grift going on here? Now that woman that like broke the record for how many people she slept with. Surprise, surprise, she's came out and now she's Christian. It's the exact same grift over and over these people are running, and they don't want you calling it out.
Yeah, they just do it constantly. They do it constantly. Andrew, are you going on Joe Rogan? Wouldn't you like to know? I don't know why a guy like Joe would want to talk to somebody like me. Who the hell am I? I'm not even big enough to go on Jubilee. Deep in my Christianity bag these days, orthodoxy seems to be true, but I don't claim a denomination yet. Should I dive into EO head first? Yeah. It's not going to hurt nothing. Yeah, I wasn't even big enough to go on a Jubilee surrounded. Their all-stars said no. Andrew's too small. He's tiny, teeny weeny little creator, you know. I remember, you remember all those guys on Joe Rogan, all those Jubilee All Stars, a lot of those over there. Just saying.
Andrew, you might get a lot of views, you might get a lot of money, you might shake a lot of people and change things culturally and politically, but no matter what you ever do, you won't be a Jubilee All Star.
I know. I know. Why do you got to Why do you got to bring that up all the time, Rob? Fucking rain on my.
I mean, people are
parade
giving
every
me
chance
crap
you
for
get.
being the JD Vance meme. So.
That's funny.
Don't worry, Rob. I will not put that the JD Vance curly hair on your
$20.69 comes in from Aruthra, who says, "When will the grift shop reopen?" Yeah, mystery. When will the grift shop reopen?
Soon. It's like number 3 on priority. It's getting worked on.
What do you mean? I didn't confirm. I didn't say anything about going on Rogan's podcast. I don't know why. I don't know why did everybody think that? I have not said that ever, not once, that I'm actually doing that. Again, why would they want some fucking nobody like me on that, man? That's why would anybody want that? Ridiculous. So I don't know. I don't know what people are talking about.
I bet if you would have been nice to Nala, Joe Rogan would have invited you on.
Oh yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
That's true. That's true. Damn it, mystery, you promised. LMAO. The wig is a compliment, Rob. That's. What do you mean lies I tell? What lies? What do you mean?
That's a new name. Never seen it before. I wouldn't
Yeah,
worry about
they're
it too
just
much.
tripping. I'm not doing any of that stuff. Top tier content, boys. We're happy to give it to you, but you're not going to get any more of this top tier content unless I start seeing my fucking donos increase. You better show me some of that dono chat love over here. If not, Joe, why not go on Club Shay Shay like fellow Christian Cat Williams? I'm pretty sure you'd get a major viral moment like the comic did. I've never even heard of it. I struggle to take Protestant churches seriously anymore. Anytime someone says their church is really chill, all I hear is my church doesn't hold me to any standards. Yeah. Would fully open borders with the stipulation that the punishment for any crimes committed by non-citizens be far more swift and severe than crimes committed by citizens be an effective alternative to mostly closed borders? No. No, the bleeding hearts would just be like, that's not equity. That's a form of racism. It's like, you can't do it. Let's go, Crucible Nation. We need our siege fix tomorrow night. I'm like a crackhead with no money. Get to donating. Maybe you are. We hit 3K. Read the donos. Not the super chats, Mr. L. What do you mean, read the donos? What donos? Like dono chats? Pretty sure. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking at the dono chats. We didn't hit it. What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe I got to refresh it or something. I think people are just tripping. I don't know. Always good to see you, dude. These sieges are awesome. We need the Crucible store up and running. I need my fix. Fair. 07 comes in from podcast. Appreciate that too. We appreciate that too. By the way, on these sieges, I know that there's a lot of clippers out there. I want to always use that TikTok content because it's, so good. They love that TikTok content. I give you permission to use only Rob's stuff. You can't use any of mine, but fuck Rob. He's stealing all my dono chats, and fuck that guy. I'm not gonna let he's double dip, and he's gonna put out viral clips of himself and shit now too. It's bullshit. So yeah, steal all his shit. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Obviously, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm
Literally just
kidding.
stream sniping you right now. It's
I
like,
know he's a
what-
piece
what
of
is this
shit.
guy
He's a
even
fucking piece
doing?
of shit. He's not even doing anything. He's just hanging out.
I'm sorry. I was ordering some lobster here. What were you
Yeah, I bet you were, Rob.
It's true.
I'm over here ordering Taco Bell. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, Taco Bell is a fine meal mystery.
Yeah. That's why it costs so much to fly you around all those Motel 8s and Taco Bell and Miller Lite, right? Miller
Mhm.
High Life.
Yeah, 23:45 and climbing, boys. We'll see if we can't finish this thing off. I love Rob's arguments. He's always arguing. What did Max make tonight? Max made another $100 tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it only took you like 4 hours or something on the TikTok side. It
that's
looks
not
like
too bad.
yeah, it looks like we made
That's
$100
great,
on
man.
the TikTok side.
That's awesome. Thank you, everybody who's donated.
Max, why don't you go to bed, bro? Go to bed, Max. It's past your bedtime, Max.
Bedtime. What? Earlier you were talking about how if you're over 18, you're an adult, dude. I'm an adult.
It's still past your bedtime, Max. And you sound like shit.
Uh,
You sound like shit. Go to sleep, Max.
Bro,
You need to take
no.
you need to take some NyQuil and get yourself some Vicks Vapor Rub, Max.
What's that?
You don't know what Vicks Vapor Rub is?
No. Should I?
Yeah, they would take care of the problem you're having with your voice and sinuses right now. Go to your
I gotta buy this.
yeah, go to your mammy and tell her that you need some Vicks Vapor Rub.
Oh my
Okay? Tell her you need some Vicks Vapor Rub.
Now you're infantilizing an adult, dude. now you're doing that.
How do you not know what Vicks Vapor Rub is? That shit cures everything. It cures everything.
Well, yeah, I've never heard of this.
Never heard of it? You just like it's just
Little Vicks and some Tussin.
yeah, some Vicks. You don't know?
You good as new.
You have chicken
I
soup.
am a Zoomer.
You get chicken noodle soup, some Vicks Vapor Rub, and then and you'll be fine. That's how it works.
Yeah, I've just been drinking tea all evening.
This siege is sponsored by Vicks Vapor Rub.
This siege is brought. To discuss.
Well, looky here. I'll make a deal with you, chat. You are scumbags, dude. Since today is Thursday, I'm going to take tomorrow off. 23rd is my birthday, and I'll come back for an invasion. I got a big debate this weekend I'm looking forward to with a Jubilee All-Star.
Oh, yeah.
With a Jubilee All-Star. I've been kind of knocking them around quite a bit, and I'm enjoying it. They say the recipe for Sprite is lemon and lime, but I tried to make it at home. There's more to it than that. Are you serious?
Oh my goodness, dude.
You fucking what the fuck is that, bro? What is that? Well, we can't do one more caller until we hit that dono goal.
I was saying we're at 77%. We could make it to 100% before Andrew, but I'm an idiot and I was muted, so sorry about that.
When I interrupted you, it's like, Andrew, you need to take a scene profit break. But you were
True. It's true.
I'm just kidding.
Just telling you, you fucking. That's why we got to stop them in the middle. Can't be giving you guys these hours and hours of content. Can't be doing it. He's running and taking the money tonight. What? I
Don't worry, I'll find
delivered the
it.
content. You can't like deliver the content and then you guys stiff me. All right, fuck you guys.
No, I got him. I timed him out. The message doesn't exist.
$10 cups. Take it. That's. I don't know. We're not really that close. We're only at 24. We got like $600 to
I
go.
know. It's crazy.
No shit. Your birthday, 23rd January. Mine too. No kidding. Well, happy birthday, man. Flynn family ain't no stiffs, huh?
I think that's his name.
Shayla was last good content. Yeah. Well, you don't get no more good content until I get the grift, man. The grift is what matters. It's all that matters. For the grift, great watching you tonight, and when SB appreciate it.
I thought
Oh
you had
yeah.
some really good content tonight. There was a couple of really good debates.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's great stuff. A lot of this stuff's gonna start going viral, I promise. I'll just be Andrew Smoky Man bad. Smoky Man bad. Bullshit that hasn't moved in 30 minutes. What hasn't moved in 30 minutes? What is he talking about? You can't have seaweed as a house plant. You'd have to water it way too much. You suck, dude. Sorry, all my daily allowance went to Jim Bob today. Fucking scumbags, man. All these people running around stealing all my super chats before I even get them. That's why everybody streams earlier than me. just steal Andrew's super. Kidding. You know of any places I've tried what I posted earlier about the harsher punishment for crimes for non-citizens? Not off the top of my head, I don't. I'm sure it's been tried somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm sure it's been tried somewhere. Did you check the dono side? It's not much going on tonight. The Thursday night, though, they're always slow nights. That's why I used to only do the on Thursdays. It's always the day before payday. I used to always do the chill streams on Thursdays. You said we'd stiff you. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I did. I did say that. So now I can use this against you in the future, Chad. I can be like, well, we tried this once and you fucking stiffed me. So now you're fucked. Sean or Sam, thank you for the 20. Appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Rogan's going to laugh his ass off with you for the first time. He'll feel like the one in the room with the least testosterone. No, I'm not the guy. Dude, I'm not even going. I don't know. You guys are tripping out, dude. I don't know why you guys, these fucking people are tripping. Why would they not? I'm not even a Jubilee All-Star. Why would they have me? That's just ridiculous. I'm not even a Jubilee All-Star. For whenever any of you guys have time, give it a listen and hope you like it. Fingers to the Bone by Brown Bird. I'll take it out. Or I'll check it out. You grow seaweed in a tank? I don't like you anymore. I see Bruce Campbell. Have you ever watched The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.? Of course. Of course I have. It was not a great show, by the way. It really was not a great show.
I'm wondering if you were gonna add that part.
Yeah, it really wasn't. Okay. Electric Oil beats Vix. Definitely be awesome to have Rob, Jim Bob Dyer, and you on a siege. I think it's time to wake up. I think it is time to wake up. Okay, look. I've been kind of a shithead here. I have. I'm not going to tell you why just yet, but I will soon. YouTube censorship sucks. Yeah, I agree. I sent Jim Bob some money, so I guess I can send you some. Don't send Jim Bob anything ever. Yeah, you're right. You're better than all the Jubilee All-Stars. No. No. I wasn't big enough to go on. They all said no. Last weekend, I helped my friend stay put. It's a lot easier than helping someone move. True.
Bazinga.
Uh-huh. Yeah. We seen the Rogan shorts. You're doing it, Andrew. What are you talking about? Not going on there. I don't know where you guys are getting this misinformation. Misinformation's against TikTok policies, okay? It's against it.
Yeah, we better shut that down real quick.
Yeah, you gotta stop with the misinformation about me going on Joe Rogan's podcast. Ridiculous. I'm only lending you these 10. I want it back with 6,000% interest. Actually, I think he said 6 million% interest. He's a fucking mean guy. That's a lot of interest. Marcus on some BS tonight. Almost at 2,600 boys and girls. Almost there. Collapso from Jubilee. Ooh, Calypso from Jubilee. Calypso. Who the fuck is Calypso? All right, I got a confession. So a very kind gentleman sent in a $500 dono chat, and I just chose not to read it so that I could grift an extra $100 out of you guys. So we're actually at 3,600. So I appreciate that. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Dano, it was very kind of you. I do appreciate that $500 dono. It was very kind of you. And fuck you, chat. You fucking pricks. You. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a little bit on the omission side. I didn't technically say we hadn't hit the dono goal. Okay, I didn't say that shit. I didn't. Well, if you added 5, that would be 31 something, bro. What are you doing?
Oh yeah, I fucked it up.
Fucking stupid mystery. Fucking stupid mystery. Yeah, I did tell you guys
It'd be
that.
actually like 34. It should be like 34, shouldn't it?
Yeah, big W's in chat, by the way, for Dano. Thank you. In the military, we always said, start a rumor and it becomes true. So can't wait to see you on Joe Rogan. What? Snake eyes is a gambling term, but also an animal term. Okay. Fair. That's fair. Bad faith? It's not bad faith, bro. What do you mean,
We've
greed?
never been anything but good faith.
What do you mean, greed? How is that greedy? I said I would continue the show, take on a couple more callers. After we hit the goal, we hit the fucking goal. This is the second time you pulled this on us. Shame on us, really. No. You fuckers were trying to stiff me, and you know it. Okay. $500, and you said 3,600. You truly have zero Chinese in you, Andrew. All right, Max, bring on another caller. We'll keep going for another caller or two. Let's see how it goes.
Can I interrupt you this time?
All right. Let's see.
It was a little greedy, a little bit greedy.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Good evening.
What's
How
up,
are you?
Death? What's up, Death?
So, I think you might be a little bit to the left on me on this one, which is kind of unusual. I'm a fan of you, but I think that what's going on with what we need to be doing with the borders.
Well, sorry that you're a fan, bro. You're supposed to be an op, bro. Max, you gotta get rid of him. Sorry. And then you gotta ban him from the chat for life. Andrew just subbed to Crucible. I can't find the You're Done Coom tune. What's the actual name? Oh, really? Well, we'll put that up there. Called The Mods Are Marching.
Yeah, I'm missing it. I'm missing a couple of the new ones. Actually, the mods marching should be up there. Let me go check. If not, I'll just upload the music video.
All right, Andre.
Yeah, next one up.
Oh, left. Johnny.
Here's Johnny. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's your age and location for TikTok purposes? Johnny, we lost. Johnny, we hardly knew you.
Unmute, dude.
You there?
Johnny, we hardly knew you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, man, I'm 38 from Alabama.
All right. Which one of these things are you wanting to debate about?
Well, I wanted to speak a little bit about what the last person was up here. I've been here for a while. I just wanted to kind of I guess pick her position a little bit and go off of it a little bit. But my question is, do you think that the scripture teaches vulgarity is the right way to reach people?
What? What are you talking about?
So the last debate you had with, I think her name was Shayla, her position was that you were a little too harsh with some people, and that, you know, she thought it would be better to take a kinder stance towards some of the things that.
No. Nicer, not kinder.
Okay, well, I guess I don't know the difference between kind and nice, but
then I think we need to make the distinction then.
Okay. Sure. What's your view on kind versus nice?
Yeah, so kindness is an action which is generally designed to have zero malice, right? So it's like a positive action, absent malice, and actually for the benefit of the person. Usually, that would be kindness. Niceness can just be surface level, like it can fall in the category of just like pleasantries and things like this. Even though you have malice, you can be very nice to someone.
Okay, let me just let's play a hypothetical. So if you have kids, right? I've got kids, you've got kids. If one of your kids happened to be overweight or was becoming overweight, would you sit your kid down and say, "Hey, you're a fat ass. You need to change your lifestyle. You need to do things better. You're fat. It's not good for you. It's not healthy." Or would you take a kinder approach?
Boy or girl?
Either one.
I mean, with a boy, probably it'd be like, "You're fat, and you need to stop being fat," and he'd probably be all right with that. Girls,
Okay, so
girls, it's a little bit different, but the thing is it's like, depending on the situation. So I may approach. It depends, man. Like it's a nuanced approach. It depends on which approach I thought would work the best. So, like for instance,
Okay.
if I thought that saying, "Hey, man, you're super fat," would that person would be more receptive to that than they would be the nicer approach, then I might use that approach. Yeah.
In what scenario would a person respond better to you calling them a fat ass?
Oh man, are you kidding? That that works out great. Like for instance, Jake Rattlesnake, he's a friend of mine, right? And he was down here visiting me when he came down from Texas, and he would literally just open up the door to my gaming room and be like, "Get out of the chair, you fat ass. We're going to work out." He would literally say that.
But do you
And
think
it was
that would
definitely it. I mean, he definitely could have been like, "No, Andrew, I think that you should probably get out of the chair and come down and have yourself a little workout." Nope. He was like, "Get up, fatty. We're gonna go work out." That's what he did.
Yeah, but that wasn't much motivation to change somebody's life, right? When you constantly berate them, and as a Christian, I would hope that you would review some
Oh, I
scripture.
reject that that's berating. I don't consider that to be berating necessarily. It depends. Again, it's context specific. Like, look,
Well,
let's
sure.
let's break this down. Do you think that Christians should stay away from saying the word fuck?
Yes, I think the scripture teaches us that what comes out of our mouth will be
Mhm.
judged on that as well.
I agree. Okay, so I agree that it does. So I go over to somebody, right? I barely know them, and they're like crying, and they're like on the side of the road, and they're in painter's pants. They're in painter's pants. And it's like feckled with paint all over it, and they're like just having an emotional crisis. I'm like, "Hey, man, what's wrong?" Guy's like, "Oh, dude, my wife just died, and I'm just beside myself." And I go, "Oh, fuck, man, that sucks." Now that connects with him better because he's like a blue collar guy, right?
Sure.
Something like this. Did I do something wrong?
No,
No,
no.
no. So then what you're saying is that the word fuck isn't even a problem. It's context specific. It's not berating necessarily. It depends on the context.
Well, I don't think the Bible is very clear on what context we can use those words.
That's right. It's not. It's intersubjective. And so the thing is that we have faculties of reason, though. You agree with that? And that those faculties of reason can assist us in guiding for context specific cues and clues because we're human beings. So we have context for these things.
Sure, I guess I can see that point. However, I mean, when you're drawing your morality from Scripture, do you think Scripture would ever allow you to talk to a woman like that?
Yeah. Scripture talks to women way worse. You want me to give you examples?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please give me an example of a scripture that points out a prostitute having 50 cocks in her mouth.
Well, no, they said worse things than that. Because do you agree with me that that what you're doing right now is called presentism? That what could be considered a grave insult in modernity may not have been considered a great insult 2,000 years ago, but what would be considered not a grave insult in modernity could be considered a grave insult 2,000 years ago. Do you agree that that's true?
Not necessarily, no.
I didn't
I
say
don't think people
necessarily.
spoke.
I said, do you
No,
agree that that is the case that there are insults which are this way?
No.
No, you don't. So right now, if I called you a whitewashed tomb, is that a grave insult to you?
No, not at all.
Okay, but they used to kill people for it 2,000 years ago, and Jesus
Okay.
called people whitewashed tombs.
Sure, there's language that they used 2,000 years ago that we would not perceive as threats
Then why
nowadays.
did you literally just say, when I asked you, do you agree with me that there could be things considered grave insults now that were not then, and then that aren't now? You said no, and then I give you an example, and you agree with it. That makes no sense.
Our language has changed. Our languages have changed over thousands of years, right?
No, not just the language, the context in which things can be offensive. For instance, in Rome and places like this, openly talking about sexual things was not nearly as taboo as it is in modern culture.
Sure, because I think we've advanced our morality from Roman times.
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But
I
the
think
thing
as
is,
Christians, we have
I think the thing
advanced
that's
our morality.
funny is like everything is going to be somewhat relatable to culture. There's going to be Christian cultures where talking about sex and talking about things like this are not taboo within the cultural confines at all. Example of this: do you agree that you're supposed to honor your mother and father?
100%.
Okay. Do you think that if you go into your mother's house and you don't take your shoes off, that you're dishonoring her?
No.
But do you agree in Japan you would be?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I can see
then what
the
you're
cultural difference.
doing is you're showing a cultural context for how it would be that within our intersubjective experience, we're supposed to follow the spirit of the command rather than the letter of it.
Okay. Let me just process what you just said. Say it one more time for me.
The spirit of a command is every bit as important as the letter of a command. In the military, this is called malicious compliance. Malicious compliance is the idea that you could be given a command, right, and follow the letter of the command without following the spirit of the command. You're penalized for it. Example: Wilson, throw that grenade, and I pull the pin and throw it at you. Am I following the spirit of the command?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm not. I'm not following
or-
spirit, right?
no,
But I am following the letter of the command, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, without context, you don't know what the spirit of the command was. Maybe
No, you
were told
do.
to
You
throw-
do. You clearly, the guy didn't want you to throw it at him, right?
And it's not clear.
Okay. I
It's
mean,
not
it's
clear.
pretty clear that, if you're like Wilson, throw a grenade, you don't mean at me.
I mean, yeah, intuitively you would think.
Yes, of course.
that would
Of
be
course. Yeah,
the
of
context.
course.
However-
Of course. So that would be malicious compliance.
Okay,
Right?
sure,
Or like,
sure.
hey, Wilson, put that tray down, and I just drop it on the ground. Like
Yeah.
things like that would be called malicious compliance.
Sure, but I don't understand how malicious compliance and we've kind of taken a turn away from the initial topic.
Because I believe that Sewing Circle Christians utilize malicious compliance where they act as though you're supposed to follow the letter of the law like the Pharisees did without following the spirit of the law, which the Pharisees didn't. And that's why Jesus called them hypocrites and was very upset with them all the time.
Okay, so how do you draw your conclusion of what the spirit of the law is? Do you think Jesus would speak to women the way that you have in the past?
I think that, yes, Jesus sends women
You
to
do.
hell.
Of course, sure.
Well, wait, I mean,
he was a vengeful God, but and there's no doubt about that.
did Jesus blow up Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yes.
Did he order that whole tribes be put to the sword?
Sure, but he
But
didn't
you
speak
better not
vulgarity
cuss
to
at
them.
them. You better not cuss at them.
Well,
You
that's
better
right.
not.
That's right.
Are you serious?
They condemned
Are
themselves.
you fucking serious, dude?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, go put them all to the sword, but you better
and I
not say
definitely
any,
don't want
you
to
better not say any foul language, though.
Look,
Jesus wouldn't do that. It's
I'm
just silly, dude. Come on.
I'm not questioning the vulgar language, right? I do it every day. I was in the military for a long time. It's something that I don't do around my children. And I'm curious to know if you speak like that around your children.
Sometimes, especially if I'm playing a video game with them.
Do you have young
Like,
kids?
like I'll look over at my daughter sometimes and I'll be like, "You little bastard, just beating my ass at Mario Kart like that. You fucking suck. I'm actually the best, and you suck, and I can't believe you just did that." And yeah, I'll cuss up a storm if she's beating me. You know what she does too? She's like, "Oh, Dad." Kiss on the cheek,
If
out the
she
door
were to
she
talk
goes.
like
You could
that,
see that. You could see that it's really brutal. Yeah.
If she were to talk like that, would you have a problem?
Depends on the context.
So if she comes home from school and says, "Hey, Dad, this,"
If
girl
she
was a
walked
real
in and she's
bitch
like,
to me
"Oh
today."
man, Dad, this chick was a total bitch, and I found out that she was, like sucking a dude's D behind the fucking dumpster. Yeah, Dad, what do you want me to do? Oh my God."
No, it's not the end of the world. However,
It's not anything. It's nothing. It's not anything. It's just you adhering to cultural taboo. The cultural taboo. That's
cultural
it. It's
taboo.
cultural taboo. If you say poop and you say shit, what's the difference?
In 2026, I would say that the cultural taboo is to have your opinion and not mine. To speak like that around your kids. That's the culture in 2026 United States of America. I'm
But
in the
from
minority here.
wait a second. No, it's not. Bullshit.
100% it
No,
is.
it isn't.
Dude,
Nonsense.
this country is so far gone.
But even if I grant that as being the case, so what? So what? It's still meaning you're still adhering to cultural taboo. You're not adhering. Like if you say poop and you say shit, tell me the difference. What's the difference?
One is vulgar, one isn't.
What? Based on what? Other than cultural taboo?
Based on my morality that's derived from the
there's
scripture.
nothing in the scripture that says immoral for you to say shit. Nothing.
Ephesians 4:29.
Let's go to Ephesians 4:29.
And this is specifically in the context of the lady that, and I didn't even see the debate that you had with this lady on the whatever podcast, but I've seen a few of your debates, and I know how you
do not let unwholesome talk come out of your mouth, but only what is helpful for building up others according to their needs. Now let's focus on this.
Sure.
Only what is helpful for building up others according to their needs, right?
Right.
Okay. That it may benefit those who listen. So let's break this down. First of all, it needs to benefit the people who are listening, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. The next thing is it needs to be helpful for building up other people.
Right.
So can we
Building them up.
agree? Can we agree that the context of this scripture is talking about how you're having discussions with other people, and the greater
Yes.
context of this chapter is as well, right?
Right.
Okay, so if that's the case, you could build other people up using what you consider to be culturally taboo vulgarities that aren't vulgar at all, because the vulgarity here is talking about things which aren't building them up. And the
So
thing
do you
is
think-
like, yes, I do think that pointing out that you're running a faux ministry and you're going to go to hell and diverting you away from that is building you up. I do. And I think it
Well,
benefits
those
those
weren't
who
your
listen.
words.
Yes, they were my words. Because you
Your
didn't
wo-
listen
your-
to all my words, did you? You only listened to
Well,
some
like
of
I
them.
said, I didn't see the debate, but I
Then
heard
why are
you
you telling me
speaking
what
with
my
the-
words were?
Because I heard what you told the last caller.
Yeah, okay, but you didn't actually hear what my words were, did you?
I heard what you said that your words were.
What?
I didn't hear your
The
actual
50
word.
dicks in the mouth?
Yes.
Yeah, so what?
Just one.
Yeah, so
is-
what?
In your opinion, is that building somebody up? when you're
Yes,
teaching them?
yes. If it's moving them away from the thing which they're doing, which it's not just them either. It has to be for those who are listening, right?
Sure, but if
That
you were
it
to talk to
may-
your children
it
like that,
may
would you be building them
benefit-
up?
That it may benefit those who are listening. If it's the case that one of my children was engaged in prostitution, yes, I would be like, bro, you just had 50 dicks in your mouth. What are you thinking? Yes, I
You
think
would
that
speak-
is a
you
form
would
of building
speak
them
to your
up.
child like
Yes,
that.
I would.
That's
If they were
incredible.
engaged in prostitution, what are you going to do?
If
You
they
going to
were-
go over and pat her on your head and be like,
No,
sweetie, I just
obviously
sweetie,
you're not
oh,
gonna-
sweetheart.
No, you're not going to take that approach either. You're going to take a firm approach, but you're not going to be vulgar about it.
Yeah,
I
well, how
wouldn't.
do you know when it crosses the line of vulgarity?
When you talk about 50 dicks in your mouth,
Yeah,
that's
how do you
crossing the
know?
line of
How do you
vulgarity.
know that other than a cultural taboo?
It's not a cultural taboo. You just read the
It's a
scripture. You're not building
cultural-
someone up
It is building somebody up. It's just not
by
building
telling them
them
they've
up.
had 50 dicks in their mouth.
Yes,
that's
because
building
what,
them up.
What do you? Okay, so wait a second. Should I tell her and affirm to her that this action is good?
No.
How's that
absolutely
building
not.
her up? How's that building her up?
By affirming that her action was not good?
Yeah, how's that building her up?
Because that's what you should do as a
How's
Christian.
that building her up?
What do you mean?
If you tell her the action she's taking is bad, how's that building her up?
Because she could, draw some morality. You could point her to the scripture.
But
you can point her
but
to
how's
things in the
that
Bible.
building her up? It's not building her up. You're not affirming what she wants. How come that's not building her up?
So building her up, let me just get this straight. Building her up would be telling her, reminding her of the 50 dicks that she had in her mouth.
Building her up would be affirming or telling her the things that she's doing is immoral. That's building her up.
Sure. And do you need to do that?
Is
by
that
telling
building
she's
her
had
up?
50
Is that building
Yes.
her up? How?
Yes.
Tell me how it's building her up.
Because it would lead her to understand that her actions.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it.
it would lead her to believe that her actions are not moral.
Yes. So any rhetoric in which would lead her to believe that her actions were immoral and something
No.
to be avoided would be building her up.
No, not any rhetoric. No.
Okay. What? Well, I'm sorry.
Because
I'm
if you-
confused.
if you-
I'm confused. Hang on.
If
Only what
listen-
is helpful to building others up according to their needs. You agree
Right.
with me that you pointing out to a woman who's making $1 million a year on OF and telling them that's immoral, that are they going to perceive that as building them up?
Well, I would hope so. I mean,
what?
Somebody that's,
What?
that's taken,
Why would they perceive that as building them up?
somebody that's gone to that extreme in the first place has been
Well, now you're
blinded by
just
the money.
changing. Now you're changing the argument. You're like a tube of toothpaste. I squeeze here, you move there. I squeeze there, you move here. So let's try this again. How would the person perceive that if you walk over to them and tell them that they're immoral because they're engaged in prostitution? How would they perceive that as building them up?
How would they perceive that as building them up? Because they could see an outside perspective that is telling them, hey, you don't have to live this lifestyle, especially if you're a Christian.
But it makes them feel bad.
It doesn't. Well, yeah, there's going to be some form of feel bad. Sure.
Oh, there's going to be some form of feel. So building people up is synonymous with making them feel bad.
In certain instances, yes.
Oh, well,
depending on the context.
that's really interesting. So it sounds like building a person up just means the thing that you're trying to point out that they should not be doing, right? And getting them to move away from whatever that action is.
Sure.
So why wouldn't social shaming fall into that category of building someone up?
Because that's not building them up.
That is building them up. It's all perception
When you
based.
socially
How do you
shame someone-
how do you not understand that this is perception based? Social shaming, of course, social shaming works. Otherwise, why don't you walk outside naked? Why
So
not?
in your perspective,
Like, why not? Right? It's like because you're going to be socially shamed.
well, yeah, in
Yeah,
that context,
yeah,
but
exactly,
that is
yes.
totally irrelevant to what
It's
we're
not
talking about.
irrelevant. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It's the
what
same
I'm getting
thing.
at
Yes.
is okay. Let's say one of your kids comes home, they got an F on a test, right? They get an F on a math test, right? You bring them in, you say, "You're a fucking dumbass. You got an F on this test. You're a piece of shit. You're never going to amount to anything in your life. Now do better." Am I building them up by doing that, or am I going to say, "Hey, look, you screwed up on this one. You need to work harder to get better grades"?
From their
approach?
perspective, neither are building them up. You're just talking
Why
about
would
it.
you say that?
You're just talking about the degree in which you can be worse or not worse in whatever your perceived social taboo rhetoric is. So it's like, would one approach perhaps work better? Sure, but not in every context case. It's like, let me give you an example in the counter here, right? Let me give you a counter.
Okay.
Your kid comes home and he got an F, and you go, don't fucking worry about it. That's no fucking big. Let's
Yeah,
go
that's-
upstairs and play some fucking video games.
You're not building them up at that point.
Why not?
Because
How's that
you're
not
allowing-
building? That's not building up their self-confidence?
No,
Not building
because
up their
at that
self-esteem?
moment they perceive their failure as success because you've allowed it to happen.
I see. So if I need to use harsh language then, and that would get them away from that failure, if they were the type of person who that type of rhetoric worked with, don't you think that I should move towards more of that type of rhetoric?
Sure, absolutely. And I'm not
Okay, well
against
then the
using harsh
argument's
language.
done. Then the
I'm
argument's
not
over.
No, I just think that you go too far with your harsh language.
Yeah, but that's intersubjective.
And like I said, I don't know the context of what this lady said to you. So
It's
really
what
a
you're
shitty
saying
argument
is
for me to take.
intersubjective. Too far is your intersubjective personal feeling about something.
Well, I think the majority, especially Christian, Bible-believing Christians.
That's nice.
would
You
say-
can't appeal to that's an ad populum fallacy. I don't care what most people would say.
Okay, so what do you think the scripture? What do you think the gospel, or what do you think they were talking about in Ephesians? What is building a person up?
Why did when Jesus called people whitewashed tombs, was he building them up?
No. Well, I guess in his
Oh,
perspective, he probably
wait.
was, but this is
Oh,
totally
wait a
different
second. Wait a
context.
second. Jesus Christ wasn't building people up?
That's totally a different context.
How?
Because you're talking about Jesus, and we're talking about the way that you speak to other people.
Yeah. So
The way
what?
that you as a
Yeah,
human
but
being,
why
not
is it?
Jesus.
Wait, don't you want me to be more like Jesus?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think. I mean, we can strive to do things like Jesus, but
You
we're
don't
never
want me to
gonna
be more like
Jesus-like.
Jesus? Who should I be more like? Satan? What are you talking
I
about?
think that the way that you speak, sometimes you are being more like Satan.
Well, you just told me not to be more like Jesus.
Okay, well, in this context of talking to the prostitute that had 50 cocks in her mouth, I'd say be a little bit more like
Why
Jesus.
would you say that? She could hear that. What if she
Huh?
watches this broadcast and heard you say that she had 50 cocks in her mouth? What makes it okay for you to say that, sir?
Well, I mean, I'm not speaking directly to her. You and I are having a conversation.
Yeah, I
about
know, but that's offensive and mean. That's pretty mean.
Maybe so, but she's not here.
Yeah.
I'm
How
not
is
trying
this?
to build her up.
Tell me, how is this building me up?
Building you up? What have I said that has been overly vulgar to you?
Well, why does it need to be vulgarity based?
Because that's the context of the conversation.
No,
we're
it
having.
says that it's not about vulgarity here. It's about unwholesome.
I mean, sure, you could look. I'm not a wholesome person. Like I said,
You're not a whole. You're an unwholesome person too. Holy shit!
Oh well,
So you let
occasionally,
unwholesome
yeah.
talk come out of your mouth?
Absolutely, but I don't do it around
Oh
my kids, and I don't do it
goodness.
around women.
Oh my goodness! But you do it around
Yeah.
men?
Yeah, sure.
Oh
absolutely.
man. Well, I mean, can you show me in Ephesians 4:29 where this is gendered?
No, but
No.
I mean,
So you just don't care? How dare you, sir?
I'm a
I
sinner
can't
just
believe
like
that
you
you
are.
don't care about men, the unwholesome talk that comes out of your mouth around men. It's almost like it's because the men don't care.
Here's
And
the
since
difference
they
between me
don't
and you,
care,
Andrew.
you don't
I don't go on a
consider it.
podcast.
Hang on,
I don't
hang
go on
on.
a podcast
Hang on.
with
Help me
millions
out
of
here. Help
viewers.
me out here.
I don't go on a podcast with millions of viewers and preach that language to millions
You're on
of
a
people.
podcast right now that potentially may be seen by millions of viewers.
Sure. Yeah, and if that comes to light, then I will regret saying those words.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, is like, but hundreds of thousands isn't enough. I don't know, but
no,
why is
but-
it? Why is it that saying the same thing around a man isn't unwholesome?
Well, I think there's certain things that men say to each other that they shouldn't say in front of women.
Oh, but what makes it actually unwholesome to say it around a woman and not a man?
Well, I think it's just a cultural.
Oh shit!
You know, like a
Oh
cultural.
shit! Cultural taboos.
And it's how I
again.
was raised. You know, I was.
Oh
I was
my
raised with those
goodness!
morals.
And you were raised that way. So what makes it unwholesome is the culture. Interesting.
Yeah, and I mean,
So that would mean
culture
that
do-
it's not actually unwholesome to say.
What
Why
culture do you
why
come
would you
from
be
where
able
it's
to
okay to
say?
talk like that?
Why would you be able to say something around men, which is unwholesome, and that's fine, but you can't say it around women because then it's not fine, and that's not
Because they're
culture.
the-
How
they're
is
the
that not
gentler
culture?
sex.
Completely culturally subjective.
They're the gentler sex, and the Bible teaches
They're
us
not
that.
gentler. Don't be fucking stupid and naive. They're not gentler.
How do you not think that? Believe in force doctrine. How do you think they're not gentler?
How many abortions per year are they having, sir?
Millions, and those abortions are primarily pushed on them by men.
What?
Absolutely.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Who do you think pushes the abortion agenda in this country?
Oh, mostly feminists.
Feminists are a big part of it, yes, but it's also male
mostly.
doctors that are performing
Mostly.
most of these abortions.
Yeah, because most doctors are male. At least in these
and
fields,
so,
yeah.
So they're the ones that are telling these women, "You need health care."
No, they're not. No, doctors aren't running. They don't have to. Their shit's so filled up with women having abortions. Who the hell would they need to advertise to? They got waiting lists a mile long. What are you talking about?
In American culture, the abortion narrative is pushed far more by men than it is women.
Prove it.
Go outside, read a book.
Go outside.
Look on TV.
That's your proof.
Live and exist.
Your
in the
proof
United
is
States.
you made it up.
No, live and exist in the United States. Who's the CEO of Planned Parenthood? Who's running abortion clinics across the nation? Who's funding abortion clinics across the nation? Who's pushing this stuff politically? Is it men or women?
Now I'm just curious. The CEO of Planned Parenthood is Alexis McGill Johnson. You want to guess what sex she is, sir?
Well, the previous, I know in the past, there's been a male that has ran. Who started?
Hang on,
it?
sorry. Margaret Sanger. What, you want to guess what sex she was, sir?
Maybe a female. I don't know, but I know that men
Margaret
have pushed
Sanger.
the
What
agenda.
sex does Margaret Sanger sound like she is?
Men have a larger
What
voice in this
sex
country
does
than women
Margaret Sanger sound like she is, the founder of Planned Parenthood?
do. A female.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's men.
I'm saying men have pushed this narrative far more than women have.
Uh-huh. And in your example is women. Can't wait for you to give me all the examples of all these men pushing this narrative for far more than women.
I don't have to Google.
Let's look at Planned Parenthood.
I don't have
Okay,
to
we looked at
Google my
Planned
lived
Parenthood. Well,
experience.
yeah. Well, who founded it? A fucking woman. Who's in charge of it? Right now, a woman. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
So you think that only feminists are the one pushing abortion agenda?
I think the primary pushers, yes. I think that women see it as a convenience interest, and so yeah, they push it. That's how Margaret Sanger framed it as well. So you have to understand that you have to be able to throw off the chains of patriarchy.
Who allowed them to have to form a patriarchy?
Oh my goodness. It does.
Was it men or women?
It's totally irrelevant.
Was it a man or
should we
woman?
have used force to stop them?
No, absolutely not. I
Okay,
don't
well then what are
believe-
you even
I think-
talking about, dude?
I'm not sure how the conversation got turned to force doctrine, but
You turned it to force doctrine. That's how it got there.
okay, sure. But either
The
way, it
chat's
doesn't-
corrected me in saying that it's prune. I don't know if it's true. Oh my God, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe.
Are we talking about the CEO of Planned Parenthood here?
Uh-huh.
Either way, you go back in American history, it's men that have created these things.
No, it's not men who've created these things. It's not men who are
19th
pushing them either.
The 19th Amendment.
That was pushed
Who
by
allowed that to happen?
the women's suffrage movement, mostly pushed by Protestant temperance women.
But who ratified it? Was it men or women?
Why would it matter where the ratification came from?
Because that's when women started to become
No,
started to have
that's
voices for
you're
themselves.
equivocating on the argument. You're equivocating. So before you were saying who pushed it more, and now you're asking who ratified something. I'm asking you.
Well,
So when you're talking about who pushed it, right? Who
I
who pushed it? Who pushed for the 19th? Who?
Surely the women's suffrage movement did. but
Yes, it was women, bro.
they
Women.
weren't.
Come on.
Women pushed for these things, right? And men allowed them to have it.
I can't
right?
tell. Can chat help me here? Is Alexis McGill Johnson a T? I don't know.
What's a T? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, one
Okay.
of the-
So
one
yeah,
of
I was
the-
right.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. It could just be a really ugly chick. I'm just not sure.
No, let's be honest. It's probably a T.
I'm pretty sure it's an ugly chick. She has two last names. I'm serious. I'm pretty sure that's a woman. But if you need any history lessons on women's suffrage, I'm always here for you.
Well, he thinks that it's men who are pushing abortion.
Oh, really? Is he aware of any of the polling data on that?
That's all men.
Well, I think men have started the narrative and have allowed it to become what it is.
Well, you're wrong. I wrote a book on the history of women's liberation. And not only was it started and pushed by women, but it was started and pushed by women who were directly opposed to Christianity and openly declared Lucifer as their inspiration for women's liberation. And these were American women who belonged to Protestant churches. They even wrote something called the Woman's Bible. And what that was Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Okay,
You might
she's
have
not
heard of her.
transgender according to Grok.
No, she has two last names.
Yeah.
They're just ugly.
So
The
it's a chick. It's
feminist
just
are
an
always
it's
ugly.
just an ugly chick, bro.
Have you ever seen Susan B. Anthony? I mean, shit. No, you're completely wrong. Women are not these innocent little flowers.
No,
who
no,
are
no.
just passively letting history happen, and it wasn't pushed by men who wanted abortions. If you look at the polling data by Gen Z, the younger men are very opposed to abortion. It's only the leftist
Gotta say
liberals.
schmushmortion.
Oh, sorry. It's
Yeah.
schmushmortion. It's the left liberals who are a tiny minority of Gen Z men who are in favor of it, and then almost all Gen Z women are pro-choice. Now, I believe it's because of heavily propagandizing them for a century, but you, sir, I hate to inform you of this, but you are just one of the worst simps I've ever heard, and you have been brainwashed. Were you raised by a single mom by chance?
Me?
Yeah.
No, not at all. I don't understand how you can come to that conclusion.
Well, just because usually when men white knight to this degree and act as though women are born innocent angels with halos on their heads.
I never said that.
Well,
never,
you
not
said,
once.
yes, you've strongly implied that if women want bad things, it's because a man somewhere pushed them to do it. It's the men
No,
who
I didn't
are
say
really
that.
behind it.
I
You
said
did
men
say that.
allowed them to do it.
You said you thought men were the ones pushing for abortion.
I think they are.
Motion. They're
The-
not. They're
I think
not.
on the
Who
maybe,
do you see out at pro-choice rallies? You don't see a ton of men leading remember the women's march? That
sure.
was like
Yeah.
98% women. That was
W-
only a
women are-
small.
outwardly vocal about it in 2026, but when these things came to fruition in 1972 or whenever it was, whenever Roe v. Wade was passed,
That's
those were men.
proportions before that, bro.
You are wrong. You are wrong. You really got to do some reading. I don't know where you're getting these weird ideas from. The women in the cases, the lawyers were females, and they lied. And the woman who testified in Roe v. Wade later admitted that she lied about the whole story about the
Sure.
Schmishmortion.
Sure.
So
And
no, it was not men
who
pushing.
sat
it.
on the bench during that hearing? Was
Uh,
it women?
It doesn't matter if it was one male judge. It's not for you to say that, oh, this is all men and the women didn't want it. That's not
I'm not
true.
saying that. My position
what are
is
you
that
saying?
men allowed it to happen.
Well, I suppose you could say that, but do you know who the men were? You know anything about them?
No, I don't.
So it was progressive era industrialists who wanted to double the tax base. The same people who pushed through the 19th are the same few handful of elites who met in secret at Jekyll Island to pass the income tax and the Federal Reserve Act. And the plan was we push women into the workforce, we get twice as much of the income tax. And when the mothers all have to go to work, then we give compulsory public education, which was passed in waves right around the same time. So we're some of the first daycares and funding for that. And it was to get mothers and dads to be working, paying a bunch of money to corporations and the government so that the kids can be in public school and daycare all day where we can indoctrinate them with progressive agendas, which is exactly what has happened.
Yeah, 100%.
So yes, you could say a handful of ultra-left progressive industrialists with bad intentions had the power to pass it, but they needed you. I wrote a whole book about who these women were and how they came to power and what their agenda was. And they were opposed to Christianity because it's patriarchal. So if you say, why do the men let the women do this? Well, you got to look at yourself. Look at you sitting here making excuses for a prostitute who, did unspeakable things. And then the minute she converted, she monetized her ministry and started selling. She starts selling stuff. So Andrew says a coarse word to her, and you've got nothing to say to her and the millions of men who she exploited, who are damaged by her content, who she feels no remorse toward whatsoever, said she wouldn't give the money back. She said, screw those guys, but you're upset because Andrew said a naughty language.
I'm not upset.
That's preschool. That's preschool teacher.
Not
Like,
upset
are you
at
the
all.
head of the HR department?
Hang on, let him
No,
respond,
I'm-
Rachel. Let him respond.
I'm just curious how I want to understand how he thinks that is the way to build
Because,
someone
dude,
up,
jarring.
as according to
Because
Ephesians
jarring the
4:29.
same way that when I ask you the question, is you telling a person that they're immoral, building them up? Your answer is yes. I believe that it is. They don't believe that it is, but you believe that it is because you
Okay,
believe that you're pointing something out to them, which is a bad thing. You're criticizing me for the same exact thing that I'm doing, that you're doing. I'm saying the same exact thing. I'm just painting the picture much more vividly so that people aren't under any preconceived notion that this is not what was happening. That's the only distinction.
And that's the only way that you can articulate that is to be that vulgar with her.
Well, I don't consider that vulgarity.
Okay, I mean, how you don't see that as vulgar?
It's a statement of truth, and I'll ask you
Sure.
the same question
there's
I'll ask you the same question I asked the lady. Would you have thought it was appropriate if he had said, "Ma'am, you've had 50 phalluses in your oral orifice"? Would that have been okay, or is it because he said dicks?
Well, it's certainly
Like,
less
what's the
vulgar, but
problem?
Yeah, you see what I mean by this idea of vulgarity is coming literally from your idea of cultural relativism. You're a
It's
Christian.
everyone's
You're not
cultural
it doesn't it's still relative to culture.
Okay,
You're
so
not
if you had a
Christian, you're not
daughter-
a cultural relativist.
if you had a daughter that was fat, why wouldn't you tell her she was fat?
I might, depending on context.
So there's a place in this world where you, Andrew Wilson, will sit down and say, hey daughter, you're a fat ass. Get off your fat ass
Yeah,
and go
there's
work out.
there's also context for when a daughter would say, "Hey, Dad, you're getting fat. Go work out."
I would love to see a dad tell his daughter that she was fat, that she was a fat ass, and she needs to go work out. You're
Why,
telling me,
yeah, why do you think that that's way out of line? Like, it depends on the person, it depends on the context, and it depends on how it would be received. Some
and how
people
can you
receive,
make those
some people
determinations?
receive, well, if with a daughter, they would know inside and out my daughter and how they're going to receive certain things, right?
Right, but how do you know that for a lady that you just met on the whatever podcast?
Well,
I
that
didn't just,
lady,
hang on, I didn't just meet her. I'd had a full episode with her before for 8 hours. 8 hours.
So somebody that you've known for 8 hours, how can you perceive that that will build them up by talking to them like that?
Well, wait a second. This person I had more insight into, having spent 8 hours with her, than you would ministering to some random person on the street. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so I also have had thousands upon thousands of conversations with people all over the world. Don't you think that it gives me some unique insights into how it is they respond to certain things and how it is they discuss certain things? And I can tell by tone, body language, and various other social cues how a person's going to react or how they're going to take certain criticisms.
Yeah, you can make that assumption, but there's
So when a
nowhere
woman
in this
sits
world where
down-
that is culturally accepted.
So when a woman sits down at a table just merely months before and goes into graphic detail about all of the various heinous sexual acts that she's done with various people, it stands to reason that I would think just merely months later that she would not consider those very same things to be vulgarities, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So then why would I assume that she would take that as a vulgarity?
Because it's not the way that you would build someone up.
It's with the exact same way you're building them up. You're just using flowery language, but you're saying the same exact thing I'm saying.
I never said I would use flowery language. I said I
Oh
said
my
I would tell the
goodness,
truth as well.
dude. The
But
thing
there's
is,
other ways.
yeah, flowery language.
Okay, we'll call it what you want.
No,
Flowery
that's
language,
what
whatever.
it is, right? You just want to change my tone.
No, that's not it.
What is it?
I,
You want me to be
I don't want you to
nicer?
do anything. I don't give a shit what you do. My question to you.
Why not?
and
Do you
the
give
whole
it?
point,
Why? If you don't give a shit what I do, then why are we having this conversation?
because I wanted to ask you the question on how you think that when you speak to people like that, you're building them up.
Because you're only giving me culturally relative things that you've already reduced your own argument to dust, and I'll explain to you how. If you're willing to use that sort of coarse language around men but not women, tell me what the threshold breaker is. What makes one cultural norms, right? Exactly. So all you're doing is saying that I, as a Christian who believes in objective morality, now have to be a cultural relativist, which is a subjective tripe.
It's not subjective according to scripture.
It is no. According to scripture here doesn't actually give you the precision of information for what this looks like, does it?
It certainly doesn't say talk about the 50 dicks that they've had in their mouth.
Well, it doesn't say to even tell them they're immoral either, does it?
It does.
It doesn't. That scripture does not say
in
go
the context
over
of
and tell them that
Ephesians
they're immoral.
4:29. How would you build this lady up?
I think that what you're doing when you're talking about building up in this context, this is saying do not let unwholesome talk come out of your mouth, right?
Right.
Okay. The only thing that makes you believe that what I said is unwholesome is culturally relative. It's culturally relative. That's it. But only what is helpful to building others up. But you forget it says according to their needs. Some people need a good sharp kick in the pants. You
Okay, and
understand?
that's your-
Hang on, stop.
that's your-
Stop. According to their
Okay.
needs means what?
According to their needs means that you should build them up in a way that is going to uplift them.
According to their needs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can people need things that they don't know they need?
In the context of you with this lady on the whatever podcast,
Answer my
no-
question, dude. Can people need things that they don't know they need?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so can harsh language be one of those things at times?
Yeah, in certain
And who is
instances,
the
sure.
determiner of the needs here?
Well, according to you,
it would be you.
cultural norms.
No, it says do not let unwholesome talk come out of your mouth. but only what is helpful to building up others according to their needs, right? So you're the
Okay.
determiner here of what their needs are.
Let me ask you this: if we're basing this conversation,
Now, don't ask, answer, right?
Well,
That
you
it
didn't
may
ask me- you
benefit.
didn't ask me a question.
Yeah, that it may benefit those who listen. We have two different criteria here. You are using a culturally relative criteria. Okay, it's not that you shouldn't be nice to people sometimes, or that you shouldn't use flowery language sometimes, or that you shouldn't use a nuanced position sometimes. It's only to say that also sometimes you may need to use harsh or even graphic language in order to jar people out of their complacency.
And you so the way that you talk to her was your cultural norm, right? You think that that's the level of vulgarity you need to speak to her at.
Well, that wouldn't be a
Right.
cultural norm.
Well, it certainly isn't biblical. So where did you draw
What do you
that?
mean? You that's an assertion. You just made it up. You saying it
No.
certainly isn't a thing is not a demonstration that it isn't. It's only an
Okay.
assertion that it isn't. You just read what you say is, Andrew, read this, it'll explain everything. Well, it doesn't. Doesn't explain everything.
Well, there's 50 other scriptures where you can
And we can go through each one of them.
draw
and,
the same
and we can
conclusion.
also go through why it is that Christ called people whitewashed tombs, which was a killable offense, and pits of vipers, which was a killable offense.
Sure.
We can
he
talk
spoke
about
ill
why
on a lot
Paul
of
said,
people.
can we ask why Paul said shit? We can talk about all the harsh language used throughout the Bible, how in the Old Testament they went through and it was expressed ladies of the night, harlots, prostitutes, graphic language all throughout. What are you talking
Graphic
about?
language.
Yeah, you want me
Graphic.
to- yeah.
Yes, please pull up in the Bible where it says 50 dicks in a girl's mouth.
The Old Testament calls
it
them
was worse.
whores.
It was
It
worse.
says whores. It says death drips from her lips and calls her a whore. Like, have you ever read Proverbs?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's not nearly as vulgar as what Andrew
Ugh.
chooses to speak.
Sir, I'm going to go because Andrew's got this, but you really, honestly, you offend me. You offend me because you would have been one of those men pushing for the women's vote, pushing to legalize schmishmortion because you don't want the women to be upset. And the most important thing is being proper. And I think that's weak. And I think you're a simp and you're doing more harm than good. So I'm just going to excuse myself. Can't take it.
Yeah, in one section
Wow.
of the Bible, and I'm pulling it up here, it expresses how essentially the equation is that basically like a country has been banged like a whore has been banged.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
that's what it's literally saying.
Right. Yeah, Where does it
How's
say
that
anything
more
about-
graphic? How's that
Where does
more
it say anything about
graphic?
50 dicks?
Yeah, how that's not more graphic than 50 dicks. It's not.
That's right. It's not.
So what do you mean?
Where do you draw? Where do you, in your brain, where do you see that? Okay, it's okay for me to talk to a person like this, knowing what
Why
I know
would it
about the
be?
scripture.
Would it be okay for me to talk to a man like that?
If a man was a prostitute like this woman, then,
Mm-hmm.
Dude, can you quit squeaking your phone? It's so bad.
Probably.
Such
Are
bad
you talking
background
to?
noise.
Yeah, it would be okay for me
Yeah,
to do that with a man.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, that's the end of the argument. I appreciated it though, man. It was a good conversation. I hope you have a wonderful evening. That's the end of that.
I mean, it was just he was gonna loop over and over again
yeah,
until
it's
you
just-
conceded. That's
but
it.
yeah,
We
that
didn't
was
have anything new to add.
But if it's okay to do with a man, then there is no more argument then. Anyway, all right, I got to get out of here, guys. It's fucking late, and I've been going for hours now. Rob, did you make some cash over there tonight?
I did. I did pretty good, and I was pleased to hear so many Nala supporters calling in. Very
Oh
nice.
man, there's always more. They got nothing to say to her, just to the guy who said something to her. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, from all of us here at the Crucible, all of you out there in Crucible Land.
Wait, hold on, Rob. Are you staying live after this or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna read super chats. I'll stay live for half an hour.
I'm gonna send a raid over then.
All right.
Just 1 second, Andrew.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Take these earpieces out. A bit frustrating there at the end, right? All the Nala talk. I mean, come on. I always find it interesting. Now, imagine that you have someone who's got a big audience like Andrew there, right? Very opinionated person, spends hours and hours online. You're calling in and you get a chance to like, hey, there's some things you've done that I don't really agree with. Maybe it's a political take. Maybe it's a cultural take. Maybe it's a religious take. And you're going to be like, I don't like your tone. Let's have 3.5 hours of, Andrew, your tone. It's beyond like stupefying to me. Just from a purely accent. I mean, imagine that like I would get a chance to talk to like some big figure that I disagreed with, Oh, Hunter Biden's coming on your show, Rob. Cool. What do you want to talk to him about? I've heard him curse a couple times. I didn't care for that. I didn't like that. I didn't like how he cursed on his last interview. I mean, are you kidding me? And it really is laughable how so many of these people will be like, oh, yeah, I find her behavior abhorrent. I do, but instead of spending my time criticizing that and the fact that so many people, again, I implore you, look at the full context of what's going on there with Andrew talking to Nala, right? Look at the full context from the perspective of a Christian, which I want to be clear here. I'm not a good Christian. I don't even know what denomination I am at this point. I'm currently going to a Catholic church, but you don't hear me chime in much on matters of Christianity. But I am aware that there's a lot of sort of arguments going on with Christians that are sort of like, oh, Jesus was this hippie-esque character and just always be nice. Hey, man, peace and love. And then Christians are like, no, there's more to it than that. Clearly, Andrew and Orthodoxy would be in that camp. And so what happens is, from that perspective, and it's a perspective I happen to agree with, there's a lot of incentive for people to wear the cloak of Christianity in order to continue further their agenda. I was reading, someone was talking about this today. It said, it used to be that the left just insulted and mocked Christianity. And now they sort of wear Christianity as a suit. Oh, no, we're Christians too. And Christians are pro-choice. And Christians are pro-LGBT. And Christians say you can't criticize harshly people. How convenient. Very convenient. Oh, you're a Christian. That means you have to leave your country, have open borders. That means you can't enforce the law. That means you can't criticize people with harsh language. That means you just have to leave us slap you in the face and turn the other cheek and we can do whatever we want. Very nice for the people that have a bunch of beliefs that don't see very Christian at all, like murdering babies in the womb. Very convenient. And so you can't ever pinpoint a specific person. Like, I couldn't tell you any of those specific callers. Are they, people intending to subvert Christianity? Are they people with sincere beliefs that feel they are Christians? But the point is, if you're a sincere Christian, how is that going to be like your hyper focus? And I see this outside the scope of sort of a religious discussion as well. I see this all the time with criticisms of Trump or the people be, I don't like that, one of the callers said early when my mic wasn't working, I wish I could have chimed in. One of the things I don't like about Trump, he said that some justices were treasonous. I mean, need I bring up what Democrats say about official officers of the federal government? I wonder what they say about ICE agents. I wonder what they say about Trump and people in Trump's cabinet. Or if you want to limit it just to justices, what did they say about Kavanaugh? What have they said about Clarence Thomas? Seems like a lifetime ago, but I remember when there was a leak. You want to talk about terrible precedent? I remember when the Dobbs decision got leaked, then a bunch of Democrats went and protested outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, while the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, said they were coming after Brett Kavanaugh and he'd reap the whirlwind, which led to an assassination attempt. And yet, you have people calling in, I don't like Trump's tone. I'm so over it. The tone policing shit means nothing to me. And I take it back to Tommy Robinson. Imagine a society that's more concerned with the words that Tommy Robinson used to call out the grooming of children rather than the actual grooming of children. They're real pissed off at Tommy. Not so much at, hundreds of thousands of young girls. And it's an argument I'm hearing over and over again. I don't like Trump personally. I don't like the way Trump talks. It's not presidential. Then you're not going to like my response, which is go fuck yourself. I just don't care. And that leads to the last point on this that I'll make. Look, I'm not Andrew, but I would imagine Andrew probably feels similar to me in this context. I'm here talking about things, and I have been for many years, because I sincerely believe them. And I have a vision for what I would like the country to be and what I would like the world to be and how to push for politics primarily, but also culture in that direction. And I'm also here because this is how I make a living now. But I sincerely believe the things I talk about. I honestly do. And I know you don't know that for certain. You're kind of taking me at my word, but I hope that my consistency and my actions have shown that. This is who I am. And I welcome people saying, hey, here's some criticism. Here's how you could do better. Here's where I disagree with you. And maybe sometimes I push back on that criticism a little too harshly. I've certainly been known from time to time to yell at people in my audience. And maybe it's not warranted. Fair. But man, is it always aggravating when people call in with some little nitpick. I don't like, Rob, you're too emotional. When you were talking about the lockdowns and how you were watching your friends and family's lives being ruined, I didn't like that you were yelling and screaming a little. Rob, you tend to raise your voice from time to time. I don't like that. You need to be more dispassionate, more stoic. Maybe. But then one thing I always want to say to that, it's like, oh, okay, so what are you doing? Surely you're setting the example for how this is to be done, right? Well, now I'm not saying that people shouldn't be allowed to criticize unless they themselves are doing better. I mean, that would take out a whole genre of, guys criticizing professional athletes or coaches. I get it, right? Oh, you're going to criticize Mike Tomlin? Or where's your coaching successes, Rob? However, I was an unofficial assistant coach of my son's t-ball team. I think I did very well. Nonetheless, I get it. But man, there's so many people. I mean, this issue with Andrew alone, I get it. It's not everyone's cup of tea. And sure, look, Andrew uses harsh language and stuff from time to time. Sometimes it might be beyond what I would do. Sometimes it doesn't go as far as I would. Okay. So to pick at a microscope and be like, but here's what I would do different. Fair enough. Then go do it. The point I was trying to make with the previous caller was, there's different approaches that could work for different people. I think about this a lot. I could do this. I could have a debate where I'm trying to be as dispassionate as possible and say, actually, I think the facts belie your argument here. If we go back and we look at the Supreme Court's first rulings on this, you can see clearly they were talking about the federal government being the ones that were the arbiters of controlling the border. And so consistently, we've seen some Supreme Court decisions from there on out. And then the guy could have said, did you look that up on AI? And I could say, well, part of it was looking up an AI, and then the other part of it was doing searches on search engines. Or I could be like, yeah, go fuck yourself. What are you doing? Are you typing right now? I thought you knew that, big boy. What the fuck? Oh, it's different. When you're searching something, it's different, right? Mr. I'm a legal scholar with no training that knows more than every single attorney and Supreme Court justice in the history of this country. Fuck off. Now, which approach is better? I guess it depends on the context. It depends on the audience. It depends on each individual that's listening. It's just, it's literally, and one of the things I see is Andrew's approaching the situation differently than almost anyone. For better or worse. And maybe you hate it. That's fine. Right? But he's not Michael Knowles. He's not where I see a bunch of Christians that say, there, everything's forgiven. Go ahead. Welcome to the conservative movement. Welcome to Christianity. Tell people how to be a good Christian. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of red pill guys. They're like, F getting married. It's all bad deal. To heck with this. Just bang a bunch of people. And they're very harsh to like sort of the OnlyFans girl. But I don't see a lot of people that at some point's harsh to an OnlyFans girl, in this case, that he feels is blaspheming his religion for money, for a grift, while also offering an alternative. Look, you should get married in the Christian faith. I'm not here to say that that's right or wrong for everyone, and I'm certainly not qualified to make claims about whether or not this is biblically accurate in the way you should treat people. I'm just saying from a purely pragmatic sense, there's different styles to approach it. And I'll give this last example, and then we'll read some super chats. The caller was like, is there ever a point to being rude? Yeah, of course. When I did policy debate in college, my partner, my last 2 years, was a vegan Buddhist hippie. Super left-wing dude, right? And basically, I had a guy that was on the team that ended up sort of leaving the team and just hanging around as a coach and a researcher, but he sort of left. So this was the only guy that was near my level to be my debate partner. And we had this, my coach was a very intense guy. He's like, imagine a less violent Bobby Knight, if you remember him from the Indiana Hoosiers basketball team, right? And like, you'd lose rounds, and I don't think I'm on TikTok now, so I could swear a little more. He'd be like, what the fuck are you doing, you fucking idiot? Didn't we fucking talk about this? What do you got your fucking head up your ass? You're not paying attention? That's how he was. He talked like that. And my partner was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. Nope. I don't really care. To me, this is just a game. I'm not going to be talked to like that. And I was like, oh, yeah, man, that works for me. I'm a dude. Yeah, you talk to me like that. I don't care. And so the arrangement we had through the rest of my debating career was my coach was always kid's glove with my partner. Hey, man, good try, man. You did. You worked really hard. So the end result would be things like this. We'd come out of a round and we lost, and our coach would be like, what happened? And my partner would be like, I fucked up. I just screwed up totally. Rob had us set up to win, and I screwed it up, and I made this argument. And my coach would be like, oh, well, we'll get him next time. And then he would look at me and be like, what the fuck's your problem? Why didn't you tell him not to fuck that up? Didn't I tell you to tell him to say this, blah, blah, blah? And it worked. That's what motivated me. That was the way I communicated. That was me, like, embracing someone as sort of an equal, as an adult, being like, fuck you. And I'd give it back to him from time to time. It was just different strategy. It affected people in different ways. What's the right answer? Should my coach have been more meek and less insulting? Maybe for most people. But that wasn't what would have worked for me. At the end of the day, it's just tone policing bullshit. That's all this is. I mean, I can't imagine. It's just so, again, I go back. That's your big thing? That's what you want to call in and talk about? I watch what, and it's so funny. And it kind of chaps my ass because I talk to a lot of people. And they're like, oh, yeah, Andrew, I've seen him on whatever. Like, why is he's too mean to these people? And it's like, why? Because you saw some lefty clip it on X for 30 seconds of a 6-hour debate? Andrew was too rude when that one chick started insulting his wife. I mean, you know how you go to job interviews and they're like, tell us the worst thing about yourself. If the worst thing people have to say about me is that I'm too emotional when defending my wife, I'll take it. Sure. What What a positive insult. So, all right, let's read some super chats, and we'll stick around for a little. Michael Hatchtube, $2 says, worst grind ever. Thank you. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, Swahili Jake redefines doing it for the clicks. Ah, yes. It's too bad Jake didn't stick around. I'm a big Jake fan. Left-handed Assassin, thanks for the 5. GG says, we'll do it live. Yeah, I was Bill O'Reillying it there, like trying to figure out all of my issues. Again, for those that are joining from Andrew's chat, what was going on was I painstakingly streamed enough on TikTok all weekend so that I would be able to use the TikTok studio on my computer and then co-host that through TikTok with Andrew. Problem is, as soon as we started it off, the co-host feature doesn't allow you to take calls. So then I had to rush and get my setup with my lapel mic that for some reason sounded like ass today. So the workaround that I ended up doing was I went on Discord where I was able to talk, but the problem was I could hear myself talking like a second and a half delayed. And it's very hard to maintain your thought for like a 15, 20-second thought while you're talking, while you're hearing your own words come back into your head a minute or a second and a half later. So, but we did do it live. We'll get those bugs worked out though. Mighty Maximus, $10. Says, great job, Rob. Thank you. Love the little dog there too. Left-handed Assassin, another 5. Incredibly generous, man. Thank you. Nico, $2 says, Rob, the mic's low. I know, I apologize. Flare Riot, $2. Thank you. Truth Revolt TV says, Boaz was much older than Ruth. Court case? Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you so much. AJC, $20 for the goal. Thank you, my friend. Zach Kelpie, $10 says, how did our founders have the ability to deport people that were pushing to side with the French Revolution in the Alien Sedition Act? Yeah, I mean, that Andrew brought it up before me, but that was a point I was going to get to. That was like 1798, if I'm not mistaken. Now, full disclosure, I'm not some student of history that just recalls that shit off. I was looking it up. It's true, totally true. Guilty as charged. But I do know that the Supreme Court has, for over 100 years, been quite clear. And it makes sense why any country would be this way. That border enforcement and who's allowed into the country is done by the federal government and not the state governments. I mean, just think of the absurdities of that. It'd be like if you had territories in the United Kingdom, England back in the day. Well, England's at war with France, but each city gets to decide who they allow in. So London says, it's cool. Come on in, French. I mean, it's just stupid. Mr. Ubercross, $10 says, let's go. Glad to see the technical issues getting worked out. If you like this content, super chat, let Rob know you want more. If you like it and don't pay, you are functionally dumb. Mr. Ubercross, always great to hear from you, man. Thanks so much. I appreciate the support, too. And another $5 from Left-Handed Assassin. Thank you. Back to Mr. Ubercross, who gives 10 and says, I will once again encourage those of you with $1, $2, $5, or even $10. Please contribute to the content you enjoy. We've got over 200 people enjoying the content. Give if you can. Don't be silent. Thank you. Yeah, I've streamed almost 8 hours here. So, we're trying. Left-Handed Assassin, $5. Thank you so much. The Great Wade Boggs, $10. Thank you. Left-Handed Assassin gives 5 more. Thank you so much. Intel Wild, $10 says, Erica Kirk spoke at a church tonight in Riverside, California. The lefties have surrounded the church and cops have been called to get the people out leaving the church. It's out of control, happening right now. I did not see this. But yeah, maybe it's something I'll be able to talk about in the show tomorrow. That's crazy, though. I'm not surprised. Why would they stop? They get away with it with impunity. Gully, $100. Unbelievable, man. Thank you so much. Left-Handed Assassin, another 5. Thank you, man. Zach Gilpy, another 5, says, if you're not willing to offend, you won't inspire. Exactly it. Look, you shouldn't intentionally sin for glory or for money or for fame or to get your voice out there. But it's also true that you could be boisterous and you could be offensive, and it's not a sin, and those sort of things can help you reach a larger audience. Both the callers focused heavily on, well, what if it offended Nala? Or what if it offended other women? How about men? How about that? Remember, the audience isn't just the person sitting across from you. The audience is everybody that's going to watch the video. You think men who, according to that last caller, are the ones that give all of this influence to women anyway? Okay. Do you think men are more likely to turn away from people that are doing things like online prostitution if they hear someone like Andrew being that harsh and critical of it? Probably. Or would you prefer Andrew just talk to people like this? And so that far less people view him, which means far less people turn to Christ or criticize that sort of behavior. Left-handed Assassin gives another 5. Thank you so much. And then look at this. Our friends at the Quality Leering Center. $20 says not one step back. Thank you. Shoreline Skirt, $20. Thank you. Q on the essay. Essay. $10 says cheers, Rob. Thank you. Left-handed Assassin again with $5. Thank you. Jesse, $20 says keep up the great work, Rob. Grifting. Thank you. I'm grifting. Wade Boggs, unbelievable. $100 says petition to make Whip Songs official Rob North Show canon. Your signature helps prevent potential future prohibition. Thank you, Wade. Left-handed Assassin, another 5. Intel Wild, $5 says, please speak on the Eric Church protest tonight. It was horrible. They're coming for our churches. Of course. It's crazy. Shoreline Skirt, $20 again. Thank you. And then Intel Wild, thank you so much. Another $1. Barry Wren, $20. This is the best donation ever. I mean, I like this one. But yeah, this is a great one too. The Jabroni Big Time $2 says, I'm poor, but here's a little thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Bobby Ballbag says, I'd love to hear some S plus tier Speedy McFast talk. Faster than Twister and Eminem and it's a sleepwalk. Wish a person would box. Stole your girl off the mouth of the beanstalk. Leaving libs outlaned in green chalk. I don't think I could go as fast as Twister. Polly Shortcuts, $2 says, don't tell my wife I'm such perchesting. Grim Creeper, thanks for being a member, says, pay the man. Erica Nova, $5 says, say he's dumb as fuck. Thanks so much. The Real Robert Flowers, $10. Thanks, man. Fellow Rob, Robert Flowers is starting the fund for the third attic, because I heard you say you already have 2. Big win. Yes, I've been accused of streaming from my second attic or something like that. Darth Evans, 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Michael Hatchtube, $5 says, hey, Rob, you streaming this weekend? Taking any call-ins? I don't know. Weekend will be weird. We're supposed to get like 15 inches of snow, so I'll probably be snowed in. We'll see what's up, though. Bobby Ballbags, thanks for being a member. Datalist Gecko Actual, $20 says, for the grift. Thank you. Eric Nova, I'm so sorry. $5 says, for swearing. Thank you. Silvar Ogre, thank you so much for being a member. Chop Chop, $20 says, can we get the donut bar to the goal? I'm hoping. That would be great. Smegheads, $5 says, here's some criticism. Rob, shut up. You talk too much in that siege. PC culture got way out of hand. Participation trophies, etc. made people sub. Yes, thank you for the criticism. Yeah, I'll talk more when we get to political topics. Nord Emo King, $10 says, hey, fat. I missed the himbo. He's low T anyways. That's true. He would have just brought us down. And Spartacus for $10, thank you, says, I said in the Crucible, but I think it would be epic to do a siege with you, Andrew, Jim Bob, and Dyer. It would be fun. I'm sure we'll get that worked out. Jim Bob. My nemesis, Jim Bob. Every time I do something on my channel, I'll do like a new joke or something. People are like, Jim Bob has already done that. Thank you, Jim Bob. All right, we're $80 away. Can we get there? Can we get to the goal here tonight? Yeah, it would have been nice to get better callers that are more disagreeable. You got to give it to the trolls that are, calling in like, Andrew, we really like you. Definitely trolling. Dirty Sippy Cup, $2 says $2 to build you up over on Rumble. Bald ass, $5 says wreck the left. I try. Absolutely. Yeah, the old Simpsons did it, yeah. Now listen, all of you people watching from the Crucible. Obviously, I'm meager over here. Andrew's a great man. He's got a great channel and great community that I'm proud to be part of over there. But it would definitely be nice to say that I reached my goal tonight. when he fell short. It would be nice tomorrow when we're doing the siege to be like, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. It would be nice. Chop Chop getting us there. $20. We gonna get there? Oh yeah. We'll get there. Oh, what am I doing? This stupid ass. I hate this phone cover. I got to take it off to put on the lapel mic, and it's just a big pain in my buttocks. All the stuff to complain. I mean, man, there was so much red meat out there today. Trump threatening Denmark. Trump's speech at Davos. ICE stuff. And, you know, what did people go with? You said mean things to Nala. So next time, maybe we'll chum in a higher tier of, oh, look at this. We're crushing it now. Now we're crushing it. No, thank you, Heist King. I'll read the super chats here in a second. I'm still fighting with it. There we go. All right. Look at you, Chads. Smegheads, $5 says, I don't like your tone. Please be nice. How's that panel verse going these days? Spectacular. Gravios, $100. Unbelievable generosity. Thank you. Says, help make Dyer's dream a reality. Let's get Dyer versus Dawkins a thing. I already swore I'd donate to a Bitcoin for the cause. No shit. That would be a great debate. Jay's a beast, man. I'm a pretty good debater, but there are certain topics to debate certain people on it. I know I would get devastated. Anything religion with Jay Dyer would be a bloodbath. I would get crushed. But someday, if I have a legitimate disagreement, I'm going to debate Jay Dyer. There's nothing I like more than debating people on the topics that they're best at. I love that. Gully, $20. Thank you, my friend. Incredibly generous. James Walker, $10 says, here from the Crucible. Keep up the good work, Rob. You are a blessing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Spartacus, $60 more says, I know the conversation is shit, but get you almost there, LLL. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna get viral clips from this, and it's gonna be a lot of interest that comes in. Andrew's crushing it over there, and he's only going to get bigger and have more opportunities, and I think it's just amazing to be part of it. SJY, Orthodoxy is real Christianity. Okay, maybe someday I'll do that. Yeah, I'll go to sleep with the spout. Now, a couple things going on tomorrow. I'll have to reach out to Andrew. If we are going, today, technically, because it's 3:30 in the morning where I'm at. If we are going to do a Tik Tok Siege, I have to talk to him about what time. At 10 p.m. tomorrow, I will be on my stream here, but I'll be debating with the moderator Speakeasy. I do not know who I'm debating, and I do not know the topic. The whole point is, Speakeasy is finding opponents for me. They pick the topic. They get to research and prep. I do not. I will not know who I'm debating. I will not know what the topic is. So that's going to be here tomorrow at 10. Hopefully I don't get my ass kicked. I like my chances. I usually do pretty good. So we'll do that. And then if Andrew wants to do a siege before or after that, I'd be happy to join that as well. All in all, I think it's going to be a good day. Politics sucks. There's so many crappy things going on. But you ever just take a step back and realize how lucky we all are? My goodness, I couldn't be luckier. I'm the luckiest man ever. I got a beautiful wife, a beautiful son, relatively healthy. I'm a big fat schmuck. But be polite. Don't call me fat. That would hurt my feelings. No. But man, what a life. What an absolute life. And thank you guys for helping by allowing me to spend more time with my family and be successful here financially. So you'll never know how much it means to me. Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart, for real. Means a lot. As we leave here tonight, we are going to be raiding. We're going to raid our friend Teriak. He's Irish, so go ahead and make fun of him for that. Take a moment and say a prayer for Charlie Kirk. I know we talked about him a little there in the Tik Tok Siege. He's a great organizer for the right, pushing things politically and culturally. And more important than that, he was a husband and a father. He was killed in cold blood, and so many on the left celebrated it. So just say a prayer for him, for his family. We'll be thinking of you, Charlie. Don't forget what they did. Don't let it be like every other time that the left's engaged in violence, and we just forget about it, and the cycle moves forward. All right, everyone. Thanks so much. I want to thank my friend Avarice. Thank my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to all my mods. Naughty Germ, Zen's Forehead, Achilles Ware, EOD, and Are We Not Men? Thank you to all of you. Why are people saying it like this? Did I do something wrong? Am I pronouncing that wrong? Is he not live? It says he's live. We banned you guys for no reason. I don't know about that. But thanks, everyone, for the donations. Thank you for everyone who chatted. Thanks for everyone who liked. Thanks to Andrew for letting me be part of the Tik Tok Siege. I'm doing my part. We'll see you all tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.